The Little Minister ******** The Little Minister by J. M. Barrie Maud Adams edition New York R. H. Russell. Publisher 1898 Copyright 1891 and 1895 by United States Book Co. Copyright 1898 by Robert Howard Russell Contents page I. The Love Light 1-2 runs alongside the making of a minister. 7-3 The Night Watchers. 17-4 First Coming of the Egyptian Woman. 30v A warlike chapter, culminating in the flouting of the minister by the woman. 42-6 in which the soldiers meet the Amazons of Thrums. 57 has the folly of looking into a woman's eyes by way of text. 62-8 3.m. Monstrous audacity of the woman. 69-9 The woman considered in absence, adventures of a military cloak. 79x First Sermon Against Women. 89-11 tells in a whisper of man's fall during the curling season. 112 Tragedy of a Mud House. 110-13 Second Coming of the Egyptian Woman. 117-14 The minister dances to the woman's piping. 125-15 The minister bewitched, second sermon against women. 135-16 Continued misbehavior of the Egyptian woman. 143-17 Intrusion of Haggart into these pages against the author's wish. 151-18 Kadam, love leading to a rupture. 161-19 Circumstances leading to the first sermon in approval of women. 169xx End of the state of indecision. 177xxi Night, Margaret, flashing of a lantern. 186xxii Lovers. 196-23 contains a birth, which is sufficient for one chapter. 205 Xiv The New World, and the woman who may not dwell therein. 211 XXV Beginning of the 24 hours. 217 XXVI Scene at the Spittal. 225 XXAE First journey of the Domini to Thrums during the 24 hours. 232 XXVIII The hill before darkness fell, scene of the impending catastrophe. 237 XXVI Story of the Egyptian. 244 XXX The Meeting for Rain. 252 XXXI Various bodies converging on the hill. 259 XXY Leading swiftly to the appalling marriage. 268 XXXII While the 10 o'clock bell was ringing. 274 XXIV The Great Rain. 281 XXXV. The Glen at Break of Day. 285 XXXV. Story of the Dominie. 299 XXXAE. Second Journey of the Dominie to Thrums during the 24 hours. 308 XXXVIII. Thrums during the 24 hours, Defense of the Manse. 315 XXXVI. How Barrie spent the night of August 4th. 324 XL. Barrie and Margaret, Defense of the Manse continued. 330 XLI. Rintoul and Barrie, Breakdown of the Defense of the Manse. 337 XLII. Margaret, the Precentor, and God Between. 345 XLII. Rain, Mist, the Jaws. 353 XLIV. End of the 24 hours. 363 XLV. Talk of a little maid since grown tall. 369 ILGIEU. My rabbit Mika said, if you'll gang AWA. Page 215. Note the illustrations in this book have been made especially for this edition of The Little Minister by arrangement with Mr. Charles Freeman, through whose courtesy they are here reproduced. Many of them were drawn by C. Allen Gilbert, while others are from photographs which appear here for the first time. Chapter 1. The Love Light. Long ago, in the days when our caged blackbirds never saw a king's soldier without whistling impudently, come o'er the water to Charlie, a minister of Thrums was to be married, but something happened, and he remained a bachelor. Then, when he was old, he passed in our square the lady who was to have been his wife, and her hair was white, but she, too, was still unmarried. The meeting had only one witness, a weaver, and he said solemnly afterwards, they didna speak, but they just gave one another a look, and I saw the love light in their eye. No more is remembered of these two, no being now living ever saw them, but the poetry that was in the soul of a battered weaver makes them human to us forever. It is of another minister I am to tell, but only to those who know that light when they see it. I am not bidding goodbye to many readers, for though it is true that some men, of whom Lord Rintoul was one, live to an old age without knowing love, few of us can have met them, and of women so incomplete I never heard. Gavin Dishart was barely 21 when he and his mother came to Thrums, light-hearted like the traveller who knows not what awaits him at the bend of the Two Road. It was the time of year when the ground is carpeted beneath the firs with brown needles, when split nuts patter all day from the beach, and children lay yellow corn on the Dominie's desk to remind him that now they are needed in the fields. The day was so silent that carts could be heard rumbling a mile away. All Thrums was out in its winds and closes, a few of the weavers still in knee breeches, to look at the new old-licked minister. I was there too, the Dominie of Glen Clarity, which is 4 miles from Thrums, and heavy was my heart as I stood afar off so that Gavin's mother might not have the pain of seeing me. I was the only one in the crowd who looked at her more than at her son. 18 years had passed since we parted. Already her hair had lost the brightness of its youth, and she seemed to me smaller and more fragile, and the face that I loved when I was a hobbledehoy, and loved when I looked once more upon it in Thrums, and always shall love till I die, was soft and worn. Margaret was an old woman, and she was only 43, and I am the man who made her old. As Gavin put his eager boyish face out at the carriage window, many saw that he was holding her hand, but none could be glad at the sight as the Dominie was glad, looking on at a happiness in which he dared not mingle. Margaret was crying because she was so proud of her boy. Women do that. Poor sons to be proud of, good mothers, but I would not have you dry those tears. A street in Thrums. When the little minister looked out at the carriage window, many of the people drew back humbly, but a little boy in a red frock with black spots pressed forward and offered him a sticky parley, which Gavin accepted, though not without a tremor, for children were more terrible to him then than bearded men. The boy's mother, trying not to look elated, bore him away, but her face said that he was made for life. With this little incident Gavin's career in Thrums began. I remembered it suddenly the other day when wading across the Wynd where it took place. Many scenes in the little minister's life come back to me in this way. The first time I ever thought of writing his love story as an old man's gift to a little maid since grown tall, was one night while I sat alone in the schoolhouse, on my knees a fiddle that has been my only living companion since I sold my hens. My mind had drifted back to the first time I saw Gavin and the Egyptian together, and what set it wandering to that midnight meeting was my garden gate shaking in the wind. At a gate on the hill I had first encountered these two. It rattled in his hand, and I looked up and saw them, and neither knew why I had such cause to start at the sight. Then the gate swung to. It had just such a click as mine. These two figures on the hill are more real to me than things that happened yesterday, but I do not know that I can make them live to others. A ghost show used to come yearly to Thrums on the Merry Muckle Friday, in which the illusion was contrived by hanging a glass between the onlookers and the stage. I cannot deny that the comings and goings of the ghost were highly diverting, yet the farmer of Teenowhead only laughed because he had paid his money at the hole in the door like the rest of us. Teenowhead sat at the end of a form where he saw round the glass and so saw no ghost. I fear my public may be in the same predicament. I see the little minister as he was at 21, and the little girl to whom this story is to belong sees him, though the things I have to tell happened before she came into the world. But there are reasons why she should see, and I do not know that I can provide the glass for others. If they see round it, they will neither laugh nor cry with Gavin and Barrie. When Gavin came to Thrums he was as I am now, for the pages lay before him on which he was to write for his life. Yet he was not quite as I am. The life of every man is a diary in which he means to write one story, and writes another, and his humblest hour is when he compares the volume as it is with what he vowed to make it. But the biographer sees the last chapter while he is still at the first, and I have only to write over with ink what Gavin has written in pencil. How often is it a phantom woman who draws the man from the way he meant to go? So was man created, to hunger for the ideal that is above himself, until one day there is magic in the air, and the eyes of a girl rest upon him. He does not know that it is he himself who crowned her, and if the girl is as pure as he, their love is the one form of idolatry that is not quite ignoble. It is the joining of two souls on their way to God. But if the woman be bad, the test of the man is when he wakens from his dream. The nobler his ideal, the further will he have been hurried down the wrong way, for those who only run after little things will not go far. His love may now sink into passion, perhaps only to stain its wings and rise again, perhaps to drown. Barrie, what shall I say of you who make me write these things? I am not your judge. Shall we not laugh at the student who chafes when between him and his book comes the song of the thrushes, with whom, on the mad night you danced into Gavin's life, you had more in common than with old-licked ministers? The gladness of living was in your step, your voice was melody, and he was wondering what love might be. Barrie. You were the daughter of a summer night, born where all the birds are free, and the moon christened you with her soft light to dazzle the eyes of man. Not our little minister alone was stricken by you into his second childhood. To look upon you was to rejoice that so fair a thing could be, to think of you is still to be young. Even those who called you a little devil, of 5 whom I have been one, admitted that in the end you had a soul, though not that you had been born with one. They said you stole it, and so made a woman of yourself. But again I say I am not your judge. And when I picture you as Gavin saw you first, a bare-legged witch dancing up Winderher, rowan berries in your black hair, and on your finger a jewel the little minister could not have bought with 5 years of toil, the shadows on my pages lift, and I cannot wonder that Gavin loved you. Often I say to myself that this is to be Gavin's story, not mine. Yet must it be mine too, in a manner, and of myself I shall sometimes have to speak, not willingly, for it is time my little tragedy had died of old age. I have kept it to myself so long that now I would stand at its grave alone. It is true that when I heard who was to be the new minister I hoped for a day that the life broken in Harvey might be mended in Thrums, but 2 minutes' talk with Gavin showed me that Margaret had kept from him the secret which was hers and mine, and so knocked the bottom out of my vain hopes. I did not blame her then, nor do I blame her now. Nor shall anyone who blames her ever be called friend by me, but it was bitter to look at the white manse among the trees and know that I must never enter it. For Margaret's sake I had to keep aloof, yet this new trial came upon me like our parting at Harvey. I thought that in those 18 years my passions had burned like a ship till they sank. But I suffered again as on that awful night when Adam Dishart came back, nearly killing Margaret and tearing up all my ambitions by the root in a single hour. I waited in Thrums until I had looked again on Margaret, who thought me dead, and Gavin, who had never heard of me, and then I trudged back to the schoolhouse. Something I heard of them from time to time during the winter, for in the 6 gossip of Thrums I was well posted, but much of what is to be told here I only learned afterwards from those who knew it best. Gavin heard of me at times as the dominie in the glen who had ceased to attend the old Licht Kirk, and Margaret did not even hear of me. It was all I could do for them. 7 Chapter 2 runs alongside the making of a minister. On the east coast of Scotland, hidden, as if in a quarry, at the foot of cliffs that may one day fall forward, is a village called Harvey. So has it shrunk since the day when I skulked from it that I hear of a traveller's asking lately at one of its doors how far he was from a village, yet Harvey throve once and was celebrated even in distant Thrums for its fish. Most of our weavers would have thought it as unnatural not to buy harveys in the square on the Muckle Friday, as to let Saturday night pass without laying in a sufficient stock of halfpennies to go round the family twice. Gavin was born in Harvey, but left it at such an early age that he could only recall thatched houses with nets drying on the roofs, and a sandy shore in which coarse grass grew. In the picture he could not pick out the house of his birth, though he might have been able to go to it had he ever returned to the village. Soon he learned that his mother did not care to speak of Harvey, and perhaps he thought that she had forgotten it too, all save one scene to which his memory still guided him. When his mind wandered to Harvey, Gavin saw the door of his home open and a fisherman enter, who scratched his head and then said, "Your man's drowned, missus." Gavin seemed to see many women crying, and his mother staring at them with a face suddenly painted white, and next to hear a voice that was his own saying, "Never mind, mother, I'll be a man to you now, and I'll need breeks for the burial." But 8 Adam required no funeral, for his body lay deep in the sea. Gavin thought that this was the tragedy of his mother's life, and the most memorable event of his own childhood. But it was neither. When Margaret, even after she came to Thrums, thought of Harvey, it was not at Adam's death she shuddered, but at the recollection of me. It would ill become me to take a late revenge on Adam Dishart now by saying what is not true of him. Though he died a fisherman, he was a sailor for a great part of his life, and doubtless his recklessness was washed into him on the high seas, where in his time men made a crony of death, and drank merrily over dodging it for another night. To me his roars of laughter without cause were as repellent as a boy's drum, yet many faces that were long in my company brightened at his coming, and women, with whom, despite my yearning, I was in no wise a favorite, ran to their doors to listen to him as readily as to the bellman. Children scurried from him if his mood was savage, but to him at all other times, while me they merely disregarded. There was always a smell of the sea about him. He had a rolling gait, unless he was drunk, when he walked very straight, and before both sexes he boasted that any woman would take him for his beard alone. Of this beard he took prodigious care, though otherwise thinking little of his appearance, and I now see that he understood women better than I did, who had nevertheless reflected much about them. It cannot be said that he was vain, for though he thought he attracted women strangely, that, I maintain, is a weakness common to all men, and so no more to be marvelled at than a stake in a fence. Foreign oaths were the nails with which he held his talk together, Yet I doubt not they were a curiosity gathered at sea, like his chains of shells, more for his own pleasure than for others' pain. His friends 9 gave them no weight, and when he wanted to talk emphatically he kept them back, though they were then as troublesome to him as eggs to the bird-nesting boy who has to speak with his spoil in his mouth. Adam was drowned on Gavin's 4th birthday, a year after I had to leave Harvey. He was blown off his smack in a storm, and could not reach the rope his partner flung him. "It's no go, lad," he shouted, "so long, Jim," and sank. A month afterwards Margaret sold her share in the smack, which was all Adam left her, and the furniture of the house was rouped. She took Gavin to Glasgow, where her only brother needed a housekeeper, and their mother and son remained until Gavin got his call to Thrums. During those 17 years I lost knowledge of them as completely as Margaret had lost knowledge of me. On hearing of Adam's death I went back to Harvey to try to trace her, but she had feared this, and so told no one where she was going. According to Margaret, Gavin's genius showed itself while he was still a child. He was born with a brow whose nobility impressed her from the first. It was a minister's brow, and though Margaret herself was no scholar, being as slow to read as she was quick at turning bannocks on the girdle, she decided, when his age was still counted by months, that the ministry had need of him. In those days the first question asked of a child was not, "Tell me your name," but "What are you to be?" and one child in every family replied, "A minister." He was set apart for the church as doggedly as the shilling a week for the rent, and the rule held good though the family consisted of only one boy. From his earliest days Gavin thought he had been fashioned for the ministry as certainly as a spade for digging, and Margaret rejoiced and marvelled thereat, though she had made her own puzzle. An enthusiastic mother may bend her son's mind as she chooses if she begins at 10 once, nay, she may do stranger things. I know a mother in Thrums who loves features and had a child born with no chin to speak of. The neighbors expected this to bring her to the dust, but it only showed what a mother can do. In a few months that child had a chin with the best of them. Margaret's brother died, but she remained in his single room, and, ever with a picture of her son in a pulpit to repay her, contrived to keep Gavin at school. Everything a woman's fingers can do Margaret's did better than most, and among the wealthy people who employed her, would that I could have the teaching of the sons of such as were good to her in those hard days. Her gentle manner was spoken of. For though Margaret had no schooling, she was a lady at heart, moving and almost speaking as one even in Harvey, where they did not perhaps like her the better for it. At 6 Gavin hit another boy hard for belonging to the established church, and at 7 he could not lose himself in the shorter catechism. His mother expounded the scriptures to him till he was 8, when he began to expound them to her. By this time he was studying the practical work of the pulpit as enthusiastically as ever medical student cut off a leg. From a front pew in the gallery Gavin watched the minister's every movement, noting that the first thing to do on ascending the pulpit is to cover your face with your hands, as if the exalted position affected you like a strong light, and the second to move the big Bible slightly, to show that the Kirk officer, not having had a university education, could not be expected to know the very spot on which it ought to lie. Gavin saw that the minister joined in the singing more like one countenancing a seemly thing than because he needed it himself, and that he only sang a mouthful now and again after the congregation was in full pursuit of the precentor. It was noteworthy that the first prayer lasted 11 longer than all the others, and that to read the intimations about the Bible class and the collection elsewhere than immediately before the last psalm would have been as sacrilegious as to insert the dedication to King James at the end of Revelation. Sitting under a minister justly honored in his day, the boy was often some words in advance of him, not vainglorious of his memory, but fervent, eager, and regarding the preacher as hardly less sacred than the book. Gavin was encouraged by his frightened yet admiring mother to saw the air from their pew as the minister sawed it in the pulpit, and 2 benedictions were pronounced twice a Sabbath in that church, in the same words, the same manner, and simultaneously. There was a black year when the things of this world, especially its pastimes, took such a grip of Gavin that he said to Margaret he would rather be good at the high jump than the author of the Pilgrim's Progress. That year passed, and Gavin came to his right mind. One afternoon Margaret was at home making a Glengarry for him out of a piece of carpet, and giving it a tartan edging, when the boy bounded in from school, crying, "Come quick, mother, and you'll see him." Margaret reached the door in time to see a street musician flying from Gavin and his friends. "Did you take stock of him, mother?" the boy asked when he reappeared with the mark of a muddy stick on his back. "He's a papist, a sore sight, mother, a sore sight. We stoned him for persecuting the noble martyrs." When Gavin was 12 he went to the university, and also got a place in a shop as errand boy. He used to run through the streets between his work and his classes. Potatoes and salt fish, which could then be got at 2d the pound if bought by the half-hundredweight, were his food. There was not always a good meal for 2, yet when Gavin reached home at night there was generally something ready for him, and 12 Margaret had supped hours ago. Gavin's hunger urged him to fall to, but his love for his mother made him watchful. "What did you have yourself, mother?" he would demand suspiciously. "Oh, I had a fine supper, I assure you." "What had you?" "I had potatoes, for one thing. And dripping." "You may be sure." "Mother, you're cheating me. The dripping hasn't been touched since yesterday." "I don't care for dripping, no much." Then would Gavin stride the room fiercely, a queer little figure. "Do you think I'll stand this, mother? Will I let myself be pampered with dripping and every delicacy while you starve?" "Gavin, I really dinna care for dripping." "Then I'll give up my classes, and we can have butter." "I assure you I'm no hungry." "It's different wi' a growing laddie." "I'm not a growing laddie," Gavin would say, bitterly, "but, mother, I warn you that not another bite passes my throat till I see you eating too." So Margaret had to take her seat at the table, and when she said "I can eat no more," Gavin retorted sternly, nor will I, for fine I see through you. These two were as one far more than most married people, and, just as Gavin in his childhood reflected his mother, she now reflected him. The people for whom she sewed thought it was contact with them that had rubbed the broad Scotch from her tongue, but she was only keeping pace with Gavin. When she was excited, the Harvey words came back to her, as they come back to me. I have taught the English language all 13 my life, and I try to write it, but everything I say in this book I first think to myself in the Doric. This, too, I notice, that in talking to myself I am broader than when gossiping with the farmers of the glen, who send their children to me to learn English, and then jeer at them if they say old lights instead of old lichts. To Margaret it was happiness to sit through the long evenings sewing, and look over her work at Gavin as he read or wrote or recited to himself the learning of the schools. But she coughed every time the weather changed, and then Gavin would start. "You must go to your bed, mother," he would say, tearing himself from his books, or he would sit beside her and talk of the dream that was common to both, a dream of a manse where Margaret was mistress and Gavin was called the minister. Every night Gavin was at his mother's bedside to wind her shawl round her feet, and while he did it Margaret smiled. "Mother, this is the chaff pillow you've taken out of my bed, and given me your feather one. Gavin, you needna change them. I winna have the feather pillow. Do you dare to think I'll let you sleep on chaff? Put up your head. Now, is that soft? It's fine. I dinna deny but what I sleep better on feathers. Do you mind, Gavin, you bought this pillow for me the moment you got your bursary money." The reserve that is a wall between many of the Scottish poor had been broken down by these two. When he saw his mother sleeping happily, Gavin went back to his work. To save the expense of a lamp, he would put his book almost beneath the dying fire, and, taking the place of the fender, read till he was shivering with cold. "Gavin, it is near morning, and you not in your bed yet. What are you thinking about so hard?" 14. "Oh, mother, I was wondering if the time would ever come when I would be a minister, and you would have an egg for your breakfast every morning." So the years passed, and soon Gavin would be a minister. He had now sermons to prepare, and every one of them was first preached to Margaret. How solemn was his voice, how his eyes flashed, how stern were his admonitions. "Gavin, such a sermon I never heard. The Spirit of God is on you. I'm ashamed you should have me for a mother." "God grant, mother," Gavin said, little thinking what was soon to happen, or he would have made this prayer on his knees, "that you may never be ashamed to have me for a son." "Ah, mother," he would say wistfully, "it is not a great sermon, but do you think I'm preaching Christ? That is what I try, but I'm carried away and forget to watch myself. The Lord has you by the hand, Gavin, and mind, I dinna say that because you're my laddie." "Yes, you do, mother, and well I know it, and yet it does me good to hear you." That it did him good, I, who would fain have shared those days with them, am very sure. The praise that comes of love does not make us vain, but humble rather. Knowing what we are, the pride that shines in our mother's eyes as she looks at us is about the most pathetic thing a man has to face, but he would be a devil altogether if it did not burn some of the sin out of him. Not long before Gavin preached for our kirk and got his call, a great event took place in the little room at Glasgow. The student appeared for the first time before his mother in his ministerial clothes. He wore the black silk hat, that was destined to become a terror to evildoers in Thrums, and I dare say he was rather 15 puffed up about himself that day. You would probably have smiled at him. "It's a pity I'm so little, mother," he said with a sigh. "You're no what I would call a particularly long man," Margaret said, "but you're just the height I like." Then Gavin went out in his grandeur, and Margaret cried for an hour. She was thinking of me as well as of Gavin, and as it happens, I know that I was thinking at the same time of her. Gavin kept a diary in those days, which I have seen, and by comparing it with mine, I discovered that while he was showing himself to his mother in his black clothes, I was on my way back from Tilly-Adram, where I had gone to buy a sandglass for the school. The one I bought was so like another Margaret had used at Harvey that it set me thinking of her again all the way home. This is a matter hardly worth mentioning, and yet it interests me. Busy days followed the call to Thrums, and Gavin had difficulty in forcing himself to his sermons when there was always something more to tell his mother about the weaving town they were going to, or about the manse or the furniture that had been transferred to him by the retiring minister. The little room, which had become so familiar that it seemed one of a family party of 3, had to be stripped, and many of its contents were sold. Among what were brought to Thrums was a little exercise book, in which Margaret had tried, unknown to Gavin, to teach herself writing and grammar, that she might be less unfit for a manse. He found it accidentally one day. It was full of "I am, thou art, he is," and the like, written many times in a shaking hand. Gavin put his arms round his mother when he saw what she had been doing. "The exercise book is in my desk now, and will be my little maid's when I die." 16 Gavin, Margaret said many times in those last days at Glasgow, "to think it has all come true. Let the last word you say in the house be a prayer of thankfulness," she whispered to him when they were taking a final glance at the old home. In the bedroom they called the house, the little minister and his mother went on their knees, but, as it chanced, their last word there was not addressed to God. "Gavin," Margaret whispered as he took her arm, "do you think this bonnet sets me?" 17 Chapter 3. The Night Watchers. What first struck Margaret in Thrums was the smell of the caddis. The town smells of caddis no longer, but whiffs of it may be got even now as one passes the houses of the old, where the lay still swings at little windows like a great ghost pendulum. To me it is a homely smell, which I draw in with a great breath, but it was as strange to Margaret as the weavers themselves, who, in their coloured nightcaps and corduroys streaked with threads, gazed at her and Gavin. The little minister was trying to look severe and old, but 21 was in his eye. "Look, mother," at that white house with the green roof. That is the manse. The manse stands high, with a sharp eye on all the town. Every back window in the tenements has a glint of it, and so the back of the tenements is always better behaved than the front. It was in the front that Jamie Donn, a pitiful bachelor all his life because he thought the women proposed, kept his ferrets, and here, too, Beatty hanged himself, going straight to the clothes posts for another rope when the first one broke, such was his determination. In the front Sanders Gilruth openly boasted, on Don's potato pit, that by having a seat in 2 churches he could lie in bed on Sabbath and get the credit of being at one or other. Gavin made short work of him. To the right-minded the old licked manse was as a family Bible, ever lying open before them, but Beatty spoke for more than himself 18 when he said, "Dagon that manse. I never gie a swear but there it is glowering at me." The manse looks down on the town from the northeast, and is reached from the road that leaves Thrums behind it in another moment by a wide, straight path, so rough that to carry a fraught of water to the manse without spilling was to be superlatively good at one thing. Packages in a cart it set leaping like trout in a fishing creel. Opposite the opening of the garden wall in the manse, where for many years there had been an intention of putting up a gate, were 2 big stones a yard apart, standing ready for the winter, when the path was often a rush of yellow water, and this the only bridge to the glebe dyke, down which the minister walked to church. When Margaret entered the manse on Gavin's arm, it was a whitewashed house of 5 rooms, with a garret in which the minister could sleep if he had guests, as during the fast week. It stood with its garden within high walls, and the roof facing southward was carpeted with moss that shone in the sun in a dozen shades of green and yellow. 3 firs guarded the house from west winds, but blasts from the north often tore down the steep fields and skirled through the manse, banging all its doors at once. A beech, growing on the east side, leant over the roof as if to gossip with the well in the courtyard. The garden was to the south, and was over full of gooseberry and currant bushes. It contained a summer seat, where strange things were soon to happen. Margaret would not even take off her bonnet until she had seen through the manse and opened all the presses. The parlour and kitchen were downstairs, and of the 3 rooms above, the study was so small that Gavin's predecessor could touch each of its walls without shifting his position. Every room save Margaret's had long-lidded beds, which close as if with shutters, but hers 19 was cough-fronted, or comparatively open, with carving on the wood like the ornamentation of coffins. Where there were children in a house they liked to slope the boards of the closed-in bed against the dresser, and play at sliding down mountains on them. But for many years there had been no children in the manse. He in whose ways Gavin was to attempt the heavy task of walking had been a widower 3 months after his marriage, a man narrow when he came to Thrums, but so large-hearted when he left it that I, who know there is good in all the world because of the lovable souls I have met in this corner of it, yet cannot hope that many are as near to God as he. The most gladsome thing in the world is that few of us fall very low, the saddest that, with such capabilities, we seldom rise high. Of those who stand perceptibly above their fellows I have known very few, only Mr. Carfrae and 2 or 3 women. Gavin only saw a very frail old minister who shook as he walked, as if his feet were striking against stones. He was to depart on the morrow to the place of his birth, but he came to the manse to wish his successor Godspeed. Strangers were so formidable to Margaret that she only saw him from her window. "May you never lose sight of God, Mr. Dishart," the old man said in the parlour. Then he added, as if he had asked too much, "May you never turn from him as I often did when I was a lad like you." As this aged minister, with the beautiful face that God gives to all who love him and follow his commandments, spoke of his youth, he looked wistfully around the faded parlour. "It is like a dream," he said. "The first time I entered this room the thought passed through me that I would cut down that cherry tree, because it kept out the light, but, you see, it outlives me. I grew old while looking for the axe. Only yesterday I was the young 20 minister, Mr. Dishart, and tomorrow you will be the old one, bidding goodbye to your successor." His eyes came back to Gavin's eager face. "You are very young, Mr. Dishart." "Nearly 21. 21. Ah, my dear sir, you do not know how pathetic that sounds to me. 21. We are children for the second time at 21, and again when we are grey and put all our burden on the Lord. The young talk generously of relieving the old of their burdens, but the anxious heart is to the old when they see a load on the back of the young. Let me tell you, Mr. Dishart, that I would condone many things in 21 now that I dealt hardly with at middle age. God himself, I think, is very willing to give 21 a second chance." "I am afraid," Gavin said anxiously, "that I look even younger." "I think," Mr. Carfrae answered, smiling, "that your heart is as fresh as your face, and that is well. The useless men are those who never change with the years. Many views that I held to in my youth and long afterwards are a pain to me now, and I am carrying away from Thrum's memories of errors into which I fell at every stage of my ministry. When you are older you will know that life is a long lesson in humility." He paused. "I hope," he said nervously, "that you don't sing the paraphrases." Mr. Carfrae had not grown out of all his prejudices, you see. Indeed, if Gavin had been less bigoted than he on this question they might have parted stiffly. The old minister would rather have remained to die in his pulpit than surrender it to one who read his sermons. Others may blame him for this, but I must say here plainly that I never hear a minister reading without wishing to send him back to college. 21 I cannot deny, Mr. Carfrae said, that I broke down more than once today. This forenoon I was in Tililis, for the last time, and it so happens that there is scarcely a house in it in which I have not had a marriage or prayed over a coffin. Ah, sir, these are the scenes that make the minister more than all his sermons. You must join the family, Mr. Dishart, or you are only a minister once a week. And remember this, if your call is from above, it is a call to stay. Many such partings in a lifetime as I have had today would be too heartrending. And yet Gavin said, hesitatingly, they told me in Glasgow that I had received a call from the mouth of hell. Those were cruel words, but they only mean that people who are seldom more than a day's work in advance of want sometimes rise in arms for food. Our weavers are passionately religious, and so independent that they dare anyone to help them, but if their wages were lessened they could not live. And so at talk of reduction they catch fire. Change of any kind alarms them, and though they call themselves Whigs, they rose a few years ago over the paving of the streets and stoned the workmen, who were strangers, out of the town. And though you may have thought the place quiet today, Mr. Dishart, there was an ugly outbreak only 2 months ago, when the weavers turned on the manufacturers for reducing the price of the web, made a bonfire of some of their doors, and terrified one of them into leaving Thrums. Under the command of some Chartists, the people next paraded the streets to the music of fife and drum, and 6 policemen who drove up from Tilliedrum in a light cart were sent back tied to the seats. No one has been punished. Not yet, but nearly 2 years ago there was a similar 22 riot, and the sheriff took no action for months. Then one night the square suddenly filled with soldiers, and the ringleaders were seized in their beds. Mr. Dishart, the people are determined not to be caught in that way again, and ever since the rising a watch has been kept by night on every road that leads to Thrums. The signal that the soldiers are coming is to be the blowing of a horn. If you ever hear that horn, I implore you to hasten to the square. The weavers would not fight. You do not know how the Chartists have fired this part of the country. One misty day, a week ago, I was on the hill. I thought I had it to myself, when suddenly I heard a voice cry sharply, "Shoulder arms!" I could see no one, and after a moment I put it down to a freak of the wind. Then all at once the mist before me blackened, and a body of men seemed to grow out of it. They were not shadows, they were Thrums weavers drilling, with pikes in their hands. They broke up, Mr. Carfrae continued, after a pause, at my entreaty, but they have met again since then. And there were old licks among them. Gavin asked. I should have thought they would be frightened at our precentor, Lang Tarmers, who seems to watch for backsliding in the congregation as if he had pleasure in discovering it. Gavin spoke with feeling, for the precentor had already put him through his catechism, and it was a stiff ordeal. The precentor, said Mr. Carfrae. Why, he was one of them. The old minister, once so brave a figure, tottered as he rose to go, and reeled in a dizziness until he had walked a few paces. Gavin went with him to the foot of the manse road, without his hat, as all Thrums knew before bedtime. 23 I begin, Gavin said, as they were parting, where you leave off, and my prayer is that I may walk in your ways. Ah, Mr. Dishart, the white-haired minister said, with a sigh, the world does not progress so quickly as a man grows old. You only begin where I began. He left Gavin, and then, as if the little minister's last words had hurt him, turned and solemnly pointed his staff upward. Such men are the strong nails that keep the world together. The 21-years-old minister returned to the manse somewhat sadly, but when he saw his mother at the window of her bedroom, his heart leapt at the thought that she was with him and he had £80 a year. Gaily he waved both his hands to her, and she answered with a smile, and then, in his boyishness, he jumped over a gooseberry bush. Immediately afterwards he reddened and tried to look venerable, for while in the air he had caught sight of 2 women and a man watching him from the dyke. He walked severely to the door, and, again forgetting himself, was bounding upstairs to Margaret, when Jean, the servant, stood scandalized in his way. "I don't think she caught me," was Gavin's reflection, and "the Lord preserves," was Jean's. Gavin found his mother wondering how one should set about getting a cup of tea in a house that had a servant in it. He boldly rang the bell, and the willing Jean answered it so promptly, in a rush and jump, that Margaret was as much startled as Aladdin the first time he rubbed his lamp. Manservants of the most admired kind move softly, as if constant contact with a minister were galoshes to them, but Jean was new and raw, only having got her place because her father might be an elder any day. She had already conceived a romantic affection for her master, but to say "sir" to him, as she thirsted to do, would 24 have been as difficult to her as to swallow oysters. So anxious was she to please that when Gavin rang she fired herself at the bedroom, but bells were novelties to her as well as to Margaret, and she cried, excitedly, "What is tea?" thinking the house must be on fire. "There's a curran folk at the back door," Jean announced later, "and their respects to you, and would you gie them some water out o' the well? It has been a drouth this 8 days, and the pumps is locked." "Na," she said, as Gavin made a too liberal offer, "that would tomb the well, and there's jimply enough for ourselves. I should tell you, too, that 3 o' them is no old lichts." "Let that make no difference," Gavin said grandly, but Jean changed his message to, "A bowlful apiece to old lichts, all other denominations 1 cupful." Said Snecky Hobart, letting down the bucket, "and we'll include atheists among other denominations." The conversation came to Gavin and Margaret through the kitchen doorway. "Dinner class Joe Cruikshankswe," said Sam L. Langlands the Upina, "na," said Cruikshanks the atheist, "I'm our independent to be religious. I dinna gang to the kirk to cry, 'Oh, Lord, Guy, Guy, Guy.'" "Take tent o' yoursel, my man," said Lang Tarmers sternly, "or you'll soon be whore you would nie for the wald for a cup o' that cold water. Maybe you've our keen an interest in the devil," Tarmers retorted the atheist, "but, one way, if it's heaven for climate, it's hell for company." "Lads," said Snecky, sitting down on the bucket, "we'll send Mr. Dishart to Joe. He'll make another Rob Dow o' him." "Speak mair reverently o' your minister," said the precentor. "He has the gift." 25 I hinna naturally your solemn rasping word, Tarmers, but in the heart I speak in all reverence. Lads, the minister has a word. I tell you he prays near like one giving orders. At first, Snecky continued, I thocht yon lang candidate was the earnestest o' them a', and I dinna deny but when I saw him wi' his head bowed like in prayer during the singing I says to Missel, thou art the man. But Betsy rixt up her head, and he wasna praying. He was combing his hair wi' his fingers on the sly. You ken fine, Sneck said Cruikshanks, that you said, thou art the man to ilka ane o' them, and just voted for Mr. Dishart because he preached hinmost. I didna say it to Mr. Urquhart, the ane that preached second, Sneck said. That was the lad that gaed through said Susie Tibbets, nicknamed by Haggart the timidest woman because she once said she was too young to marry, but I was fell sorry for him, just being over anxious. He began bonny, flinging himself, like ane inspired, at the pulpit door, but after Hendry Munn pointed at it and cried out, be cautious, the snakes loose here gaed to bits. What a coolness Hendry has, though I suppose it was his duty, him being kirk officer. We didna want a man Lang Thomas said, that could be put out by sic a sma thing as that. Mr. Urquhart was in sic a ravel after it that when he gies out the first line o' the 119th Psalm for singing, says he, and so on to the end. That finished his chants. The noblest o' them to look at, said Tibby Burse, was that ane frae Aberdeen, him that had sic a saft side to Jacob. Said Snecky, and I spared at Dr. McQueen if I should vote for him. Looks like a genius, does 26 he, says the doctor. Weel, then says he, dinna vote for him, for my experience is that there's no folk sic idiots as them that looks like geniuses. Sal Susie said, it's a good thing we've settled, for I enjoyed sitting like a judge upon them so muckle that I sae doubt it was a kind o' sport to me. It was no sport to them, Susie, I.se. uphold, but it is a blessing we've settled, and undoubtedly we've got the pick o' them. The only thing Mr. Dishart did that made me wonny assy was his saying the word Caesar as if it began wi' AK. He'll startle you mair afore you're done wi' him, the atheist said maliciously. I ken the ways o' they ministers preaching for kirks. Oh, they're cunning. You was pleased that Mr. Dishart spoke about looms and webs, but, lathis, it was a trick. Ilka ane o' they young ministers has a sermon about looms for weaving congregations, and a second about beating swords into ploughshares for country places, and another on the great catch of fishes for fishing villages. That's their stock in trade, and just you wait and see if you dinna get the ploughshares and the fishes afore the month's out. A minister preaching for a kirk is one thing, but a minister placed in tea may be a very different berry. Joseph Cruikshanks, cried the precentor, passionately, none o' your d blasphemy. They all looked at Hammond, and he dug his teeth into his lips in shame. What's swearing now? Said the atheist. But Hammond was quick. Matthew 12:31, he said. Dagant, Thomas, exclaimed the baffled Cruikshanks, you're quoting scripture. How do you know? Quote Fergus O'Connor. Lads, said Snecky, Joe hasna heard Mr. Dishart's sermons. We get it scalding when he comes to the 27 sermon. I canna thole a minister that preaches as if heaven was round the corner. If you're hitting at our minister, Snecky, said James Cochrane, let me tell you he's a better man than yours. A better curler, I dare say. A better prayer. He can pray for a black frost as if it was ane o' the royal family. I ken his prayers, O Lord, let it hoard for an either day, and keep the snore awa'. Will you pretend, James, that Mr. Duthie could make onything o' Rob Dow? I admit that Rob's awakening was an extraordinary thing, and sufficient to gie Mr. Dishart a name. But Mr. Carfrae was baffled wi' Rob too. James, if you had been in our kirk that day Mr. Dishart preached 40, you would be wearying the now for Sabbath, to be back in tea again. As you ken, that wicked man there, Joe Cruikshanks, got Rob Dow, druckin', cursing, poaching Rob Dow, to come to the kirk to annoy the minister. He hadna been at that work for 10 minutes when Mr. Dishart stopped in his first prayer and gae Rob a look. I couldna see the look, being in the precentor's box, but as sure as death I felt it boring through me. Rob is hard wood, though, and soon he was at his tricks again. Weel, the minister stopped a second time in the sermon, and so awful was the silence that a heap o' the congregation couldna keep their seats. I heard Rob breathing quick and strong. Mr. Dishart had his arm pointed at him this time, and at last he says sternly, "Come forward. Listen, Joseph Cruikshanks, and tremble." Rob gripped the board to keep himself frae obeying, and again Mr. Dishart says, "Come forward," and sign Rob rose shaking, and tottered to the pulpit stair like a man suddenly shot into the day of judgment. "You hulking man of sin," cries Mr. Dishart, not a tick flied, "the Rob's as 28 big as 3 o' him, sit down on the stair and attend to me, or I'll step down frae the pulpit and run you out of the house of God." And since that day, said Hobart, Rob has worshipped Mr. Dishart as a man that has stepped out o' the Bible. When the carriage passed this day we was discussing the minister, and Sam L. Dickey wasna sure but what Mr. Dishart wore his hat rather far back on his head. You should have seen Rob. "My certie," he roars, "there's the shine frae heaven on that little minister's face, and them as says there's no husme to fecht." "We'll," said the UP, rising, "we'll see how Rob wears, and how your minister wears too. I wouldna like to sit in a kirk whore they doona sing a paraphrase." "The Psalms of David," retorted Hammond, "mount straight to heaven, but your paraphrases sticks to the ceiling o' the kirk." "You're a bigoted set, Thomas Hammond, but I tell you this, and it's my last words to you the nicht, the day'll come when you'll ha' Mr. Duthie, and even the UP minister, preaching in the Old Licht Kirk." "And let this be my last words to you," replied the precentor, furiously, "that rather than see a UP preaching in the Old Licht Kirk I would burn in hellfire forever." This gossip increased Gavin's knowledge of the grim men with whom he had now to deal. But as he sat beside Margaret after she had gone to bed, their talk was pleasant. "You remember, Mother," Gavin said, "how I almost prayed for the manse that was to give you an egg every morning. I have been telling Jean never to forget the egg." "Ah, Gavin, things have come about so much as we 29 wanted that I'm a kind o' troubled. It's hardly natural, and I hope nothing terrible is to happen now. Gavin arranged her pillows as she liked them, and when he next stole into the room in his stocking soles to look at her, he thought she was asleep. But she was not. I dare say she saw at that moment Gavin in his first frock, and Gavin in knickerbockers, and Gavin as he used to walk into the Glasgow room from college, all still as real to her as the Gavin who had a kirk. The little minister took away the lamp to his own room, shaking his fist at himself for allowing his mother's door to creak. He pulled up his blind. The town lay as still as salt. But a steady light showed in the south, and on pressing his face against the window he saw another in the west. Mr. Carfray's words about the night watch came back to him. Perhaps it had been on such a silent night as this that the soldiers marched into Thrums. Would they come again? 30 Chapter 4. First coming of the Egyptian woman. A learned man says in a book, otherwise beautiful with truth, that villages are family groups. To him Thrums would only be a village, though town is the word we have ever used, and this is not true of it. Doubtless we have interests in common, from which a place so near, but the road is heavy, as Tilly Adram is shut out, and we have an individuality of our own too, as if, like our red houses, we came from a quarry that supplies no other place. But we are not one family. In the old days, those of us who were of the tenements seldom wandered to the Croft Head, and if we did go there we saw men to whom we could not always give a name. To flit from the Tannage Brae to Haggart's Road was to change one's friends. A Kirkwind weaver might kill his swine and Tililas not know of it until boys ran westward hitting each other with the bladders. Only the voice of the dulseman could be heard all over Thrums at once. Thus even in a small place but a few outstanding persons are known to everybody. In 8 days Gavin's figure was more familiar in Thrums than many that had grown bent in it. He had already been twice to the cemetery, for a minister only reaches his new charge in time to attend a funeral. Though short of stature he cast a great shadow. He was so full of his duties, Jean said, that though he pulled to the door as he left the manse, he had passed the currant bushes before it snecked. He darted through courts, and invented ways into awkward houses. If 31 you did not look up quickly he was round the corner. His visiting exhausted him only less than his zeal in the pulpit, from which, according to report, he staggered damp with perspiration to the vestry, where Hendry Munn wrung him like a wet cloth. A deaf lady, celebrated for giving out her washing, compelled him to hold her trumpet until she had peered into all his crannies, with the shorter catechism for a lantern. Janet Dundas told him, in answer to his knock, that she could not abide him, but she changed her mind when he said her garden was quite a show. The wives who expected a visit scrubbed their floors for him, cleaned out their presses for him, put diamond socks on their bairns for him, rubbed their hearthstones blue for him, and even tidied up the garret for him, and triumphed over the neighbors whose houses he passed by. for Gavin blundered occasionally by inadvertence, as when he gave dear old Betty Davy occasion to say bitterly, "Oh you can sail by my door and gang to eases, but I'm thinking you would stop at mine too if I had a brass handle on tea." So passed the first 4 weeks, and then came the fateful night of the 17th of October, and with it the strange woman. Family worship at the manse was over and Gavin was talking to his mother, who never crossed the threshold save to go to church, though her activity at home was among the marvels Jean sometimes slipped down to the tenements to announce, when weary world the policeman came to the door with Rob Dow's compliments, "And if you're no wi' me by 10 o'clock I'm to break out again." Gavin knew what this meant, and at once set off for Rob's. "You'll let me gang a bit wi' you," the policeman entreated, "for till Rob sent me on this errand not a soul has spoken to me the day, mony a ane ha' I spoken to, but not a man, woman, nor bairn would fling me a word." 32 I often meant to ask you, Gavin said as they went along the tenements, which smelled at that hour of roasted potatoes, why you are so unpopular. "It's because I'm police. I'm the first ane that has ever been in Thrums, and the very folk that appointed me at a crown a week looks upon me as a disgraced man for accepting. It's gospel that my ain wife is short wi' me when I've on my uniform, though weel she kens that I would rather ha' stuck to the loom if I hadna haen sic a queerit leg. Nobody feels the shame o' my position as I do missel, but this is a town without pity. It should be a consolation to you that you are discharging useful duties. But I'm doing harm. There's Charles Dixon says that the very sicht o' my uniform rouses his dander so muckle that it makes him break windows, though a peaceably disposed man till I was appointed. And what's the use o' their haing a policeman when they winna come to the lock-up after I lay hands on them? Do they say they won't come? Say. Catch them saying onything. They just gie me a warp into the gutters. If they would speak I wouldna complain, for I'm naturally the sociablest man in Thrums. Rob, however, had spoken to you. Because he had need o' me. That was Rob's way, converted or no converted. When he was blind drunk he would order me to see him safe harm, but would he crack wi' me? Nah. Weary world, who was so called because of his forlorn way of muttering, "It's a weary wold," and nobody bides in tea as he went his melancholy rounds, sighed like one about to cry, and Gavin changed the subject. "Is the watch for the soldiers still kept up?" he asked. "It is, but the watchers winna let me in aside them 33. I'll let you see that for yoursel at the head o' the Roods, for they watch there in the old windmill." Most of the Thrums lights were already out, and that in the windmill disappeared as footsteps were heard. "You're desperate characters," the policeman cried, but got no answer. He changed his tactics. "A fine nicht for the time o' year," he cried. No answer. "But I wouldna wonder," he shouted, "though we had rain afore morning." No answer. "Surely you could gie me a word frae ahint the door." "You're doing an unlawful thing, but I dinna ken what you are." "You'll swear to that?" someone asked gruffly. I swear to it, Peter. Weary World tried another 6 remarks in vain. He said to the minister, that's what it is to be an unpopular man. And now I'll ha' to turn back, for the very aints that winna let me join them would be the first to complain if I gaed out o' bounds. Gavin found Dow at New Zealand, a hamlet of mud houses, whose tenants could be seen on any Sabbath morning washing themselves in the burn that trickled hard by. Rob's son, Micah, was asleep at the door, but he brightened when he saw who was shaking him. My father put me out, he explained, because he's daft for the drink, and was flied he would curse me. He hasna cursed me, Micah added, proudly, for an 8 days come Sabbath. Hearken to him at his loom. He doona take his feet off the treadles for fear o' running strout to the drink. Gavin went in. The loom, and 2 stools, the one 4-footed and the other a buffet, were Rob's most conspicuous furniture. A shaving strap hung on the wall. The fire was out, but the trunk of a tree, charred at one end, showed how he heated his house. He made a fire of peat, and on it placed one end of a tree trunk 34 that might be 6 feet long. As the tree burned away it was pushed further into the fireplace, and a roaring fire could always be got by kicking pieces of the smouldering wood and blowing them into flame with the bellows. When Rob saw the minister he groaned relief and left his loom. He had been weaving, his teeth clenched, his eyes on fire, for 7 hours. I wasna flied, little Micah said to the neighbours afterwards, to gang in with the minister. He's a fine man that. He didna see my father names. Nah, he said, you're a brave fellow, Rob, and he took my father's hand, he did. My father was shaking after his fecht with the drink, and, says he, Mr. Dishart, he says, if you'll let me break out nows and nans, I could bide strout at ween times, but I canna keep sober if I hinna a drink to look forward to. My father pricked sair to get 1 food day in the month, and he said, sign if I die sudden, there's 30 chances to 1 that I gang to heaven, so it's worth risking. But Mr. Dishart wouldna hear it, and he cries, no, by God, he cries, we'll wrestle with the devil till we throttle him and down him, and my father gaed on their knees. The minister prayed a lang time till my father said his hunger for the drink was gone, but, he says, it swells up in me o' a sudden and it may be back afore your harm. Then come to me at once, says Mr. Dishart, but my father says, nah, for it would haul me into the public house as if it had me at the end o' a rope, but I'll send the laddie. You saw my father crying the minister back. It was to gie him £2 and, says my father, God helping me, he says, I'll droon missel in the dam rather than let the drink master me, but in case it should get hold o' me and I should die drunk, it would be a mighty gratification to me to ken that you had the siller to bury me respectable without ony help frae the poor's rates. The minister wasna for taking it at first, 35, but he took it when he saw how earnest my father was. He's a noble man. After he gaed awa, my father made me learn the names o' the apostles frae Luke 6th, and he says to me, miss out Bartholomew, he says, for he did little, and put Gavin Dishart in his place. Feeling as old as he sometimes tried to look, Gavin turned homeward. Margaret was already listening for him. You may be sure she knew his step. I think our steps vary as much as the human face. My bookshelves were made by a blind man who could identify by their steps nearly all who passed his window. Yet he has admitted to me that he could not tell wherein my steps differed from others, and this I believe, though rejecting his boast that he could distinguish a minister's step from a doctor's, and even tell to which denomination the minister belonged. I have sometimes asked myself what would have been Gavin's future had he gone straight home that night from Dow's. He would doubtless have seen the Egyptian before morning broke, but she would not have come upon him like a witch. There are, I dare say, many lovers who would never have been drawn to each other had they met for the first time, as, say, they met the second time. But such dreaming is to no purpose. Gavin met Sanders Webster, the mole catcher, and was persuaded by him to go home by Cadham Wood. Gavin took the path to Cadham, because Sanders told him the wild lynxes were there, a gypsy family that threatened the farmers by day and danced devilishly, it was said, at night. The little minister knew them by repute as a race of giants, and that not many persons would have cared to face them alone at midnight, but he was feeling as one wound up to heavy duties, and meant to admonish them severely. Sanders, an old man who lived with his sister Nanny on the edge of the wood, went with him, and for a 36th time both were silent. But Sanders had something to say. Was you ever at the Spital, Mr. Dishart? He asked. Lord Rintoul's house at the top of Glen Clarity. No. Ha, you ever looked on a lord? No, or on an old lord's young ladyship? I have. What is she? You surely ken that Rintoul's old, and is to be married on a young ladyship. She's no a ladyship yet, but they are to be married soon, so I may say I've seen a ladyship. An impressive sight. It was yestreen. Is there a great difference in their ages? As muckle as atween old Peter Spence and his wife. What was 16 when he was 60, and she was playing at dumps in the street when her man was waiting for her to make his porridge. Sic a differ dosna suit we common folk, but of course earls can please themselves. Rintoul's so fond o' the ladyship that is to be, that when she was at the school in Edenbury he wrote to her ilka day. Catherine Crummy telled me that, and she says ain't you're used to it, writing letters is as easy as skinning moles. I dinna ken what they can write sic a heap about, but I do say he gives her his views on the Chartist agitation and the potato disease, and she'll write back about the romantic sects o' Edenbury and the sermons o' the grand preachers she hears. Sal, though, they grand folk has no religion to speak o', for they're a English kirk. You're no spurring what her ladyship said to me. What did she say? Weel, you see, there was a dancing ball on, and Catherine Crummy took me to a window where I could stand on a flower pot and watch the criters whirling round in the ball like teetotums. What's mair, She 37 pointed out the leadership that's to be to me, and I just glowered at her, for thinks I, take your fill, Sanders, and whore there's lords and leaderships, dinna waste a minute on colonels and honourable misses and sick like dirt. But what we my in blinking at the blaze o' candles, I lost sight o' her till all at aince somebody says at my lug, well, my man, and who is the prettiest lady in the room? Mr. Dishart, it was her ladyship. She looked like a star. And what did you do? The first thing I did was to fall aff the flower pot, but syne I came to, and says I, wi' a polite smirk, I'm thinking your ladyship, says I, as you're the bonniest yourself. I see you are a cute man, Sanders. But that's no. She lauched in a pleased way and tapped me wi' her fan, and says she, why do you think me the prettiest? I dinna deny but what that staggered me, but I thoked a minute, and took a look at the other dancers again, and syne I says, mitty sly like, the other leddies I says, her's 6 my feet. Sanders stopped here and looked doubtingly at Gavin. I canna make up my mind, he said, whether she liked that, for she rapped my knuckles wi' her fan fell sair, and aff she gaed. I consulted Thomas Haggart about it, and he says, the flirty critter, he says. What would you say, Mr. Dishart? Gavin managed to escape without giving an answer, for here their roads separated. He did not find the wild lynxes, however. Children of whim, of prodigious strength while in the open, but destined to wither quickly in the hot air of towns, they had gone from Cadham, leaving nothing of themselves behind but a black mark burned by their fires into the ground. Thus they branded the earth through many counties until some hour when the spirit of wandering again fell 38 on them, and they forsook their hearths with as little compunction as the bird leaves its nest. Gavin had walked quickly, and he now stood silently in the wood, his hat in his hand. In the moonlight the grass seemed tipped with hoar frost. Most of the beeches were already bare, but the shoots, clustering round them, like children at their mothers' skirts, still retained their leaves red and brown. Among the pines these leaves were as incongruous as a wedding dress at a funeral. Gavin was standing on grass, but there were patches of heather within sight, and broom, and the leaf of the blaeberry. Where the beeches had drawn up the earth with them as they grew, their roots ran this way and that, slippery to the feet and looking like disinterred bones. A squirrel appeared suddenly on the charred ground, looked doubtfully at Gavin to see if he was growing there, and then glided up a tree, where it sat eyeing him, and forgetting to conceal its shadow. Cadham was very still. At long intervals came from far away the whack of an axe on wood. Gavin was in a world by himself, and this might be someone breaking into it. The mystery of woods by moonlight thrilled the little minister. His eyes rested on the shining roots, and he remembered what had been told him of the legend of Cadham, how once on a time it was a mighty wood, and a maiden most beautiful stood on its confines, panting and afraid, for a wicked man pursued her, how he drew near, and she ran a little way into the wood, and he followed her, and she still ran, and still he followed, until both were forever lost, and the bones of her pursuer lie beneath the beach, but the lady may still be heard singing in the woods if the night be fine, for then she is a glad spirit, but weeping when there is wild wind, for then she is but a mortal seeking a way out of the wood. In Cadham Wood. The squirrel slid down the fir and was gone. The 39 axes blows ceased. Nothing that moved was in sight. The wind that has its nest in trees was circling around with many voices, that never rose above a whisper, and were often but the echo of a sigh. Gavin was in the Cadham of past days, where the beautiful maiden wanders ever, waiting for him who is so pure that he may find her. He will wander over the treetops looking for her, with the moon for his lamp, and some night he will hear her singing. The little minister drew a deep breath, and his foot snapped a brittle twig. Then he remembered who and where he was, and stooped to pick up his staff. But he did not pick it up, for as his fingers were closing on it the lady began to sing. For perhaps a minute Gavin stood stock still, like an intruder. Then he ran towards the singing, which seemed to come from Windiher, a straight road through Cadham that farmers use in summer, but leave in the back end of the year to leaves and pools. In Windiher there is either no wind or so much that it rushes down the sieve like an army, entering with a shriek of terror, and escaping with a derisive howl. The moon was crossing the avenue. But Gavin only saw the singer. She was still 50 yards away, sometimes singing gleefully, and again letting her body sway lightly as she came dancing up Windiher. Soon she was within a few feet of the little minister, to whom singing, except when out of tune, was a suspicious thing, and dancing a device of the devil. His arm went out wrathfully, and his intention was to pronounce sentence on this woman. But she passed, unconscious of his presence, and he had not moved nor spoken. Though really of the average height, she was a little thing to the eyes of Gavin, who always felt tall and stout except when he looked down. The grace of her swaying figure was a new 40 thing in the world to him. Only while she passed did he see her as a gleam of colour, a gypsy elf poorly clad, her bare feet flashing beneath a short green skirt, a twig of rowan berries stuck carelessly into her black hair. Her face was pale. She had an angel's loveliness. Gavin shook. Still she danced onwards, but she was very human, for when she came to muddy water she let her feet linger in it, and flung up her arms, dancing more wantonly than before. A diamond on her finger shot a thread of fire over the pool. Undoubtedly she was the devil. Gavin leaped into the avenue, and she heard him and looked behind. He tried to cry woman, sternly, but lost the word, for now she saw him, and laughed with her shoulders, and beckoned to him, so that he shook his fist at her. She tripped on, but often turning her head beckoned and mocked him, and he forgot his dignity and his pulpit and all other things, and ran after her. Up Windiher did he pursue her, and it was well that the precentor was not there to see. She reached the mouth of the avenue, and kissing her hand to Gavin, so that the ring gleamed again, was gone. The minister's one thought was to find her, but he searched in vain. She might be crossing the hill on her way to Thrums, or perhaps she was still laughing at him from behind a tree. After a longer time than he was aware of, Gavin realized that his boots were chirping and his trousers streaked with mud. Then he abandoned the search and hastened homewards in a rage. In Windiher. From the hill to the manse the nearest way is down 2 fields, and the little minister descended them rapidly. Thrums, which is red in daylight, was grey and still as the cemetery. He had glimpses of several of its deserted streets. To the south the watchlight showed brightly, but no other was visible. So it seemed to Gavin, and then, suddenly, he lost the power to 41 move. He had heard the horn. Thrice it sounded, and thrice it struck him to the heart. He looked again and saw a shadow stealing along the tenements, then another, then half a dozen. He remembered Mr. Carfray's words, "If you ever hear that horn, I implore you to hasten to the square," and in another minute he had reached the tenements. Now again he saw the gypsy. She ran past him, half a score of men, armed with staves and pikes, at her heels. At first he thought they were chasing her, but they were following her as a leader. Her eyes sparkled as she waved them to the square with her arms. "The soldiers, was the universal cry. "Who is that woman?" demanded Gavin, catching hold of a frightened old man. "Curse the Egyptian limmer," the man answered, "she's egging my laddie on to fecht." "Bless her rather," the son cried, "for warning us that the soldiers is coming." "Put your ear to the ground, Mr. Dishart, and you'll hear the dirl o' their feet." The young man rushed away to the square, flinging his father from him. Gavin followed. As he turned into the school wynd, the town drum began to beat, windows were thrown open, and sullen men ran out of closes where women were screaming and trying to hold them back. At the foot of the wynd Gavin passed Sanders Webster. "Mr. Dishart," the mole catcher cried, "ha' you seen that Egyptian? May I be struck dead if it's no her little ladyship." But Gavin did not hear him. 42 Chapter 5. A warlike chapter, culminating in the flouting of the minister by the woman. Mr. Dishart. Jean had clutched at Gavin in Bank Street. Her hair was streaming, and her wrapper but half buttoned. "Oh, Mr. Dishart, look at the mistress. I couldna keep her in the manse." Gavin saw his mother beside him, bareheaded, trembling. "How could I sit still, Gavin, and the town full o' the skulls of women and bairns? Oh, Gavin, what can I do for them? They will suffer most this night." As Gavin took her hand he knew that Margaret felt for the people more than he. "But you must go home, mother," he said, "and leave me to do my duty. I will take you myself if you will not go with Jean." "Be careful of her, Jean." Will I?" Jean answered, then burst into tears. "Mr. Dishart," she cried, "if they take my father they'd best take my mither too." The two women went back to the manse, where Jean relit the fire, having nothing else to do, and boiled the kettle, while Margaret wandered in anguish from room to room. The warning. Men nearly naked ran past Gavin, seeking to escape from Thrums by the fields he had descended. When he shouted to them they only ran faster. A Tilliless weaver whom he tried to stop struck him savagely and sped past to the square. In Bank Street, which was full 43 of people at one moment and empty the next, the minister stumbled over old Charles Ewell. "Take me and welcome," Ewell cried, mistaking Gavin for the enemy. He had only one arm through the sleeve of his jacket, and his feet were bare. "I am Mr. Dishart." "Are the soldiers already in the square, Ewell?" "They'll be there in a minute." The man was so weak that Gavin had to hold him. "Be a man, Charles. You have nothing to fear. It is not such as you the soldiers have come for. If need be, I can swear that you had not the strength, even if you had the will, to join in the weavers' riot." "For God's sake, Mr. Dishart," Ewell cried, his hands chattering on Gavin's coat, "dinna swear that. My laddie was in the thick o' the riot, and if he's ta'en there's the poor's house gaping for Kitty and me, for I couldna weave half a web a week. If there's a warrant agin onybody o' the name of Ewell, swear it's me, swear I'm a desperate character, swear I'm mitty strong for all I look palsied, and if when they take me, my courage breaks down, swear the mayor, swear I confessed my guilt to you on the book." As Ewell spoke the quick rub-a-dub of a drum was heard. The soldiers. Gavin let go his hold of the old man, who hastened away to give himself up. "That's no the soldiers," said a woman, "it's the folk gathering in the square. This'll be a watery Sabbath in Thrums." "Rob Dow," shouted Gavin, as Dow flung past with a scythe in his hand, "lay down that scythe." "To hell wi' religion," Rob retorted, fiercely, "it spoils a thing. Lay down that scythe, I command you." Rob stopped undecidedly, then cast the scythe from 44 him, but its rattle on the stones was more than he could bear. "I winna," he cried, and, picking it up, ran to the square. An upper window in Bank Street opened, and Dr. McQueen put out his head. He was smoking as usual. "Mr. Dishart," he said, "you will return home at once if you are a wise man, or, better still, come in here. You can do nothing with these people tonight. I can stop their fighting. You will only make black blood between them and you." "Dinna heed him, Mr. Dishart," cried some women. "You had better heed him," cried a man. "I will not desert my people," Gavin said. "Listen, then, to my prescription," the doctor replied. "Drive that gypsy lassie out of the town before the soldiers reach it. She is firing the men to a red heat through sheer devilry. She broke the news, or we would have been nipped in our beds," some people cried. "Does anyone know who she is?" Gavin demanded, but all shook their heads. The Egyptian, as they called her, had never been seen in these parts before. "Has any other person seen the soldiers?" he asked. "Perhaps this is a false alarm. Several have seen them within the last few minutes," the doctor answered. "They came from Tilly Adram, and were advancing on us from the south, but when they heard that we had got the alarm they stopped at the top of the brae, near Teenowhead's farm. Man, you would take these things more coolly if you smoked. Show me this woman, Gavin said sternly to those who had been listening. Then a stream of people carried him into the square. The square has altered little, even in these days of enterprise, when Tillilus has become Newton Bank, 45 and the Croft Head Croft Terrace, with enamelled labels on them for the guidance of slow people, who forget their address and have to run to the end of the street and look up every time they write a letter. The stones on which the butterwives sat have disappeared, and with them the clay walls and the outside stairs. Gone, too, is the stair of the townhouse, from the top of which the drummer roared the gossip of the week on Sabbaths to country folk, to the scandal of all who knew that the proper thing on that day is to keep your blinds down, but the townhouse itself, round and red, still makes exit to the south troublesome. Wherever streets meet the square there is a house in the centre of them, and thus the heart of Thrums is a box, in which the stranger finds himself suddenly, wondering at first how he is to get out, and presently how he got in. To Gavin, who never before had seen a score of people in the square at once, here was a sight strange and terrible. Andrew Struthus, an old soldier, stood on the outside stair of the townhouse, shouting words of command to some 50 weavers, many of them scantily clad, but all armed with pikes and poles. Most were known to the little minister, but they wore faces that were new to him. Newcomers joined the body every moment. If the drill was clumsy, the men were fierce. Hundreds of people gathered around, some screaming, some shaking their fists at the old soldier, many trying to pluck their relatives out of danger. Gavin could not see the Egyptian. Women and old men, fighting for the possession of his ear, implored him to disperse the armed band. He ran up the townhouse stair, and in a moment it had become a pulpit. "Dinna dare to interfere, Mr. Dishart," Struthus said savagely. "Andrew Struthus," said Gavin solemnly, "in the name of God I order you to leave me alone. If you don't," he added ferociously, "I'll fling you over the stair." 46 Dinna heed him, Andrew, someone shouted, and another cried, "He canna understand our sufferings, he has dinna ilka day." Struthus faltered, however, and Gavin cast his eye over the armed men. "Rob Dow," he said, "William Carmichael, Thomas Hammond, William Munn, Alexander Hobart, Henders Haggart, step forward." These were old licts, and when they found that the minister would not take his eyes off them, they obeyed, all save Rob Dow. "Never mind him," Rob said the atheist, "Cruickshanks, it's better playing cards in hell than singing psalms in heaven." "Joseph Cruickshanks," responded Gavin grimly, "you will find no cards down there." Then Rob also came to the foot of the stair. There was some angry muttering from the crowd, and young Charles Ewell exclaimed, "Curse you, would you lord it o'er us on weekdays as well as on Sabbaths?" "Lay down your weapons," Gavin said to the 6 men. They looked at each other. Hobart slipped his pike behind his back. "I ha' no weapon," he said slyly. "Let me ha' my fling this nicht," Dow entreated, and I'll promise to bide sober for a 12-month. Oh, Rob, Rob, the minister said bitterly, are you the man I prayed with a few hours ago? The scythe fell from Rob's hands. Down with your pikes, he roared to his companions, or I'll brain you with them. Lay them down, the precentor whispered, but keep your feet on them. Then the minister, who was shaking with excitement, though he did not know it, stretched forth his arms for silence, and it came so suddenly as to frighten the people in the neighboring streets. 47 If he prays we're done for, cried young Charles Ewell, but even in that hour many of the people were unbonneted. O, thou who art the Lord of hosts, Gavin prayed, we are in thy hands this night. These are thy people, and they have sinned, but thou art a merciful God, and they were sore tried, and knew not what they did. To thee, our God, we turn for deliverance, for without thee we are lost. The little minister's prayer was heard all round the square, and many weapons were dropped as an amen to it. If you fight, cried Gavin, brightening as he heard the clatter of the iron on the stones, your wives and children may be shot in the streets. These soldiers have come for a dozen of you, will you be benefited if they take away 100? Oh, hearken to him, cried many women. I winna, answered a man, for I may know the dozen. Who's the Egyptian? Here. Gavin saw the crowd open, and the woman of Windeher come out of it, and, while he should have denounced her, he only blinked, for once more her loveliness struck him full in the eyes. She was beside him on the stair before he became a minister again. How dare you, woman, he cried, but she flung a rowan berry at him. If I were a man, she exclaimed, addressing the people, I wouldna let myself be catched like a mouse in a trap. We winna, some answered. What kind o' women are you, cried the Egyptian, her face gleaming as she turned to her own sex, that bid your men folk gang to gaol when a bold front would lead them to safety. Do you want to be husbandless and harmless? 48 Disperse, I command you, cried Gavin. This abandoned woman is inciting you to riot. Dinna heed this little man, the Egyptian retorted. It is curious to know that even at that anxious moment Gavin winced because she called him little. She has the face of a mischief maker, he shouted, and her words are evil. You men and women o' Thrums, she responded, ken that I wish you weel by the service I ha' done you this nicht. What telled you the soldiers was coming? It was you, it was you. And mony a mile I ran to bring the news. Listen, and I'll tell you more. She has a false tongue, Gavin cried, listen not to the brazen woman. What I have to tell, she said, is as true as what I've telled already, and how true that is you a ken. You're wondering how the soldiers has come to a stop at the tap o' the Barrie instead o' marching on the town. Here's the reason. They agreed to march strout to the square if the alarm wasna given, but if it was they were to break into small bodies and surround the town so that you couldna get out. That's what they're doing now. At this the screams were redoubled, and many men lifted the weapons they had dropped. Believe her not, cried Gavin. How could a wandering gypsy know all this? how can you ken? Some demanded. It's enough that I do ken, the Egyptian answered. And this mair I ken, that the captain of the soldiers is confident he'll nab every one o' you that's wanted unless you do one thing. What is 't? The soldiers. If you run different ways you're lost, but if you keep thegither you'll be able to force a road into the 49 country, or you can scatter. That's what he's flied you'll do. Then it's what we will do. It is what you will not do, Gavin said passionately. The truth is not in this wicked woman. But scarcely had he spoken when he knew that startling news had reached the square. A murmur arose on the skirts of the mob, and swept with the roar of the sea towards the townhouse. A detachment of the soldiers were marching down the roads from the north. There's some coming frae the east town end was the next intelligence, and they've gripped Sanders Webster, and old Charles Ewell has given himsel up. You see, the gypsy said, flashing triumph at Gavin. Lay down your weapons, Gavin cried, but his power over the people had gone. The Egyptians spoke true, they shouted, dinna heed the minister. Gavin tried to seize the gypsy by the shoulders, but she slipped past him down the stair, and crying follow me, ran round the townhouse and down the brae. Woman, he shouted after her, but she only waved her arms scornfully. The people followed her, many of the men still grasping their weapons, but all in disorder. Within a minute after Gavin saw the gleam of the ring on her finger, as she waved her hands, he and Dow were alone in the square. She's an awfu' woman, that Rob said. I saw her launching. Gavin ground his teeth. Rob Dow, he said, slowly, if I had not found Christ I would have throttled that woman. You saw how she flouted me. 50 Chapter 6, in which the soldiers meet the Amazons of Thrums. Dow looked shamefacedly at the minister, and then set off up the square. Where are you going, Rob? To guy myself up. I maun do something to let you see there's one man in Thrums that has mair faith in you than in a Flisk Mahoy. And only one, Rob. But I don't know that they want to arrest you. I had a hand in tying the policeman to the. I want to hear nothing about that, Gavin said, quickly. Will I hide, then? I dare not advise you to do that. It would be wrong. Half a score of fugitives tore past the townhouse, and were out of sight without a cry. There was a tread of heavier feet, and a dozen soldiers, with several policemen and 2 prisoners, appeared suddenly on the north side of the square. Rob, cried the minister in desperation, run! When the soldiers reached the townhouse, where they locked up their prisoners, Dow was skulking eastward, and Gavin running down the brae. They're effecting, he was told, they're effecting on the brae, the soldiers is firing, a man's killed. But this was an exaggeration. The brae, though short, is very steep. There is a hedge on one side of it, from which the land falls away, and on the other side a hillock. Gavin reached the 51 scene to see the soldiers marching down the brae, guarding a small body of policemen. The armed weavers were retreating before them. 100 women or more were on the hillock, shrieking and gesticulating. Gavin joined them, calling on them not to fling the stones they had begun to gather. The armed men broke into a rabble, flung down their weapons, and fled back towards the townhouse. Here they almost ran against the soldiers in the square, who again forced them into the brae. Finding themselves about to be wedged between the two forces, some crawled through the hedge, where they were instantly seized by policemen. Others sought to climb up the hillock and then escape into the country. The policemen clambered after them. The men were too frightened to fight, but a woman seized a policeman by the waist and flung him head foremost among the soldiers. One of these shouted fire, but the captain cried no. Then came showers of missiles from the women. They stood their ground and defended the retreat of the scared men. Who flung the first stone is not known, but it is believed to have been the Egyptian. The policemen were recalled, and the whole body ordered to advance down the brae. Thus the weavers who had not escaped at once were driven before them, and soon hemmed in between the two bodies of soldiers, when they were easily captured. But for 2 minutes there was a thick shower of stones and clods of earth. It was ever afterwards painful to Gavin to recall this scene, but less on account of the shower of stones than because of the flight of one divot in it. He had been watching the handsome young captain, Halliwell, riding with his men, admiring him, too, for his coolness. This coolness exasperated the gypsy, who twice flung at Halliwell and missed him. He rode on smiling contemptuously. 52 If I could only fling straight, the Egyptian moaned. Then she saw the minister by her side, and in the tick of a clock something happened that can never be explained. For the moment Gavin was so lost in misery over the probable effect of the night's rioting that he had forgotten where he was. Suddenly the Egyptian's beautiful face was close to his, and she pressed a divot into his hand, at the same time pointing at the officer, and whispering hit him. Gavin flung the clod of earth, and hit Halliwell on the head. I say I cannot explain this. I tell what happened, and add with thankfulness that only the Egyptian witnessed the deed. Gavin, I suppose, had flung the divot before he could stay his hand. Then he shrank in horror. Woman, he cried again. You are a dear, she said, and vanished. By the time Gavin was breathing freely again, the lock-up was crammed with prisoners, and the Riot Act had been read from the townhouse stair. It is still remembered that the Baron Bailey, to whom this duty fell, had got no further than Victoria, by the grace of God, when the paper was struck out of his hands. When a stirring event occurs up here we smack our lips over it for months, and so I could still write a history of that memorable night in Thrums. I could tell how the doctor, a man whose shoulders often looked as if they had been caught in a shower of tobacco ash, brought me the news to the schoolhouse, and now, when I crossed the fields to Dumfounder Wasterlunny with it, I found Bess, the post, reeling off the story to him as fast as a fisher could let out line. I know who was the first woman on the Marywell Brae to hear the horn, and how she woke her husband, and who heard it first at the Denhead and the tenements, with what they 53 immediately said and did. I had from Dietdeokar's own lips the curious story of his sleeping placidly throughout the whole disturbance, and on wakening in the morning yoking to his loom as usual, and also his statement that such ill luck was enough to shake a man's faith in religion. The police had knowledge that enabled them to go straight to the houses of the weavers wanted, but they sometimes brought away the wrong man, for such of the people as did not escape from the town had swooped houses for the night, a trick that served them better than all their drilling on the hill. Old Ewell's son escaped by burying himself in a peat rick, and Snecky Hobart by pretending that he was a sack of potatoes. Less fortunate was Sanders Webster, the mole-catcher already mentioned. Sanders was really an innocent man. He had not even been in Thrums on the night of the rising against the manufacturers, but thinking that the outbreak was to be left unpunished, he wanted his share in the glory of it. So he had boasted of being a ringleader until many believed him, including the authorities. His braggadocio undid him. He was run to earth in a pigsty, and got 9 months. With the other arrests I need not concern myself, for they have no part in the story of the little minister. While Gavin was with the families whose breadwinners were now in the lock-up, a cell that was usually crammed on fair nights and empty for the rest of the year, the sheriff and Halliwell were in the round room of the town house, not in a good temper. They spoke loudly, and some of their words sank into the cell below. "The whole thing has been a fiasco," the sheriff was heard saying, "owing to our failing to take them by surprise. Why, 3/4 of those taken will have to be liberated, and we have let the worst offenders slip through our hands." 54 Well, answered Halliwell, who was wearing a heavy cloak, "I have brought your policemen into the place, and that is all I undertook to do." "You brought them, but at the expense of alarming the countryside." "I wish we had come without you." "Nonsense. My men advanced like ghosts." "Could your police have come down that brae alone tonight?" "Yes, because it would have been deserted." "Your soldiers, I tell you, have done the mischief." "This woman, who, so many of our prisoners admit, brought the news of our coming, must either have got it from one of your men or have seen them on the march." "The men did not know their destination." "True, she might have seen us despite our precautions, but you forget that she told them how we were to act in the event of our being seen." "That is what perplexes me." "Yes, and me too, for it was a close secret between you and me and Lord Rintoul and not half a dozen others." "Well, find the woman, and we shall get the explanation. If she is still in the town she cannot escape, for my men are everywhere." "She was seen 10 minutes ago." "Then she is ours." "I say, Riach, if I were you I would set all my prisoners free and take away a cartload of their wives instead. I have only seen the backs of the men of Thrums, but, on my word, I very nearly ran away from the women. Hullo! I believe one of your police has caught our virago single-handed." So Halliwell exclaimed, hearing someone shout, "This is the rascal." But it was not the Egyptian who was then thrust into the round room. It was John Dowoody, looking very sly. Probably there was not, even in Thrums, a cannier man than Dudwoody. His religious views were those of Cruikshanks, but he went regularly to church on the off chance of there being a God after all, so I'm safe, whatever side may be wrong. 55 This is the man, explained a policeman, who brought the alarm. He admits himself having been in Tilliedrum just before we started. Your name, my man, the sheriff demanded. It might be John Dudwoody, the tinsmith answered cautiously. But is it? I dinna say it's no. You were in Tilliedrum this evening. I might ha' been. Were you? I'll swear to nothing. Why not? Because I'm a canny man. Into the cell with him, Halliwell cried, losing patience. Leave him to me, said the sheriff. I understand the sort of man. Now, Dudwoody, what were you doing in Tilliedrum? I was taking my laddie down to be prenticed to a writer there, answered Dudwoody, falling into the sheriff's net. What are you yourself? I might be a tinsmith to trade. And you, a mere tinsmith, dare to tell me that a lawyer was willing to take your son into his office? Be cautious, Dudwoody. Weel, then, the lad is highly educated and I hasilla, and that's how the writer was to take him and make a gentleman o' him. I learn from the neighbours, the policeman explained, that this is partly true, but what makes us suspect him is this. He left the laddie at Tilliedrum, and yet when he came home the first person he sees at the fireside is the laddie himself. The laddie had run home, and the reason plainly was that he had heard of our preparations and wanted to alarm the town. 56 There seems something in this, Dudwoody, the sheriff said, and if you cannot explain it I must keep you in custody. I'll make a clean breast of tea, Dudwoody replied, seeing that in this matter truth was best. The laddie was terrible against being made a gentleman, and when he saw the kind o' life he would ha' to lead, clean hands, clean dickies, and no gutters on his breeks, his heart took mair scunner at gentility than ever, and he ran harm. I was mad when I saw him at the fireside, but he says to me, how would you like to be a gentleman yoursel, father, he says, and that so affected me at I'm to guide him his ain way. Another prisoner, Dave Langlands, was confronted with Dudwoody. John Dudwoody's as innocent as I am, Missel, Dave said, and I'm most mitty innocent. It wasna John but the Egyptian that gave the alarm. I tell you what, Sheriff, if it'll make me innocent like I'll picture the Egyptian to you just as I saw her, and sign you'll be able to catch her easier. You are an honest fellow, said the sheriff. I only wish I had the whipping of him, growled Halliwell, who was of a generous nature. For what business had she, continued Dave righteously, to meddle in other folks' business? She's no a Thrums lassie, and so I say, let the law take its course on her. Will you listen to such a riach? Asked Halliwell. Certainly. Speak out, Langlands. Weel, then, I was in the windmill the nicht. You were a watcher. I happened to be in the windmill wi' another man, Dave went on, avoiding the officer's question. What was his name? Demanded Halliwell. 57 It was the Egyptian I was to tell you about, Dave said, looking to the sheriff. Ah, yes, you only tell tales about women, said Halliwell. Strange women, corrected Dave. We was there, and it would maybe be 12 o'clock, and we was speaking, but about lawful things, when we heard some ane running yont the road. I keeked through a hole in the door, and I saw it was an Egyptian lassie at I had never clapped in on afore. She saw the licht in the window, and she cried, "Hi, you billies in the windmill, the sojers is coming." I fell in a frit, but the other man opened the door, and again she cries, "The sojers is coming, quick, or you'll be ta'en." At that the other man up wi' his bonnet and ran, but I didna make off so smart. You had to pick yourself up first, suggested the officer. Sal, it was the lassie picked me up, and she picked up a horn at the same time. Blaw on that, she cried, and alarm the town. But, Sheriff, I didna duty. Nah, I had our muckle respect for the law. In other words, said Halliwell, you also bolted, and left the gypsy to blow the horn herself. I dinna deny but what I made my feet, my friend, but it wasna her that blew the horn. I ken that, for I looked back and saw her trying to duty, but she couldna, she didna ken the way. Then who did blow it? The first man she met, I suppose. We kent that the horn was to be the signal, except Wearywald. He's police, so we kept it frae him. That is all you saw of the woman. For I ran strout to my garret, and there your men took me. Can I gae harm now, Sheriff? No, you cannot. Describe the woman's appearance. 58 She had a heap o' rowan berries stuck in her hair, and, I think, she had on a green wrapper and a red shawl. She had a most extraordinary face. I canna exact describe it, for she would be lauch in 1 second and sign solemn the next. I tell you her face changed as quick as you could turn the pages o' a book. Here comes Wearywald to speak up for me. Wearywald entered cheerfully. This is the local policeman, a Tilliedrum officer said. We have been searching for him everywhere, and only found him now. Where have you been? Asked the sheriff, wrathfully. Who maist honest men is at this hour, replied Wearywald, in my bed. How dared you ignore your duty at such a time? It's a long story, the policeman answered, pleasantly, in anticipation of a talk at last. Answer me in a word. In a word, cried the policeman, quite crestfallen. It canna be done. You'll need to cross-examine me, too. It's my lawful writ. I'll take you to the Tilliedrum Gaol for your share in this night's work if you do not speak to the purpose. Why did you not hasten to our assistance? As sure as death I never kent you was here. I was up the roods on my rounds when I heard an awful din down in the square, and thinks I, there's rough characters about, and the place for honest folk is their bed. So to my bed I gaed, and I was in tea when your men gripped me. We must see into this before we leave. In the meantime you will act as a guide to my searchers. Stop. Do you know anything of this Egyptian? What Egyptian? Is tea a lassie wi' rowans in her hair? The Egyptian. The same. Have you seen her? 59 That I have. There's nothing agin her, is there? Whatever it is, I'll uphold she didna duty, for a simpler, franker spoken cried her couldna be. Never mind what I want her for. When did you see her? It would be about 12 o'clock, began Weary World unctuously, when I was in the Roods, no lang afore I heard the disturbance in the square. I was standing in the middle o' the road, wondering how the door o' the windmill was swinging open, when she came up to me. A fine nicht for the time o' year, I says to her, for nobody but the minister had spoken to me a day. A very fine nicht, says she, very frank, though she was breathing quick like as if she had been running. You'll be police, says she. I am, says I, and what be you? I'm just a pooey gypsy lassie, she says. And what's that in your hand? Says I. It's a horn I found in the wood, says she, but it's rusty and winna blaw. I laughed at her ignorance, and says I warrant I could blaw it. I dinna believe you, says she. Gie me hold o' tea, says I, and she gae it to me, and I blew some bonny blasts on tea. You see she didna ken the way o' tea. Thank you kindly, says she, and she ran away without even minding to take the horn back again. You incredible idiot, cried the sheriff. Then it was you who gave the alarm. What ha' I done to madden you? Honest Weary World asked in perplexity. Get out of my sight, sir, roared the sheriff. But the captain laughed. I like your doughty policeman, Riach, he said. Hi, obliging friend, let us hear how this gypsy struck you. How was she dressed? 60 She was snot, but no unca snot, replied Weary World, stiffly. I don't understand you. I mean she was couthy, but no sair in order. What on earth is that? Weel, a tasty stocky, but Giora put on. What language are you speaking, you enigma? I'm saying she was naturally a bonny bit kimmer rather than happit up to the nines. Oh, go away, cried Halliwell, whereupon Weary World descended the stair haughtily, declaring that the sheriff was an unreasonable man, and that he was a queer captain who did not understand the English language. Can I gae harm now, sheriff? Asked Langlands, hopefully. Take this fellow back to his cell, Riach directed shortly, and whatever else you do, see that you capture this woman. Halliwell, I am going out to look for her myself. Confound it, what are you laughing at? At the way this vixen has slipped through your fingers. Not quite that, sir, not quite that. She is in Thrums still, and I swear I'll have her before day breaks. See to it, Halliwell, that if she is brought here in my absence she does not slip through your fingers. If she is brought here, said Halliwell, mocking him, you must return and protect me. It would be cruelty to leave a poor soldier in the hands of a woman of Thrums. She is not a Thrums woman. You have been told so a dozen times. Then I am not afraid. In the round room, which is oblong, there is a throne on which the bailey sits when he dispenses justice. Its 61 is swathed in red cloths that give it the appearance of a pulpit. Left to himself, Halliwell flung off his cloak and taking a chair near this dais rested his legs on the bare wooden table, one on each side of the lamp. He was still in this position when the door opened, and 2 policemen thrust the Egyptian into the room. 62 Chapter 7 Has the folly of looking into a woman's eyes by way of text. This is the woman, Captain, one of the policemen said in triumph, and, begging your pardon, will you keep a grip of her till the sheriff comes back? Halliwell did not turn his head. You can leave her here, he said carelessly. 3 of us are not needed to guard a woman. But she's a slippery customer. You can go, said Halliwell, and the policemen withdrew slowly, eyeing their prisoner doubtfully until the door closed. Then the officer wheeled round languidly, expecting to find the Egyptian gaunt and muscular. Now then, he drawled, why, by Jove! The gallant soldier was as much taken aback as if he had turned to find a pistol at his ear. He took his feet off the table. Yet he only saw the gypsy's girlish figure in its red and green, for she had covered her face with her hands. She was looking at him intently between her fingers, but he did not know this. All he did want to know just then was what was behind the hands. Before he spoke again she had perhaps made up her mind about him, for she began to sob bitterly. At the same time she slipped a finger over her ring. "Why don't you look at me?" asked Halliwell, selfishly. "I dunna. 63 am I so fearsome? You're a soldier, and you would shoot me like a craw." Halliwell laughed, and taking her wrists in his hands, uncovered her face. "Oh, by Jove," he said again, but this time to himself. As for the Egyptian, she slid the ring into her pocket, and fell back before the officer's magnificence. "Oh," she cried, "is all soldiers like you?" There was such admiration in her eyes that it would have been self-contempt to doubt her. Yet having smiled complacently, Halliwell became uneasy. "Who on earth are you?" he asked, finding it wise not to look her in the face. "Why do you not answer me more quickly?" "Dinna be angry at that, Captain," the Egyptian implored. "I promised my mither I to count 20 afore I spoke, because she thought I was our glib. Captain, how is 't that you're so flied to look at me?" Thus put on his mettle, Halliwell again faced her, with the result that his question changed to "Where did you get those eyes?" Then was he indignant with himself. "What I want to know," he explained severely, "is how you were able to acquaint the Thrums people with our movements. That you must tell me at once, for the sheriff blames my soldiers. Come now, no counting 20. He was pacing the room now, and she had her face to herself. It said several things, among them that the officer evidently did not like this charge against his men. "Does the sheriff blame the soldiers?" exclaimed this quick-witted Egyptian. "Weel, that cows, for he has nane to blame but himsel." "What?" cried Halliwell, delighted. It was the 64 sheriff who told tales. Answer me. You are counting 100 this time. Perhaps the gypsy had 2 reasons for withholding her answer. If so, one of them was that as the sheriff had told nothing, she had a story to make up. The other was that she wanted to strike a bargain with the officer. If I tell you, she said eagerly, will you set me free? I may ask the sheriff to do so. But he mauna see me, the Egyptian said in distress. There's reasons, Captain. Why, surely you have not been before him on other occasions, said Halliwell, surprised. No, in the way you mean, muttered the gypsy, and for the moment her eyes twinkled. But the light in them went out when she remembered that the sheriff was near, and she looked desperately at the window as if ready to fling herself from it. She had very good reasons for not wishing to be seen by Riach, though fear that he would put her in gaol was not one of them. Halliwell thought it was the one cause of her woe, and great was his desire to turn the tables on the sheriff. Tell me the truth, he said, and I promise to befriend you. Well, then, the gypsy said, hoping still to soften his heart, and making up her story as she told it. Yestreen I met the Shura, and he told me I had held the Thrums folk this nisht. You can scarcely expect me to believe that. Where did you meet him? In Glen Clarity. He was riding on a horse. Well, I allow he was there yesterday, and on horseback. He was on his way back to Tilliedrum from Lord Rintoul's place. But don't tell me that he took a gypsy girl into his confidence. He did, without kenning. He was guying his 65 horse a drink when I met him, and he let me tell him his fortune. He said he would gaol me for an impostor if I didna tell him true, so I gaed about it cautiously, and after a minute or twa I told him he was coming to Thrums the nisht to nab the rioters. You are trifling with me, interposed the indignant soldier. You promised to tell me not what you said to the sheriff, but how he disclosed our movements to you. And that's just what I am telling you, only you hinna the remelgumption to see it. How do you think fortunes is telled? First we get out o' the man, without his seeing what we're after, about himsel, and syne we repeat it to him. That's what I did with the Shura. You drew the whole thing out of him without his knowing. Deed I did, and he Rhoda was saying I was a witch. The soldier heard with the delight of a schoolboy. Now if the sheriff does not liberate you at my request, he said, I will never let him hear the end of this story. He was right, you are a witch. You deceived the sheriff, yes, undoubtedly you are a witch. He looked at her with fun in his face, but the fun disappeared, and a wondering admiration took its place. By Jove, he said, I don't wonder you bewitched the sheriff. I must take care or you will bewitch the captain, too. At this notion he smiled, but he also ceased looking at her. Suddenly the Egyptian again began to cry. You're angry wi' me, she sobbed. I wish I had never set in on you. Why do you wish that? Halliwell asked. Fine you ken, she answered, and again covered her face with her hands. He looked at her undecidedly. "I am not angry with you," he said, gently. "You are an extraordinary girl." 66 Had he really made a conquest of this beautiful creature? Her words said so, but had he? The captain could not make up his mind. He gnawed his moustache in doubt. There was silence, save for the Egyptian's sobs. Halliwell's heart was touched, and he drew nearer her. "My poor girl," he stopped. Was she crying? Was she not laughing at him rather? He became red. The gypsy peeped at him between her fingers, and saw that he was of two minds. She let her hands fall from her face, and undoubtedly there were tears on her cheeks. "If you're no angry with me," she said, sadly, "how will you no look at me? I am looking at you now." He was very close to her, and staring into her wonderful eyes. "I am older than the captain, and those eyes have dazzled me." "Captain dear." She put her hand in his. His chest rose. He knew she was seeking to beguile him, but he could not take his eyes off hers. He was in a worse plight than a woman listening to the first whisper of love. Now she was further from him, but the spell held. She reached the door, without taking her eyes from his face. For several seconds he had been as a man mesmerized. Just in time he came to. It was when she turned from him to find the handle of the door. She was turning it when his hand fell on hers so suddenly that she screamed. He twisted her round. "Captain Halliwell." "Sit down there," he said hoarsely, pointing to the chair upon which he had flung his cloak. She dared not disobey. Then he leant against the door, his back to her, for just then he wanted no one to see his face. The gypsy sat very still and a little frightened. 67 Halliwell opened the door presently, and called to the soldier on duty below. "Davidson, see if you can find the sheriff. I want him." "And Davidson," the captain paused. "Yes," he muttered, and the old soldier marveled at his words. "It is better. Davidson, lock this door on the outside." Davidson did as he was ordered, and again the Egyptian was left alone with Halliwell. "Afraid of a woman," she said, contemptuously, though her heart sank when she heard the key turn in the lock. "I admit it," he answered, calmly. He walked up and down the room, and she sat silently watching him. "That story of yours about the sheriff was not true," he said at last. "I suspect it wasn't," answered the Egyptian coolly. "Ha, you been thinking about it a this time?" "Captain, I could tell you what you're thinking now. You're wishing it had been true, so that the ano you could na launch at the other." "Silence," said the captain, and not another word would he speak until he heard the sheriff coming up the stair. The Egyptian trembled at his step, and rose in desperation. "Why is the door locked?" cried the sheriff, shaking it. "All right," answered Halliwell, "the key is on your side." At that moment the Egyptian knocked the lamp off the table, and the room was at once in darkness. The officer sprang at her, and, catching her by the skirt, held on. "Why are you in darkness?" asked the sheriff, as he entered. 68 Shut the door, cried Halliwell. "Put your back to it. Don't tell me the woman has escaped. I have her, I have her. She capsized the lamp, the little jade." "Shut the door." Still keeping firm hold of her, as he thought, the captain relit the lamp with his other hand. It showed an extraordinary scene. The door was shut, and the sheriff was guarding it. Halliwell was clutching the cloth of the bailie's seat. There was no Egyptian. A moment passed before either man found his tongue. "Open the door." "After her," cried Halliwell. But the door would not open. The Egyptian had fled and locked it behind her. What the two men said to each other, it would not be fitting to tell. When Davidson, who had been gossiping at the corner of the townhouse, released his captain and the sheriff, the gypsy had been gone for some minutes. "But she shan't escape us," Riach cried, and hastened out to assist in the pursuit. Halliwell was in such a furious temper that he called up Davidson and admonished him for neglect of duty. 69 Chapter 8 3.M. Monstrous audacity of the woman. Not till the stroke of 3 did Gavin turn homeward, with the legs of a ploughman, and eyes rebelling against overwork. Seeking to comfort his dejected people, whose courage lay spilt on the brae, he had been in as many houses as the policemen. The soldiers marching through the winds came frequently upon him, and found it hard to believe that he was always the same one. They told afterwards that Thrums was remarkable for the ferocity of its women, and the number of its little ministers. The morning was nipping cold, and the streets were deserted, for the people had been ordered within doors. As he crossed the Roods, Gavin saw a gleam of red coats. In the back wind he heard a bugle blown. A stir in the banker's close spoke of another seizure. At the top of the school wynd 2 policemen, of whom one was Wearyworld, stopped the minister with the flash of a lantern. "We doudna let you pass, sir," the Tilliedrum man said, "without a good look at you." "That's the orders." "I hereby swear," said Wearyworld, authoritatively, "that this is no the Egyptian." Signed, Peter Spence, policeman, called by the vulgar, Wearyworld. "Mr. Dishart, you can pass, unless you'll bide a wee and gie us your crack." "You have not found the gypsy, then?" Gavin asked. "No," the other policeman said, "but we ken she's within cry o' this very spot, and escape she canna." "What mortal man can do?" Wearyworld said, "we're 70 doing, and me, but she's old wit, and may find Bilby in queer places." "Mr. Dishart, my official opinion is that this Egyptian is fearsomely like my snuff spoon. I've kent me drap that spoon on the fender, and be beat to find it in an hour. And yet, at the time I was sure it was there. This is a gey mysterious world, and women's the uncanniest things in tea. It's hardly moose to think how uncanny they are." "This one deserves to be punished," Gavin said, firmly. "She incited the people to riot." "She did," agreed Wearyworld, who was supping ravenously on sociability. She even tried her tricks on me, so that them that kens no better thinks she fooled me. But she's cracky. To gie her due, she's cracky, and as for her being a cutty, you've said yoursel, Mr. Disheart, that we're all desperately wicked. But we're sair tried. Has it ever struck you that the trout bites best on the Sabbath? God's critters tempting decent men. Come alang, cried the Tilliedrum man, impatiently. I'm coming, but I maun give Mr. Disheart permission to pass first. Ha you heard, Mr. Disheart Wearyworld whispered, that the Egyptian diddled baith the captain and the shirra. It's my official opinion that she's no better than a roasted onion, the which, if you grip it firm, jumps out o' sicht, leaving its coat in your fingers. Mr. Disheart, you can pass. The policeman turned down the school wind, and Gavin, who had already heard exaggerated accounts of the strange woman's escape from the townhouse, proceeded along the tenements. He walked in the black shadows of the houses, though across the way there was the morning light. In talking of the gypsy, the little minister had, as it were, put on the black cap, but now, even though he shook his head angrily with every thought of her, the scene in Windeher glimmered before his eyes. 71 Sometimes when he meant to frown he only sighed, and then having sighed he shook himself. He was unpleasantly conscious of his right hand, which had flung the divot. Ah, she was shameless, and it would be a bright day for Thrums that saw the last of her. He hoped the policeman would succeed in. It was the gladsomeness of innocence that he had seen dancing in the moonlight. A mere woman could not be like that. How soft! And she had derided him, he, the old-licked minister of Thrums, had been flouted before his people by a hussy. She was without reverence, she knew no difference between an old-licked minister, whose duty it was to speak and hers to listen, and herself. This woman deserved to be. And the look she cast behind her as she danced and sang. It was sweet, so wistful, the presence of purity had silenced him. Purity. Who had made him fling that divot? He would think no more of her. Let it suffice that he knew what she was. He would put her from his thoughts. Was it a ring on her finger? 50 yards in front of him Gavin saw the road end in a wall of soldiers. They were between him and the manse, and he was still in darkness. No sound reached him, save the echo of his own feet. But was it an echo? He stopped, and turned round sharply. Now he heard nothing, he saw nothing. Yet was not that a human figure standing motionless in the shadow behind? He walked on, and again heard the sound. Again he looked behind, but this time without stopping. The figure was following him. He stopped. So did it. He turned back, but it did not move. It was the Egyptian. Gavin knew her, despite the lane of darkness, despite the long cloak that now concealed even her feet, despite the hood over her head. She was looking quite respectable, but he knew her. He neither advanced to her nor retreated. Could 72 the unhappy girl not see that she was walking into the arms of the soldiers? But doubtless she had been driven from all her hiding places. For a moment Gavin had it in his heart to warn her. But it was only for a moment. The next a sudden horror shot through him. She was stealing toward him, so softly that he had not seen her start. The woman had designs on him. Gavin turned from her. He walked so quickly that judges would have said he ran. The soldiers, I have said, stood in the dim light. Gavin had almost reached them, when a little hand touched his arm. "Stop!" cried the sergeant, hearing someone approaching, and then Gavin stepped out of the darkness with the gypsy on his arm. "It is you, Mr. Dishart," said the sergeant, "and your lady." "I, said Gavin. His lady pinched his arm. "Yes," she answered, in an elegant English voice that made Gavin stare at her, "but, indeed, I am sorry I ventured into the streets tonight. I thought I might be able to comfort some of these unhappy people, Captain, but I could do little, sadly little. It is no scene for a lady, but your husband has." "Did you speak, Mr. Dishart?" "Yes, I must my dear," said the Egyptian. "I quite agree with you, so we need not detain the captain. I'm only a sergeant." "Indeed," said the Egyptian, raising her pretty eyebrows, "and how long are you to remain in Thrums, sergeant?" "Only for a few hours, Mrs. Dishart. If this gypsy lassie had not given us so much trouble, we might have been gone by now. I hope you will catch her, sergeant." "Ah, yes, I hope you will catch her, sergeant." 73 Sergeant, said Gavin, firmly. "I must, you must, indeed, dear," said the Egyptian, "for you are sadly tired." "Good night, sergeant." "Your servant, Mrs. Dishart." "Your servant, sir." "But," cried Gavin. "Come, love," said the Egyptian, and she walked the distracted minister through the soldiers and up the manse road. The soldiers left behind, Gavin flung her arm from him, and, standing still, shook his fist in her face. You, woman," he said. This, I think, was the last time he called her a woman. But she was clapping her hands merrily. "It was beautiful," she exclaimed. "It was iniquitous," he answered. "And I a minister." "You can't help that," said the Egyptian, who pitied all ministers heartily. "No," Gavin said, misunderstanding her, "I could not help it. No blame attaches to me. I meant that you could not help being a minister. You could have helped saving me, and I thank you so much. Do not dare to thank me. I forbid you to say that I saved you. I did my best to hand you over to the authorities." "Then why did you not hand me over?" Gavin groaned. "All you had to say," continued the merciless Egyptian, "was, 'This is the person you are in search of.' I did not have my hand over your mouth." "Why did you not say it?" "Forbear," said Gavin, woefully. "It must have been," the gypsy said, "because you really wanted to help me." "Then it was against my better judgment," said Gavin. 74 "I am glad of that," said the gypsy. "Mr. Dishart, I do believe you like me all the time." "Can a man like a woman against his will?" Gavin blurted out. "Of course he can," said the Egyptian, speaking as one who knew. "That is the very nicest way to be liked." Seeing how agitated Gavin was, remorse filled her, and she said in a wheedling voice, "It is all over, and no one will know." Passion sat on the minister's brow, but he said nothing, for the gypsy's face had changed with her voice, and the audacious woman was become a child. "I am very sorry," she said, as if he had caught her stealing jam. The hood had fallen back, and she looked pleadingly at him. She had the appearance of one who was entirely in his hands. There was a torrent of words in Gavin, but only these trickled forth. "I don't understand you." "You are not angry anymore," pleaded the Egyptian. "Angry," he cried, with the righteous rage of one who when his leg is being sawn off is asked gently if it hurts him. "I know you are," she sighed, and the sigh meant that men are strange. "Have you no respect for law and order?" demanded Gavin. "Not much," she answered, honestly. He looked down the road to where the redcoats were still visible, and his face became hard. She read his thoughts. "No," she said, becoming a woman again, "it is not yet too late. Why don't you shout to them?" She was holding herself like a queen, but there was no stiffness in her. They might have been a pair of lovers, and she the wronged one. Again she looked 75 timidly at him, and became beautiful in a new way. Her eyes said that he was very cruel, and she was only keeping back her tears till he had gone. More dangerous than her face was her manner, which gave Gavin the privilege of making her unhappy. It permitted him to argue with her. It never implied that though he raged at her he must stand afar off. It called him a bully, but did not end the conversation. Now, but perhaps I should not tell this. Unless she is his wife, a man is shot with a thrill of exultation every time a pretty woman allows him to upbraid her. "I do not understand you," Gavin repeated weakly, and the gypsy bent her head under this terrible charge. "Only a few hours ago," he continued, "you were a gypsy girl in a fantastic dress, barefooted." The Egyptian's bare foot at once peeped out mischievously from beneath the cloak, then again retired into hiding. "You spoke as broadly," complained the minister, somewhat taken aback by this apparition, "as any woman in Thrums, and now you fling a cloak over your shoulders, and immediately become a fine lady. Who are you?" "Perhaps," answered the Egyptian, "it is the cloak that has bewitched me." She slipped out of it. Oh you losh," she said, as if surprised, "it was just the cloak that did it, for now I'm a pooey ignorant bit lassie again." "My, certy, but clathes does make a differ to a woman." This was sheer levity, and Gavin walked scornfully away from it. "Yet, if you will not tell me who you are," he said, looking over his shoulder, "tell me where you got the cloak." "Nafags," replied the gypsy out of the cloak. "Really, Mr. Dishart, You had better not ask, she added, replacing it over her. 76 She followed him, meaning to gain the open by the fields to the north of the manse. Goodbye, she said, holding out her hand, if you are not to give me up. I am not a policeman, replied Gavin, but he would not take her hand. Surely, we part friends, then, said the Egyptian, sweetly. No, Gavin answered. I hope never to see your face again. I cannot help, the Egyptian said, with dignity, you're not liking my face. Then, with less dignity, she added, there is a splotch of mud on your own, little minister, it came off the divot you flung at the captain. With this parting shot she tripped past him, and Gavin would not let his eyes follow her. It was not the mud on his face that distressed him, nor even the hand that had flung the divot. It was the word little. Though even Margaret was not aware of it, Gavin's shortness had grieved him all his life. There had been times when he tried to keep the secret from himself. In his boyhood he had sought a remedy by getting his larger comrades to stretch him. In the company of tall men he was always self-conscious. In the pulpit he looked darkly at his congregation when he asked them who, by taking thought, could add a cubit to his stature. When standing on a hearthrug his heels were frequently on the fender. In his bedroom he has stood on a footstool and surveyed himself in the mirror. Once he fastened high heels to his boots, being ashamed to ask Hendry Munn to do it for him, but this dishonesty shamed him, and he tore them off. So the Egyptian had put a needle into his pride, and he walked to the manse gloomily. Surely, we part friends, then. Margaret was at her window, looking for him, and he saw her though she did not see him. He was stepping 77 into the middle of the road to wave his hand to her, when some sudden weakness made him look towards the fields instead. The Egyptian saw him and nodded thanks for his interest in her, but he scowled and pretended to be studying the sky. Next moment he saw her running back to him. There are soldiers at the top of the field, she cried. I cannot escape that way. There is no other way, Gavin answered. Will you not help me again, she entreated. She should not have said again. Gavin shook his head, but pulled her closer to the manse dyke, for his mother was still in sight. Why do you do that? The girl asked, quickly, looking round to see if she were pursued. Oh, I see, she said, as her eyes fell on the figure at the window. It is my mother, Gavin said, though he need not have explained, unless he wanted the gypsy to know that he was a bachelor. Only your mother. Only. Let me tell you, she may suffer more than you for your behavior tonight. How can she? If you are caught, will it not be discovered that I helped you to escape? But you said you did not. Yes, I helped you, Gavin admitted. My God, what would my congregation say if they knew I had let you pass yourself off as my wife? He struck his brow, and the Egyptian had the propriety to blush. It is not the punishment from men I am afraid of, Gavin said, bitterly, but from my conscience. No, that is not true. I do fear exposure, but for my mother's sake. Look at her, she is happy, because she thinks me good and true. She has had such trials as you cannot know of, and now, when at last I seemed 78 able to do something for her, you destroy her happiness. You have her life in your hands. The Egyptian turned her back upon him, and one of her feet tapped angrily on the dry ground. Then, child of impulse as she always was, she flashed an indignant glance at him, and walked quickly down the road. "Where are you going?" he cried. "To give myself up. You need not be alarmed, I will clear you." There was not a shake in her voice, and she spoke without looking back. "Stop!" Gavin called, but she would not, until his hand touched her shoulder. "What do you want?" she asked. "Why," whispered Gavin, giddily, why do you not hide in the man's garden? No one will look for you there." There were genuine tears in the gypsy's eyes now. "You are a good man," she said, "I like you." "Don't say that," Gavin cried in horror. "There is a summer seat in the garden." "What do you want?" she asked. Then he hurried from her, and without looking to see if she took his advice, hastened to the manse. Once inside, he snubbed the door. 79 Chapter 9. The woman considered in absence, adventures of a military cloak. About 6 o'clock Margaret sat up suddenly in bed, with the conviction that she had slept in. To her this was to ravel the day, a dire thing. The last time it happened Gavin, softened by her distress, had condensed morning worship into a sentence that she might make up on the clock. Her part on waking was merely to ring her bell, and so rouse Jean, for Margaret had given Gavin a promise to breakfast in bed, and remain there till her fire was lit. Accustomed all her life, however, to early rising, her feet were usually on the floor before she remembered her vow, and then it was but a step to the window to survey the morning. To Margaret, who seldom went out, the weather was not of great moment, while it mattered much to Gavin, yet she always thought of it the first thing, and he not at all until he had to decide whether his companion should be an umbrella or a staff. On this morning Margaret only noticed that there had been rain since Gavin came in. Forgetting that the water obscuring the outlook was on the other side of the panes, she tried to brush it away with her fist. It was of the soldiers she was thinking. They might have been awaiting her appearance at the window as their signal to depart, for hardly had she raised the blind when they began their march out of Thrums. From the manse she could not see them, but she heard them, and she saw some people at the tenements run 80 to their houses at sound of the drum. Other persons, less timid, followed the enemy with execrations halfway to Tilly-Adram. Margaret, the only person, as it happened, then awake in the manse, stood listening for some time. In the summer seat of the garden, however, there was another listener protected from her sight by thin spars. Despite the lateness of the hour, Margaret was too soft-hearted to rouse Jean, who had lain down in her clothes, trembling for her father. She went instead into Gavin's room to look admiringly at him as he slept. Often Gavin woke to find that his mother had slipped in to save him the enormous trouble of opening a drawer for a clean collar, or of pouring the water into the basin with his own hand. Sometimes he caught her in the act of putting thick socks in the place of thin ones, and it must be admitted that her passion for keeping his belongings in boxes, and the boxes in secret places, and the secret places at the back of drawers, occasionally led to their being lost when wanted. "They are safe, at any rate, for I put them away some gate," was then Margaret's comfort, but less soothing to Gavin. Yet if he upbraided her in his hurry, it was to repent bitterly his temper the next instant, and to feel its effects more than she, temper being a weapon that we hold by the blade. When he awoke and saw her in his room, he would pretend, unless he felt called upon to rage at her for self-neglect, to be still asleep, and then be filled with tenderness for her. A great writer has spoken sadly of the shock it would be to a mother to know her boy as he really is, but I think she often knows him better than he is known to cynical friends. We should be slower to think that the man at his worst is the real man, and certain that the better we are ourselves the less likely is he to be at his worst in our company. Every time he talks away his own character before us, he is signifying contempt for ours. 81. On this morning Margaret only opened Gavin's door to stand and look, for she was fearful of awakening him after his heavy night. Even before she saw that he still slept, she noticed with surprise that, for the first time since he came to Thrums, he had put on his shutters. She concluded that he had done this lest the light should rouse him. He was not sleeping pleasantly, for now he put his open hand before his face, as if to guard himself, and again he frowned and seemed to draw back from something. He pointed his finger sternly to the north, ordering the weavers, his mother thought, to return to their homes, and then he muttered to himself so that she heard the words, "And if thy right hand offend thee, cut it off, and cast it from thee, for it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and not that thy whole body should be cast into hell." Then suddenly he bent forward, his eyes open and fixed on the window. Thus he sat, for the space of half a minute, like one listening with painful intentness. When he lay back, Margaret slipped away. She knew he was living the night over again, but not of the divot his right hand had cast, nor of the woman in the garden. Gavin was roused presently by the sound of voices from Margaret's room, where Jean, who had now gathered much news, was giving it to her mistress. Jean's cheerfulness would have told him that her father was safe had he not wakened to thoughts of the Egyptian. I suppose he was at the window in an instant, unsnapping the shutters and looking out as cautiously as a burglar might have looked in. The Egyptian was gone from the summer seat. He drew a great breath. But his troubles were not over. He had just lifted his ewer of water when these words from the kitchen capsized it. An Egyptian. That's what the old folk call a gypsy. Well, Mrs. Dishart, she led police and soldiers sic a dance through Thrums as would baffle description. 82. Though I kent the fits and falsity as I dinna. But they gripped her in the end, and the queer thing is, Gavin listened to no more. He suddenly sat down. The queer thing, of course, was that she had been caught in his garden. Yes, and doubtless queerer things about this hussy and her husband were being bawled from door to door. To the girl's probable sufferings he gave no heed. What kind of man had he been a few hours ago to yield to the machinations of a woman who was so obviously the devil? Now he saw his folly in the face. The tray in Jean's hands clattered against the dresser, and Gavin sprang from his chair. He thought it was his elders at the front door. In the parlour he found Margaret sorrowing for those whose mates had been torn from them, and Jean with a face flushed by talk. On ordinary occasions the majesty of the minister still cowed Jean, so that she could only gaze at him without shaking when in church, and then because she wore a veil. In the manse he was for taking a glance at sideways and then going away comforted, as a respectable woman may once or twice in a day look at her brooch in the pasteboard box as a means of helping her with her work. But with such a to-do in Thrums, and she the possessor of exclusive information, Jean's reverence for Gavin only took her today as far as the door, where she lingered half in the parlour and half in the lobby, her eyes turned politely from the minister, but her ears his entirely. "I thought I heard Jean telling you about the capture of an Egyptian woman," Gavin said to his mother, nervously. "Did you cry to me?" Jean asked, turning round longingly. "But maybe the mistress will tell you about the Egyptian herself. Has she been taken to Tilly-Adram?" Gavin asked in a hollow voice. 83 Sup up your porridge, Gavin, Margaret said. "I'll have no speaking about this terrible night till you've eaten something." "I have no appetite," the minister replied, pushing his plate from him. "Jean, answer me." "Deed," then said Jean willingly, "they hinna ta'en her to Tilly-Adram." "For what reason?" asked Gavin, his dread increasing. "For the reason that they couldna catch her," Jean answered. "She spirited hersel awa'," the Magaful cried her. "What? But I heard you say, they had her aince, but they couldna keep her. It's like a witch story." "They had her safe in the town house, and Bathsheba and Captain guarding her, and sign in a clink she wasna there. Anisht they looked for her, but she hadna left so muckle as a footprint ahint her, and in the tail of the day they had to up with their tap in their lap and march awa' without her." Gavin's appetite returned. "Has she been seen since the soldiers went away?" he asked, laying down his spoon with a new fear. "Where is she now?" "No human eye has seen her," Jean answered impressively. "Where is she now? Where does the flies vanish to in winter? We ken there's some gate, but where? But what are the people saying about her?" "Daft things," said Jean. "Old Charles Ewell gangs the length o' hinting that she's dead and buried." "She could not have buried herself," Jean Margaret said, mildly. "I dinna ken. Charles says she's even capable o' that." Then Jean retired reluctantly, but leaving the door ajar, and Gavin fell to on his porridge. He was now so cheerful that Margaret wondered. 84 If half the stories about this gypsy be true, she said, She must be more than a mere woman. Less, you mean, Mother Gavin said, with conviction. She is a woman, and a sinful one. Did you see her, Gavin? I saw her. Mother, she flouted me. The daring tawpy, exclaimed Margaret. She is all that, said the minister. Was she dressed just like an ordinary gypsy body? But you don't notice clothes much, Gavin. I noticed hers, Gavin said, slowly. She was in a green and red, I think, and barefooted. Shouted Jean from the kitchen, startling both of them, but she had a langrée-like cloak too. She was seen jouking up closes in tea. Gavin rose, considerably annoyed, and shut the parlour door. Was she as bonny as folks say? Asked Margaret. Jean says they speak of her beauty as unearthly. Beauty of her kind, Gavin explained learnedly, is neither earthly nor heavenly. He was seeing things as they are very clearly now. What he said is mere physical beauty. Pooh! And yet, said Margaret, the soul surely does speak through the face to some extent. Do you really think so, Mother? Gavin asked, a little uneasily. I have always noticed it, Margaret said, and then her son sighed. But I would let no face influence me a jot, he said, recovering. Ah, Gavin, I'm thinking I'm the reason you pay so little regard to women's faces. It's no natural. You've spoilt me, you see, Mother, for ever caring for another woman. I would compare her to you, and then where would she be? 85 sometime, Margaret said. You'll think differently. Never, answered Gavin, with a violence that ended the conversation. Soon afterwards he set off for the town, and in passing down the garden walk cast a guilty glance at the summer seat. Something black was lying in one corner of it. He stopped irresolutely, for his mother was nodding to him from her window. Then he disappeared into the little arbor. What had caught his eye was a Bible. On the previous day, as he now remembered, he had been called away while studying in the garden, and had left his Bible on the summer seat, a pencil between its pages. Not often probably had the Egyptian passed a night in such company. But what was this? Gavin had not to ask himself the question. The gypsy's cloak was lying neatly folded at the other end of the seat. Why had the woman not taken it with her? Hardly had he put this question when another stood in front of it. What was to be done with the cloak? He dared not leave it there for Jean to discover. He could not take it into the manse in daylight. Beneath the seat was a tool chest without a lid, and into this he crammed the cloak. Then, having turned the box face downwards, he went about his duties. But many a time during the day he shivered to the marrow, reflecting suddenly that at this very moment Jean might be carrying the accursed thing, at arm's length, like a dog in disgrace, to his mother. Now let those who think that Gavin has not yet paid toll for taking the road with the Egyptian, follow the adventures of the cloak. Shortly after gloaming fell that night Jean encountered her master in the lobby of the manse. He was carrying something, and when he saw her he slipped it behind his back. Had he passed her openly she would have suspected nothing, but this made her look at him. 86 Why do you stare so, Jean? Gavin asked, conscience-stricken, and he stood with his back to the wall until she had retired in bewilderment. I have noticed her watching me sharply all day, he said to himself, though it was only he who had been watching her. Gavin carried the cloak to his bedroom, thinking to lock it away in his chest, but it looked so wicked lying there that he seemed to see it after the lid was shut. The garret was the best place for it. He took it out of the chest and was opening his door gently, when there was Jean again. She had been employed very innocently in his mother's room, but he said tartly, Jean, I really cannot have this, which sent Jean to the kitchen with her apron at her eyes. Gavin stowed the cloak beneath the garret bed, and an hour afterwards was engaged on his sermon, when he distinctly heard someone in the garret. He ran up the ladder with a terrible brow for Jean, but it was not Jean, it was Margaret. Mother, he said in alarm, what are you doing here? I am only tidying up the garret, Gavin. Yes, but it is too cold for you. Did Jean ask you to come up here? Jean. She knows her place better. Gavin took Margaret down to the parlour, but his confidence in the garret had gone. He stole up the ladder again, dragged the cloak from its lurking place, and took it into the garden. He very nearly met Jean in the lobby again, but hearing him coming she fled precipitately, which he thought very suspicious. In the garden he dug a hole, and there buried the cloak, but even now he was not done with it. He was wakened early by a noise of scraping in the garden, and his first thought was Jean. But peering from the 87 window, he saw that the resurrectionist was a dog, which already had its teeth in the cloak. That forenoon Gavin left the manse unostentatiously carrying a brown paper parcel. He proceeded to the hill, and having dropped the parcel there, retired hurriedly. On his way home, nevertheless, he was overtaken by D. Fittis, who had been cutting down wins. Fittis had seen the parcel fall, and running after Gavin, returned it to him. Gavin thanked D. Fittis, and then sat down gloomily on the cemetery dyke. Half an hour afterwards he flung the parcel into a lilac garden. In the evening Margaret had news for him, got from Jean. Do you remember, Gavin, that the Egyptian everyone is still speaking of, wore a long cloak? Well, would you believe it, the cloak was Captain Halliwell's, and she took it from the townhouse when she escaped. She is supposed to have worn it inside out. He did not discover that it was gone until he was leaving Thrums. Mother, is this possible? Gavin said. The policeman, wary world, has told it. He was ordered, it seems, to look for the cloak quietly, and to take anyone into custody in whose possession it was found. Has it been found? No, the minister walked out of the parlour, for he could not trust his face. What was to be done now? The cloak was lying in Mason Baxter's garden, and Baxter was therefore, in all probability, within 24 hours of the Tilliadrum Gaol. Does Mr. Dishart ever wear a cap at nights? Femi Wilkie asked Samuel Fairweather 3 hours later. Nah, he has our muckle respect for his Lum 88 hat, answered Samuel, and ricktly, for it's the crowning stone o' the edifice. Then it couldna ha' been him I met at the back o' Tillilas the now, said Femi, though like him it was. He jouk it back when he saw me. While Femi was telling her story in the tenements, Mason Baxter, standing at the window which looked into his garden, was shouting, "What's that in my yard?" There was no answer, and Baxter closed his window, under the impression that he had been speaking to a cat. The man in the cap then emerged from the corner where he had been crouching, and stealthily felt for something among the cabbages and pea sticks. It was no longer there, however, and by he retired empty-handed. The Egyptian's cloak has been found, Margaret was able to tell Gavin next day. Mason Baxter found it yesterday afternoon. In his garden? Gavin asked hurriedly. No, in the quarry, he says, but according to Jean he is known not to have been at the quarry today. Some seem to think that the gypsy gave him the cloak for helping her to escape, and that he has delivered it up lest he should get into difficulties. Whom has he given it to, mother? Gavin asked. To the policeman. And has Wearyworld sent it back to Halliwell? Yes. He told Jean he sent it off at once, with the information that the masons had found it in the quarry. The next day was Sabbath, when a new trial, now to be told, awaited Gavin in the pulpit, but it had nothing to do with the cloak, of which I may here record the end. Wearyworld had not forwarded it to its owner. Meggie, his wife, took care of that. It made its reappearance in Thrums, several months after the riot, as 2 pairs of Sabbath breeks for her sons, James and Andrew. 89 Chapter 10. First Sermon Against Women. On the afternoon of the following Sabbath, as I have said, something strange happened in the Old Licht pulpit. The congregation, despite their troubles, turned it over and peered at it for days, but had they seen into the inside of it they would have weaved few webs until the session had sat on the minister. The affair baffled me at the time, and for the Egyptian's sake I would avoid mentioning it now, were it not one of Gavin's milestones. It includes the first of his memorable sermons against women. I was not in the Old Licht church that day, but I heard of the sermon before night, and this, I think, is as good an opportunity as another for showing how the gossip about Gavin reached me up here in the Glen schoolhouse. Since Margaret and her son came to the manse I had kept the vow made to myself and avoided Thrums. Only once had I ventured to the kirk, and then, instead of taking my old seat, the 4th from the pulpit, I sat down near the plate, where I could look at Margaret without her seeing me. To spare her that agony I even stole away as the last word of the benediction was pronounced, and my haste scandalized many, for with Old Lichts it is not customary to retire quickly from the church after the manner of the godless UPS, and the Free Kirk is little better, who have their hats in their hand when they rise for the benediction, so that they may at once pour out like a burst dam. We resume our seats, look straight before us, clear our throats and stretch out our hands for our 90 women folk to put our hats into them. In time we do get out, but I am never sure how. One may gossip in a glen on Sabbaths, though not in a town, without losing his character, and I used to await the return of my neighbour, the farmer of Wasterlunny, and of Silver Burse, the Glen Clarity post, at the end of the schoolhouse path. Wasterlunny was a man whose care in his leisure hours was to keep from his wife his great pride in her. His horse, Catlaw, on the other hand, he told outright what he thought of it, praising it to its face and blackguarding it as it deserved, and I have seen him when completely baffled by the brute, sit down before it on a stone and thus harangue, "You think you're clever, Catlaw, my lass, but you're Mr. E.N. You're a thrawn limmer, that's what you are. You think you have blood in you. You have blood. Gae away, and dinna blether. I tell you what, Catlaw, I met a man yestreen that kent your mither, and he says she was a fakey fashionless besom. What do you say to that? As for the post, I will say no more of him than that his bitter topic was the unreasonableness of humanity, which treated him graciously when he had a letter for it, but scowled at him when he had none, I implying that I had a letter, but keep it back. On the Sabbath evening after the riot, I stood at the usual place awaiting my friends, and saw before they reached me that they had something untoward to tell. The farmer, his wife and 3 children, holding each other's hands, stretched across the road. Burse was a little behind, but a conversation was being kept up by shouting. All were walking the Sabbath pace, and the family having started half a minute in advance, the post had not yet made up on them. "It's sitting to snore," Wasterlunny said, drawing near, and just as I was to reply, "It is so," Silver slipped in the words before me. 91 You wasna at the kirk, was Elspeth's salutation. I had been at the Glen Church, but did not contradict her, for it is established, and so neither here nor there. I was anxious, to know what their long faces meant, and so asked at once, "Was Mr. Dishart on the riot?" "Forenoon, afternoon, no," replied Wasterlunny, walking round his wife to get nearer me. "Dominie, a queery thing happened in the kirk this day, sick as," Wasterlunny interrupted Elspeth sharply, "have you on your Sabbath shoon or have you no on your Sabbath shoon?" "Gid care you took I should have the dagant one canny things on," retorted the farmer. "Keep out o' the gutter," then said Elspeth, "on the Lord's day." "Him," said her man, "that is forced by a foolish woman to wear genteel lastic-sided boots canna forget them till he takes them aff. Wha's the extra reverence in wearing shoon TWA sizes our smo?" "It mayna be mair reverent," suggested Burse, to whom Elspeth's kitchen was a pleasant place, "but it's grand, and you canna expect to be baith grand and comfortable." I reminded them that they were speaking of Mr. Dishart. "We was saying," began the post briskly, "that it was me that was saying it," said Wasterlunny. "So, Dominie, hoard your gabs, baith o' you," interrupted Elspeth. You've been roaring the story to ane another till you're hoarse. In the forenoon Waster Lunny went on determinedly, Mr. Dishart preached on the riot, and fine he was. Oh, Dominie, you should ha' heard him ladling it on to Lang Tarmers, no by name but in sic a way 92 that there was no mistaking what he was preaching at, Sal. Oh losh! Tarmers got it strong. But he's dull in the uptake, broke in the post, by what I expected. I spoke to him after the sermon, and I says, just to see if he was properly humbled, Tarmers, I says, them that discourse was preached against, winna think themselves 7 feet men for a while again. Burse, he answers, and glad I am to hear you admit it, for he had you in his eye. I was fair scunnet at Tarmers the day Mr. Dishart was preaching at the whole Clangen fray. Oh, you said Elspeth. Maybe he was, said her husband, leering, but you needna cast it at us, for, my certie, if the men got it fray him in the forenoon, the women got it in the afternoon. He read them up most mitty, said the post. They was his very words or something like them. Adam says he was an erring man, but aside Eve he was respectable. But it wasna a women he meant, Elspeth explained, for when he said that, he pointed his finger direct at Now Head's lassie, and I hope it'll do her good. But I wonder, I said, that Mr. Dishart chose such a subject today. I thought he would be on the riot at both services. You'll wonder, Mayor, said Elspeth, when you hear what happened afore he began the afternoon sermon. But I canna get in a word wi' that man o' mine. We've been speaking about it, said Burse, ever since we left the kirk door. Tod, we've been sawing it like cedar alang the glen. And we meant to tell you about it at once, said Waster Lunny, but there's I so muckle to say about a minister. Dagant, to hain keeps a body out o' langer. But this breaks the drum. Dominie, 93, either Mr. Dishart wasna weel, or he was in the devil's grip. This startled me, for the farmer was looking serious. He was weel ench, said Burse, for a heap o' folk spared at Jean if he had in his porridge as usual, and she admitted he had. But the lassie was scared hersel, and said it was a mercy Mrs. Dishart wasna in the kirk. Why was she not there? I asked anxiously. Oh, he winna let her out in sick weather. I wish you would tell me what happened, I said to Elspeth. So I will, she answered, if Waster Lunny would hold his wheesht for a minute. You see, the afternoon diet began in the ordinary way, and was writ until we came to the sermon. You will find my text, he says, in his piercing voice, in the 8th chapter of Ezra. And at they words, said Waster Lunny, my heart gae a loop, for Ezra is an unca ill book to find, and so is Ruth. I kent the books o' the Bible by heart, said Elspeth, scornfully, when I was a 6-year-old. So did I, said Waster Lunny, and I ken them yet, except when I'm hurried. When Mr. Dishart gave out Ezra, he a sort o' keeked round the kirk to find out if he had puzzled onybody, and so there was a kind o' a competition among the congregation what would lay hand on it first. That was what doit me. there was Ruth when she wasna wanted, but Ezra, dagont, it looked as if Ezra had jumped clean out o' the Bible. You wasna the only distressed criter, said his wife. I was ashamed to see P. Maclaren looking up the order o' the books at the beginning o' the Bible. Tybee Burse was even mair brazen, said the post, for the sly cutty opened at King's and pretended it was Ezra. 94 None o' they things would I do, said Waster Lunny, and Sal, I doodna, for David Lunan was glowering over my shuther. You may scrowl at me, Elspeth Proctor, but as far back as I can mind, Ezra has done me. Mony a time afore I start for the kirk I take my Bible to a quiet place and look Ezra up. In the very pew I says canny to missal, Ezra, Nehemiah, Esther, Job, the which should be a help. But the moment the minister gis out that awful book, away goes Ezra like the Egyptian. And you after her, said Elspeth, like the weavers that wouldna fecht. You make a windmill of your Bible. Oh, I winna admit I'm beat. Never mind, there's queer things in the world for be Ezra. How is cripples I so puffed up mair than other folk? How does flour bread I fall on the buttered side? I will mind, Elspeth said, for I was terrified the minister would admonish you frae the pulpit. He couldna ha' done that, for was he no baffled to find Ezra himsel? Him no find Ezra, cried Elspeth. I ha' telled you a dozen times he found it as easy as you could yoke a horse. The thing can be explained in no other way, said her husband, doggedly, if he was weel and in sound mind. Maybe the Dominie can clear it up, suggested the post, him being a scholar. Then tell me what happened, I asked. God's sake, ha' we no telled you? Burse said. I thought we had. It was a terrible scene, said Elspeth, giving her husband a shove. As I said, Mr. Dishart gave out Ezra 8th. Weel, I turned it up in a jiffy, and Syne looked cautiously to see how P. Maclaren was getting on. Just at that minute I heard a groan frae the 95 pulpit. It didna stop short o' a groan. You may be sure I looked quick at the minister, and there I saw a sicht that would ha' made the grandest gape. His face was as white as a baker's, and he had a sort of fallen against the back o' the pulpit, staring demented like at his open Bible. And I saw him, said Burse, put up his hand atween him and the book, as if he thought it was to jump at him. Twice, said Elspeth, he tried to speak, and twice he let the words fall. That, says Waster Lunny, the whole congregation admits, but I didna see it missile, for this time you may picture me hunting savage like for Ezra. I thought the minister was waiting till I found it. Hendry Munn, said Burse, stood upon one leg, wondering whether he should run to the session house for a glass of water. But by that time, said Elspeth, the fit had left Mr. Dishart, or rather it had ta'en a new turn. He grew red, and it's gospel that he stamped his foot. He had the face of one using bad words, said the post. He didna swear, of course, but that was the face he had on. I missed it, said Waster Lunny, for I was in full cry after Ezra, with the sweat running down my face. But the most astounding thing has yet to be told, went on Elspeth. The minister shook himself like one wakening frae a nasty dream, and he cries in a voice of thunder, just as if he was shaking his fist at somebody, he cries, Burse interposed, cleverly, he cries, you will find the text in Genesis, chapter 3, verse 6. Yes, said Elspeth, first he gave out one text, and then he gave out another, being the most amazing thing to my mind that ever happened in the town of Thrums. 96. What will our children's children think at tea? I wouldna ha' missed it for a pound note. Nor me, said Waster Lunny, though I only got the tale at tea. Dominie, no sooner had he said Genesis 3rd and 6th, than I laid my finger on Ezra. Was it no provoking? Oh, nobody can turn up Genesis, but it needs an able-bodied man to find Ezra. He preached on the fall, Elspeth said, for an hour and 25 minutes. But powerful though he was, I would rather he had telled us what made him gie the go-by to Ezra. All I can say, said Waster Lunny, is that I never heard him mair or inspiring. Whore has he got sic a knowledge of women? He riddled them, he fair riddled them, till I was ashamed o' being married. It's easy kent whore he got his knowledge of women, Burse explained, it's in the original Hebrew. You can howk one immortal thing out o' the original Hebrew, the which all ministers ha' at their finger ends. What else makes them ken to jump a verse now and then when giving out a psalm? It wasna women like me he denounced, Elspeth insisted, but young lasses that leads men astray with their abominable wheedling ways. Todd, said her husband, if they try their hands on Mr. Dishart they'll meet their match. They will, chuckled the post. The Hebrew's a grand thing, though teuch, I'm telled, mitty teuch. His sublimest burst, Waster Lunny came back to tell me, was about the beauty o' the soul being everything and the beauty o' the face no worth a snuff. What a scorn he has for bonny faces and tomb souls. I dinna deny but what a bonny face fell takes me, but Mr. Dishart wouldna gie a blade o' grass 40. And I used to think that in their foolishness about women there was dagont little differ atween the unlearned and the highly educated. 97. The gossip about Gavin brought hitherto to the schoolhouse had been as bread to me, but this I did not like. For a minister to behave thus was as unsettling to us as a change of government to Londoners, and I decided to give my scholars a holiday on the morrow and tramp into the town for fuller news. But all through the night it snowed, and next day, and then intermittently for many days, and every fall took the school miles farther away from Thrums. Burse and the Crows had now the Glen Road to themselves, and even Burse had twice or thrice to bed with me. At these times had he not been so interested in describing his progress through the snow, maintaining that the crying want of our Glen Road was palings for postmen to kick their feet against, he must have wondered why I always turned the talk to the old licked minister. One explanation o' his sudden change o' texts. Burse said, repeating my question. Todd, and there is an to spare, for I hear tell there's 16 explanations in the tenements alone. As Thomas Haggart says, that's a blessing, for if there had just been TWA explanations the kirk might ha split on them. He said at another time, TWA or 3 even dared to question the minister, but I'm thinking they made nothing at it. The majority agrees that he was just inspired to change his text. But Lang Thomas is do. Thomas told the session a queer thing. He says that after the diet o' worship on that eventful afternoon Mr. Dishart carried the Bible out o' the pulpit instead o' leaving that duty as usual to the kirk officer. Well, Thomas, being presenter, has a writ, as you can, to leave the kirk by the session house door, just like the minister himself. He did so that afternoon. And what, think you, did he see? He saw Mr. Dishart tearing a page out o' the Bible, and flinging it savagely into the session house fire. You dinna credit it. Well, it's staggering, but there's Henry Munn's evidence 98 too. Henry took his first chance o' looking up Ezra in the minister's Bible, and, behold, the page with the 8th chapter was gone. Them that thinks Thomas wasna blind wi' excitement holds it had been Ezra 8th that gaed into the fire. Anyway, there's no doubt about the pages being missing, for whatever excitement Thomas was in, Henry was as cool as ever. A week later Burst told me that the congregation had decided to regard the incident as adding luster to their kirk. This was largely, I fear, because it could then be used to belittle the established minister. That fervent old licht, Snecky Hobart, feeling that Gavin's action was unsound, had gone on the following Sabbath to the parish kirk and sat under Mr. Duthie. But Mr. Duthie was a close reader, so that Snecky flung himself about in his pew in misery. The minister concluded his sermon with these words, "But on this subject I will say no more at present." Because you canna, Snecky roared, and strutted out of the church. Comparing the two scenes, it is obvious that the old licts had won a victory. After preaching impromptu for an hour and 25 minutes, it could never be said of Gavin that he needed to read. He became more popular than ever. Yet the change of texts was not forgotten. If in the future any other indictments were brought against him, it would certainly be pinned to them. I marveled long over Gavin's jump from Ezra to Genesis, and at this his first philippic against women, but I have known the cause for many a year. The Bible was the one that had lain on the summer seat while the Egyptian hid there. It was the great pulpit Bible which remains in the church as a rule, but Gavin had taken it home the previous day to make some of its loose pages secure with paste. He had studied from it on the day preceding the riot, but had used a small Bible during the rest of the week. When he turned in the pulpit to Ezra, where he had left the large Bible 99 open in the summer seat, he found this scrawled across chapter 8, "I will never tell who flung the clod at Captain Halliwell." "But why did you fling it?" "I will never tell that you allowed me to be called Mrs. Dishart before witnesses." "But is not this a Scotch marriage?" Signed, Barrie the Egyptian. 100 Chapter 11 tells in a whisper of man's fall during the curling season. No snow could be seen in Thrums by the beginning of the year, though clods of it lay in waste Alanis fields, where his hens wandered all day as if looking for something they had dropped. A black frost had set in, and one walking on the glen road could imagine that through the cracks in it he saw a loch glistening. From my door I could hear the roar of curling stones at Rashibog, which is almost 4 miles nearer Thrums. On the day I am recalling, I see that I only made one entry in my diary: at last bought waste Alanis bantams. Well do I remember the transaction, and no wonder, for I had all but bought the bantams every day for 6 months. About noon the doctor's dog cart was observed by all the tenements standing at the Old Licked Manse. The various surmises were wrong. Margaret had not been suddenly taken ill, Jean had not swallowed a darning needle, the minister had not walked out at his study window in a moment of sublime thought. Gavin stepped into the dog-cart, which at once drove off in the direction of Rashibog, but equally in error were those who said that the doctor was making a curler of him. There was, however, ground for gossip, for Thrums folk seldom called in a doctor until it was too late to cure them, and McQueen was not the man to pay social visits. Of his skill we knew fearsome stories, as that, by looking at Archie Allardis, who had come to 101 broken bones on a ladder, he discovered which rung Archie fell from. When he entered a stuffy room he would poke his staff through the window to let in fresh air, and then fling down a shilling to pay for the breakage. He was deaf in the right ear, and therefore usually took the left side of prosy people, thus, as he explained, making a blessing of an affliction. A pity I don't hear better. I have heard him say. Not at all. If my misfortune, as you call it, were to be removed, you can't conceive how I should miss my deaf ear. He was a fine fellow, though brusque, and I never saw him without his pipe until 2 days before we buried him, which was 25 years ago come Martinmas. We're all quite well, Jean said apprehensively as she answered his knock on the man's door, and she tried to be pleasant, too, for well she knew that, if a doctor willed it, she could have fever in 5 minutes. Jean, I'll soon alter that, he replied ferociously. Is the master in? He's at his sermon, Jean said with importance. To interrupt the minister at such a moment seemed sacrilege to her, for her upbringing had been good. Her mother had once fainted in the church, but though the family's distress was great, they neither bore her out, nor signed to the kirk officer to bring water. They propped her up in the pew in a respectful attitude, joining in the singing meanwhile, and she recovered in time to look up 2 Chronicles, 21st and 7th. Tell him I want to speak to him at the door, said the doctor fiercely, or I'll bleed you this minute. McQueen would not enter, because his horse might have seized the opportunity to return stable-wards. At the houses where it was accustomed to stop, it drew up of its own accord, knowing where the doctor's cases were as well as himself, but it resented new patients. You like misery, I think, Mr. Dishart, McQueen said when Gavin came to him. At least I am always 102 finding you in the thick of it, and that is why I am here now. I have a rare job for you if you will jump into the machine. You know Nanny Webster, who lives on the edge of Windyher? No, you don't, for she belongs to the other kirk. Well, at all events, you knew her brother, Sanders, the mole catcher. I remember him. You mean the man who boasted so much about seeing a ball at Lord Rintoul's place? The same, and, as you may know, his boasting about maltreating policemen whom he never saw led to his being sentenced to 9 months in gaol lately. That is the man, said Gavin. I never liked him. No, but his sister did, McQueen answered, dryly, and with reason, for he was her breadwinner, and now she is starving. Anything I can give her would be too little, sir. But the neighbors, she has few near her, and though the Thrums poor help each other bravely, they are at present nigh as needy as herself. Nanny is coming to the poor house, Mr. Dishart. God help her, exclaimed Gavin. Nonsense, said the doctor, trying to make himself a hard man. She will be properly looked after there, and in time she will like it. Don't let my mother hear you speaking of taking an old woman to that place, Gavin said, looking anxiously up the stair. I cannot pretend that Margaret never listened. You all speak as if the poor house was a gaol, the doctor said testily. But so far as Nanny is concerned, everything is arranged. I promised to drive her to the poor house today, and she is waiting for me now. Don't look at me as if I was a brute. She is to take some of her things with her to the poor house, and the 103 rest is to be left until Sanders's return, when she may rejoin him. At least we said that to her to comfort her. You want me to go with you? Yes, though I warn you it may be a distressing scene. Indeed, the truth is that I am loath to face Nanny alone today. Mr. Duthie should have accompanied me, for the Websters are established kirk, and so he would if Rashibog had not been bearing. A terrible snare this curling, Mr. Dishart. Here the doctor sighed. I have known Mr. Duthie wait until midnight struck on Sabbath and then be off to Rashibog with a torch. I will go with you, Gavin said, putting on his coat. Jump in then. You won't smoke. I never see a respectable man not smoking, sir, but I feel indignant with him for such sheer waste of time. Gavin smiled at this, and Snecky Hobart, who happened to be keeking over the manse dyke, bore the news to the tenements. I'll no sleep the nicht, Snecky said, for wondering what made the minister launch. It would be no trifle. A minister, it is certain, who wore a smile on his face would never have been called to the Auld Licht Kirk, for life is a wrestle with the devil, and only the frivolous think to throw him without taking off their coats. Yet, though Gavin's zeal was what the congregation reverenced, many loved him privately for his boyishness. He could unbend at marriages, of which he had 6 on the last day of the year, and at every one of them he joked, the same joke, like a layman. Some did not approve of his playing at the teetotum for 10 minutes with Kitty Dundas's invalid son, but the way Kitty boasted about it would have disgusted anybody. At the present day there are probably a score of Gavins in Thrums, all called after the little minister, and there is one Gavin Eyre, whom he hesitated to christen. He 104 made humorous remarks, the same remark, about all these children, and his smile as he patted their heads was for thinking over when one's work was done for the day. The doctor's horse clattered up the backwind noisily, as if a minister behind made no difference to it. Instead of climbing the Roods, however, the nearest way to Nannis, it went westward, which Gavin, in a reverie, did not notice. The truth must be told. The Egyptian was again in his head. "Have I fallen deaf in the left ear, too?" said the doctor. "I see your lips moving, but I don't catch a syllable." Gavin started, coloured, and flung the gypsy out of the trap. "Why are we not going up the Roods?" he asked. "Well," said the doctor slowly, "at the top of the Roods there is a stance for circuses, and this old beast of mine won't pass it. You know, unless you are behind in the clashes and clavers of Thrums, that I bought her from the manager of a travelling show. She was the horse, Lightning they called her, that galloped round the ring at a mile an hour, and so at the top of the Roods she is still unmanageable. She once dragged me to the scene of her former triumphs, and went revolving round it, dragging the machine after her." "If you had not explained that," said Gavin, "I might have thought that you wanted to pass by Rashabog." The doctor, indeed, was already standing up to catch a first glimpse of the curlers. "Well," he admitted, "I might have managed to pass the circus ring, though what I have told you is true. However, I have not come this way merely to see how the match is going. I want to shame Mr. Duthie for neglecting his duty. It will help me to do mine, for the Lord knows I am finding it hard, with the music of these stones in my ears." 105 "I never saw it played before," Gavin said, standing up in his turn. "What a din they make. McQueen, I believe they are fighting." "No, no," said the excited doctor, "they are just a bit daft. That's the proper spirit for the game. Look, that's the Baron Bailey standing on his head, and there's Mr. Duthie off his head a Thegitha. Yon's TWA weavers and a mason cursing the lead, and the man with the besom is the master of Crumnathy. A democracy, at all events," said Gavin. "By no means," said the doctor, "it's an aristocracy of intellect. Gee up, Lightning, or the frost will be gone before we are there." "It is my opinion, doctor," said Gavin, "that you will have bones to set before that game is finished. I can see nothing but legs now." "Don't say a word against curling, sir, to me," said McQueen, whom the sight of a game in which he must not play had turned crusty. "Dangerous. It's the best medicine I know of. Look at that man coming across the field. It is Joe Strachan. Well, sir, curling saved Joe's life after I had given him up. You don't believe me? Hi, Joe Strachan, come here and tell the minister how curling put you on your legs again." Strachan came forward, a tough, little, wizened man, with red flannel round his ears to keep out the cold. "It's gospel what the doctor says, Mr. Dishart," he declared. "Me and my brother Sunday was baith ill, and in the same bed, and the doctor had hope so Sandy, but nay no me. Weel, when I heard that, I thought I might as weel die on the ice as in my bed, so I up and on wi my clayethis. Sandy was mad at me, for he was no curler, and he says, Joe Strachan, if you gang to Rashabog you'll assuredly be broked harm a corp. I didna heed him, though, and off I gaed. And I see you did not die, said Gavin. 106 not me, answered the fish cadger, with a grin. Nah, but the joke is, it was Sandy that died. Not the joke, Joe corrected the doctor, the moral. The moral, am I forgetting the word? McQueen, enjoying Gavin's discomfiture, turned lightning down the Rashabog road, which would be impassable as soon as the thaw came. In summer Rashabog is several fields in which a cart does not sink unless it stands still, but in winter it is a loch with here and there a spring where dead men are said to lie. There are no rushes at its east end, and here the dog-cart drew up near the curlers, a crowd of men dancing, screaming, shaking their fists and sweeping, while 100 onlookers got in their way, gesticulating and advising. Hold me tight, the doctor whispered to Gavin, or I'll be leaving you to drive Nanny to the poor house by yourself. He had no sooner said this than he tried to jump out of the trap. You donnertful, John Robbie, he shouted to a player, soup her up, man, soup her up, no, dinner, leave her alone. Bailey, leave her alone, you blazing idiot. Mr. Dishart, let me go, what do you mean, sir? By hanging on to my coat tails. Dang it all, Duth is winning. He has it, he has it. You're to play, doctor, some cried, running to the dog-cart. We ha' missed you, sir. Gems, I. No, I dunna. Then we get our licks. I never saw the minister in sick form. We can do nothing against him. Then cried McQueen, I'll play. Come what will, I'll play. Let go my tails, Mr. Dishart, or I'll cut them off. Duty. Fiddlesticks. Shame on you, sir, said Gavin, yes, and on you others who would entice him from his duty. Shame, the doctor cried. Look at Mr. Duthie, 107, is he ashamed? And yet that man has been reproving me for 12 months because I've refused to become one of his elders. Duthie, he shouted, think shame of yourself for curling this day. Mr. Duthie had carefully turned his back to the trap, for Gavin's presence in it annoyed him. We seldom care to be reminded of our duty by seeing another do it. Now, however, he advanced to the dog-cart, taking the far side of Gavin. Put on your coat, Mr. Duthie, said the doctor, and come with me to Nanny Webster's. You promised. Mr. Duthie looked quizzically at Gavin, and then at the sky. The thaw may come at any moment, he said. I think the frost is to hold, said Gavin. It may hold over tomorrow, Mr. Duthie admitted, but tomorrow's the Sabbath, and so a lost day. A what? Exclaimed Gavin, horrified. I only mean, Mr. Duthie answered, colouring, that we can't curl on the Lord's Day. As for what it may be like on Monday, no one can say. No, doctor, I won't risk it. We're in the middle of a game, man. Gavin looked very grave. I see what you are thinking, Mr. Dishart, the old minister said doggedly, but then, you don't curl. You are very wise. I have forbidden my sons to curl. Then you openly snap your fingers at your duty, Mr. Duthie, said the doctor, loftily. You can let go my tails now, Mr. Dishart, for the madness has passed. None of your virtuoses, McQueen said Mr. Duthie, hotly. What was the name of the doctor that warned women never to have bairns while it was hoarding? 108. And what, retorted McQueen, was the name of the minister that told his session he would neither preach nor pray while the black frost lasted? Hoots, doctor, said Duthie, don't lose your temper because I'm in such form. Don't lose yours, Duthie, because I beat you. You beat me, McQueen. Go home, sir, and don't talk havers. Who beat you at? Who made you sing small at? Who won? Who? I'll play you on Monday for whatever you like, shrieked the doctor. If it holds, cried the minister, I'll be here the whole day. Name the stakes yourself. A stone. No, the doctor said, but I'll tell you what we'll play for. You've been dinging me doit about that eldership, and we'll play 40. If you win I accept office. Done, said the minister, recklessly. The dog-cart was now turned toward Windyher, its driver once more good-humoured, but Gavin silent. You would have been the better of my deaf ear just now, Mr. Dishart, McQueen said after the lock had been left behind. And I'm thinking my pipe would soothe you. But don't take it so much to heart, man. I'll lick him easily. He's a decent man, the minister, but vain of his play, ridiculously vain. However, I think the sight of you, in the place that should have been his, has broken his nerve for this day, and our side may win yet. I believe, Gavin said, with sudden enlightenment, that you brought me here for that purpose. Maybe, chuckled the doctor, maybe. Then he 109 changed the subject suddenly. Mr. Dishart, he asked, were you ever in love? Never, answered Gavin violently. Well, said the doctor, don't terrify the horse. I have been in love myself. It's bad, but it's nothing to curling. 110. Chapter 12. Tragedy of a Mud House. The dog-cart bumped between the trees of Cadham, flinging Gavin and the doctor at each other as a wheel rose on some beach route or sank for a moment in a pool. I suppose the wood was a pretty sight that day, the pines only white where they had met the snow, as if the numbed painter had left his work unfinished, the brittle twigs snapping overhead, the water as black as tar. But it matters little what the wood was like. Within a squirrel's leap of it an old woman was standing at the door of a mud house listening for the approach of the trap that was to take her to the poor house. Can you think of the beauty of the day now? Nanny was not crying. She had redd up her house for the last time and put on her black merino. Her mouth was wide open while she listened. If you had addressed her you would have thought her polite and stupid. Look at her. A flabby-faced woman she is now, with a swollen body, and no one has heeded her much these 30 years. I can tell you something, it is almost droll. Nanny Webster was once a gay flirt, and in Airlie Square there is a weaver with an unsteady head who thought all the earth of her. His loom has taken a foot from his stature, and gone are Nanny's raven locks on which he used to place his adoring hand. Down in Airlie Square he is weaving for his life, and here is Nanny, ripe for the poorhouse, and between them is the hill where they were lovers. That is all the story save that when Nanny heard the dog cart she screamed. 111 No neighbor was with her. If you think this hard, it is because you do not understand. Perhaps Nanny had never been very lovable except to one man, and him, it is said, she lost through her own vanity, but there was much in her to like. The neighbors, of whom there were 2 not 100 yards away, would have been with her now but they feared to hurt her feelings. No heart opens to sympathy without letting in delicacy, and these poor people knew that Nanny would not like them to see her being taken away. For a week they had been aware of what was coming, and they had been most kind to her, but that hideous word, the poorhouse, they had not uttered. Poorhouse is not to be spoken in Thrums, though it is nothing to tell a man that you see death in his face. Did Nanny think they knew where she was going? Was a question they whispered to each other, and her suffering eyes cut scars on their hearts. So now that the hour had come they called their children into their houses and pulled down their blinds. If you would like to see her by yourself, the doctor said eagerly to Gavin, as the horse drew up at Nanny's gate, I'll wait with the horse. Not, he added, hastily, that I feel sorry for her. We are doing her a kindness. They dismounted together, however, and Nanny, who had run from the trap into the house, watched them from her window. McQueen saw her and said glumly, I should have come alone, for if you pray she is sure to break down. Mr. Dishart, could you not pray cheerfully? You don't look very cheerful yourself, Gavin said sadly. Nonsense, answered the doctor. I have no patience with this false sentiment. Stand still, lightning, and be thankful you are not your master today. 112 The door stood open, and Nanny was crouching against the opposite wall of the room, such a poor, dull kitchen, that you would have thought the furniture had still to be brought into it. The blanket and the piece of old carpet that was Nanny's coverlet were already packed in her box. The plate rack was empty. Only the round table and the 2 chairs, and the stools and some pans were being left behind. Well, Nanny, the doctor said, trying to bluster, I have come, and you see Mr. Dishart is with me. Nanny rose bravely. She knew the doctor was good to her, and she wanted to thank him. I have not seen a great deal of the world myself, but often the sweet politeness of the aged poor has struck me as beautiful. Nanny dropped a curtsy, an ungainly one maybe, but it was an old woman giving the best she had. Thank you kindly, sirs, she said, and then 2 pairs of eyes dropped before hers. "Please to take a chair," she added timidly. It is strange to know that at that awful moment, for let none tell me it was less than awful, the old woman was the one who could speak. Both men sat down, for they would have hurt Nanny by remaining standing. Some ministers would have known the right thing to say to her, but Gavin dared not let himself speak. "I have again to remind you that he was only 21. "I'm drowsy," Nanny the doctor said, to give her something to do, "and I would be obliged for a drink of water." Nanny hastened to the pan that stood behind her door, but stopped before she reached it. "It's tomb," she said. I didna think I needed to fill it this morning." She caught the doctor's eye, and could only half restrain a sob. "I couldna help that," she said, apologetically. "I'm writ angry at myself for being so ungrateful like." 113 The doctor thought it best that they should depart at once. He rose. "Oh, no, doctor," cried Nanny in alarm. "But you are ready." She said, "I have been ready this 2 hours, but you might wait a minute. Hendry Munn and Andrew Allardis is coming yont the road, and they would see me." "Wait," Dr. Gavin said. "Thank you kindly, sir," answered Nanny. "But Nanny," the doctor said, "you must remember what I told you about the poo, about the place you are going to. It is a fine house, and you will be very happy in it." "I'll be happy in tea," Nanny faltered, "but, doctor, if I could just ha' bidden on here though I wasna happy. Think of the food you will get, broth nearly every day." It'll be terrible enjoyable," Nanny said. "And there will be pleasant company for you always," continued the doctor, "and a nice room to sit in. Why, after you have been there a week, you won't be the same woman." "That's it," cried Nanny with sudden passion. Nah, I'll be a woman on the pause rates." "Oh, mither, you little thought when you bore me that I would come to this." "Nanny," the doctor said, rising again, "I am ashamed of you." "I humbly spur your forgiveness, sir," she said, "and you might bide just a wee yet. I've been ready to gang these 2 hours, but now that the machine is at the gate, I dinna ken how it is, but I'm terrible sweer to come awa." "Oh, Mr. Dishart, it's writ true what the doctor says about the place, but I canna just take it in. I'm ge old." 114 You will often get out to see your friends, was all Gavin could say. Nah, she cried, "Dinna say that, I'll gang, but you mauna bid me ever come out, except in a hearse. Dinna let onybody in Thrums look on my face again." "We must go," said the doctor firmly. "Put on your mutch, Nanny." "I dinna need to put on a mutch," she answered, with a faint flush of pride. "I have a bonnet." She took the bonnet from her bed, and put it on slowly. "Are you sure there's naebody looking?" she asked. The doctor glanced at the minister, and Gavin rose. "Let us pray," he said, and the 3 went down on their knees. It was not the custom of Auld Licht ministers to leave any house without offering up a prayer in it, and to us it always seemed that when Gavin prayed, he was at the knees of God. The little minister pouring himself out in prayer in a humble room, with awed people around him who knew much more of the world than he, his voice at times thick and again a squeal, and his hands clasped not gracefully, may have been only a comic figure, but we were old-fashioned, and he seemed to make us better men. If I only knew the way, I would draw him as he was, and not fear to make him too mean a man for you to read about. He had not been long in Thrums before he knew that we talked much of his prayers, and that doubtless puffed him up a little. Sometimes, I dare say, he rose from his knees feeling that he had prayed well today, which is a dreadful charge to bring against anyone. But it was not always so, nor was it so now. I am not speaking harshly of this man, whom I have loved beyond all others, when I say that Nanny came 115 between him and his prayer. Had he been of God's own image, unstained, he would have forgotten all else in his Maker's presence, but Nanny was speaking too, and her words choked his. At first she only whispered, but soon what was eating her heart burst out painfully, and she did not know that the minister had stopped. They were such moans as these that brought him back to earth. I'll ha' to gang. I'm a base woman no to be mair thankfu to them that is so good to me. I dinna like to prig with them to take a roundabout road, and I'm sair flied o' the roods will see me. If it could just be said to poor Sanders when he comes back that I died hurriedly, syne he would be able to hold up his head. Oh, mither! I wish terrible they had come and ta'en me at nisht. It's a dog cart, and I was praying it might be a cart, so that they could cover me wi' straw. This is more than I can stand, the doctor cried. Nanny rose frightened. I've tried you, sir, she said, but, oh, I'm grateful, and I'm ready now. They all advanced toward the door without another word, and Nanny even tried to smile. But in the middle of the floor something came over her, and she stood there. Gavin took her hand, and it was cold. She looked from one to the other, her mouth opening and shutting. I canna help it, she said. It's cruel hard, muttered the doctor. I knew this woman when she was a lassie. The little minister stretched out his hands. Have pity on her, O God, he prayed, with the presumptuousness of youth. Nanny heard the words. Oh, God, she cried, you might. 116 God needs no minister to tell him what to do, but it was his will that the poor house should not have this woman. He made use of a strange instrument, no other than the Egyptian, who now opened the mud house door. 117 Chapter 13. Second Coming of the Egyptian Woman. The gypsy had been passing the house, perhaps on her way to Thrums for gossip, and it was only curiosity, born suddenly of Gavin's cry, that made her enter. On finding herself in unexpected company she retained hold of the door, and to the amazed minister she seemed for a moment to have stepped into the mud house from his garden. Her eyes danced, however, as they recognized him, and then he hardened. This is no place for you, he was saying fiercely, when Nanny, too distraught to think, fell crying at the Egyptian's feet. They are taking me to the poorhouse, she sobbed. Dinna let them, dinna let them. The Egyptian's arms clasped her, and the Egyptian kissed a sallow cheek that had once been as fair as yours, madam, who may read this story. No one had caressed Nanny for many years, but do you think she was too poor and old to care for these young arms around her neck? There are those who say that women cannot love each other, but it is not true. Woman is not undeveloped man, but something better, and Gavin and the doctor knew it as they saw Nanny clinging to her protector. When the gypsy turned with flashing eyes to the two men, she might have been a mother guarding her child. "How dare you!" she cried, stamping her foot, and they quaked like malefactors. "You don't see," Gavin began, but her indignation stopped him. 118 You coward, she said. Even the doctor had been impressed, so that he now addressed the gypsy respectfully. "This is all very well," he said, "but a woman's sympathy, a woman, if I could be a man for only 5 minutes." She clenched her little fists, and again turned to Nanny. "You poor dear," she said tenderly, "I won't let them take you away." She looked triumphantly at both minister and doctor, as one who had foiled them in their cruel designs. "Go," she said, pointing grandly to the door. "Is this the Egyptian of the riots?" the doctor said in a low voice to Gavin, "or is she a queen?" "Hoots, man, don't look so shamefaced. We are not criminals. Say something." Then to the Egyptian Gavin said firmly, "You mean well, but you are doing this poor woman a cruelty in holding out hopes to her that cannot be realized. Sympathy is not meal and bedclothes, and these are what she needs." "And you who live in luxury," retorted the girl, "would send her to the poorhouse for them. I thought better of you." "Tuts," said the doctor, losing patience, "Mr. Dishart gives more than any other man in Thrums to the poor, and he is not to be preached to by a gypsy." "We are waiting for you, Nanny." I'm coming," said Nanny, leaving the Egyptian. "I'll ha' to gang, lassie. Dinna greet for me." But the Egyptian said, "No, you are not going. It is these men who are going. Go, sirs, and leave us." "And you will provide for Nanny?" asked the doctor contemptuously. "Yes." 119 And where is the siller to come from? "That is my affair, and Nanny's. Begone, both of you. She shall never want again. See how the very mention of your going brings back life to her face." "I won't begone," the doctor said roughly, "till I see the color of your siller." "Oh, the money," said the Egyptian scornfully. She put her hand into her pocket confidently, as if used to well-filled purses, but could only draw out 2 silver pieces. "I had forgotten," she said aloud, though speaking to herself. "I thought so," said the cynical doctor. "Come, Nanny. You presume to doubt me," the Egyptian said, blocking his way to the door. "How could I presume to believe you?" he answered. "You are a beggar by profession, and yet talk as if— pooh, nonsense." "I would live on terrible little," Nanny whispered, "and Sanders will be out again in August month. 7 shillings a week, rapped out the doctor. Is that all? The Egyptian asked. She shall have it. When? At once. No, it is not possible tonight, but tomorrow I will bring £5. No, I will send it. No, you must come for it. And where, O daughter of Dives, do you reside? The doctor asked. No doubt the Egyptian could have found a ready answer had her pity for Nanny been less sincere. As it was, she hesitated, wanting to propitiate the doctor, while holding her secret fast. I only asked, McQueen said, eyeing her curiously, because when I make an appointment I like to know where it is to be held. But I suppose you are suddenly 120 to rise out of the ground as you have done today, and did 6 weeks ago. Whether I rise out of the ground or not, the gypsy said, keeping her temper with an effort, there will be a £5 note in my hand. You will meet me tomorrow about this hour at, say, the Chimes of Kushi. No, said the doctor after a moment's pause, I won't. Even if I went to the Chimes I should not find you there. Why can you not come to me? Why do you carry a woman's hair, replied the Egyptian, in that locket on your chain? Whether she was speaking of what she knew, or this was only a chance shot, I cannot tell. But the doctor stepped back from her hastily, and could not help looking down at the locket. Yes, said the Egyptian calmly, it is still shut, but why do you sometimes open it at nights? Lassie, the old doctor cried, are you a witch? Perhaps, she said, but I ask for no answer to my questions. If you have your secrets, why may I not have mine? Now will you meet me at the Chimes? No, I distrust you more than ever. Even if you came, it would be to play with me as you have done already. How can a vagrant have £5 in her pocket when she does not have 5 shillings on her back? You are a cruel, hard man, the Egyptian said, beginning to lose hope. But, see, she cried, brightening, look at this ring. Do you know its value? She held up her finger, but the stone would not live in the dull light. I see it is gold, the doctor said cautiously, and she smiled at the ignorance that made him look only at the frame. Certainly, it is gold, said Gavin, equally stupid. Mercy on us! Nanny cried, I believe it's what they call a diamond. 121. How did you come by it? The doctor asked suspiciously. I thought we had agreed not to ask each other questions, the Egyptian answered dryly. But, see, I will give it to you to hold in hostage. If I am not at the Chimes to get it back, you can keep it. The doctor took the ring in his hand and examined it curiously. There is a quirk in this, he said at last, that I don't like. Take back your ring, lassie. Mr. Dishart, give Nanny your arm, and I'll carry her box to the machine. Now all this time Gavin had been in the dire distress of a man possessed of 2 minds, of which one said, this is a true woman, and the other, remember the 17th of October. They were at war within him, and he knew that he must take a side, yet no sooner had he cast one out than he invited it back. He did not answer the doctor. Unless, McQueen said, nettled by his hesitation. "You trust this woman's word?" Gavin tried honestly to weigh those two minds against each other, but could not prevent impulse jumping into one of the scales. "You do trust me," the Egyptian said, with wet eyes, and now that he looked on her again, "Yes," he said firmly, "I trust you," and the words that had been so difficult to say were the right words. He had no more doubt of it. "Just think a moment first," the doctor warned him. "I decline to have anything to do with this matter. You will go to the Chimes for the Scylla." "If it is necessary," said Gavin. "It is necessary," the Egyptian said. "Then I will go." Nanny took his hand timidly, and would have kissed it had he been less than a minister. 122 "You dare not, man," the doctor said gruffly, "make an appointment with this gypsy. Think of what will be said in Thrums." I honor Gavin for the way in which he took this warning. For him, who was watched from the rising of his congregation to their lying down, whose every movement was expected to be a text to Thrums, it was no small thing that he had promised. This he knew, but he only reddened because the doctor had implied an offensive thing in a woman's presence. "You forget yourself, doctor," he said sharply. "Send someone in your place," advised the doctor, who liked the little minister. "He must come himself and alone," said the Egyptian. "You must both give me your promise not to mention who is Nanny's friend, and she must promise to." "Well," said the doctor, buttoning up his coat, "I cannot keep my horse freezing any longer. Remember, Mr. Dishart, you take the sole responsibility of this." "I do," said Gavin, and with the utmost confidence. "Give him the ring then, lassie," said McQueen. She handed the minister the ring, but he would not take it. "I have your word," he said, "that is sufficient." Then the Egyptian gave him the first look that he could think of afterwards without misgivings. "So be it," said the doctor. "Get the money, and I will say nothing about it, unless I have reason to think that it has been dishonestly come by. Don't look so frightened at me, Nanny. I hope for your sake that her stocking foot is full of gold." "Surely it's worth risking," Nanny said, not very brightly, when the minister's on her side. But on whose side, Nanny?" asked the doctor. "Lassie, I bear you no grudge, will you not tell me who you are?" 123 "Only a pooey gypsy, your honor," said the girl, becoming mischievous now that she had gained her point, "only a wandering Howland shaker, and will I tell you your fortune, my pretty gentleman?" "No, you shan't," replied the doctor, plunging his hands so hastily into his pockets that Gavin laughed. "I don't need to look at your hand," said the gypsy, "I can read your fortune in your face." She looked at him fixedly, so that he fidgeted. "I see you," said the Egyptian in a sepulchral voice, and speaking slowly, "become very frail. Your eyesight has almost gone. You are sitting alone in a court room, cooking your own dinner o'er a feeble fire. The soot is falling down the lum. Your bearish manners towards women have driven the servant lassie frae your house, and your wife beats you. You spoil your prophecy there," the doctor said, considerably relieved, for I'm not married, my pipe's the only wife I ever had. You will be married by that time, continued the Egyptian, frowning at this interruption, for I see your wife. She is a shrew. She marries you in your dotage. She laughs at you in company. She doesn't allow you to smoke. Away with you, you jade, cried the doctor in a fury, and feeling nervously for his pipe. Mr. Dishart, you had better stay and arrange this matter as you choose, but I want a word with you outside. And you're no angry wi' me, doctor, are you? Asked Nanny wistfully. You've been writ good to me, but I canna thole the thocht o' that place. And, oh, doctor, you winna tell naebody that I was so near ta'en to it. In the garden McQueen said to Gavin, you may be right, Mr. Dishart, in this matter, for there is this in our favour, that the woman can gain nothing by tricking us. She did seem to feel for 124 Nanny. But who can she be? You saw she could put on and off the Scotch tongue as easily as if it were a cap. She is as much a mystery to me as to you, Gavin answered, but she will give me the money, and that is all I ask of her. That remains to be seen. But take care of yourself, a man's second childhood begins when a woman gets hold of him. Don't alarm yourself about me, doctor. I dare say she is only one of those gypsies from the south. They are said to be wealthy, many of them, and even, when they like, to have a grand manner. The Thrums people had no doubt but that she was what she seemed to be. But what does she seem to be? Even that puzzles me. And then there is this mystery about her which she admits herself, though perhaps only to play with us. Perhaps, said Gavin, she is only taking precautions against her discovery by the police. You must remember her part in the riots. Yes, but we never learned how she was able to play that part. Besides, there is no fear in her, or she would not have ventured back to Thrums. However, good luck attend you. But be wary. You saw how she kept her feet among her shalls and wills. Never trust a Scotch man or woman who does not come to grief among them. The doctor took his seat in the dogcart. And, Mr. Dishart, he called out, that was all nonsense about the locket. 125 Chapter 14. The minister dances to the woman's piping. Gavin let the doctor's warnings fall in the grass. In his joy over Nanny's deliverance he jumped the garden gate, whose hinges were of yarn, and cleverly caught his hat as it was leaving his head in protest. He then re-entered the mud house staidly. Pleasant was the change. Nanny's home was as a clock that had been run out, and is set going again. Already the old woman was unpacking her box, to increase the distance between herself and the poor house. But Gavin only saw her in the background, for the Egyptian, singing at her work, had become the heart of the house. She had flung her shawl over Nanny's shoulders, and was at the fireplace breaking peats with the leg of a stool. She turned merrily to the minister to ask him to chop up his staff for firewood, and he would have answered wittily but could not. Then, as often, The beauty of the Egyptian surprised him into silence. I could never get used to her face myself in the afterdays. It has always held me wondering, like my own Glen clarity on a summer day, when the sun is lingering and the clouds are on the march, and the glen is never the same for 2 minutes, but always so beautiful as to make me sad. Never will I attempt to picture the Egyptian as she seemed to Gavin while she bent over Nanny's fire, never will I describe my Glen. Yet 100 times have I hankered after trying to picture both. An older minister, believing that Nanny's anguish was ended, might have gone on his knees and finished 126 the interrupted prayer, but now Gavin was only doing this girl's bidding. Nanny and I are to have a dish of tea, as soon as we have set things to rights, she told him. Do you think we should invite the minister, Nanny? We couldna dare, Nanny answered quickly. You'll excuse her, Mr. Dishart, for the presumption. Presumption, said the Egyptian, making a face. Lassie, Nanny said, fearful to offend her new friend, yet horrified at this affront to the minister. I ken you mean weel, but Mr. Dishart'll think you're putting yoursel on an equality wi' him. She added in a whisper, dinna be so free, he's the old licked minister. The gypsy bowed with mock awe, but Gavin let it pass. He had, indeed, forgotten that he was anybody in particular, and was anxious to stay to tea. But there is no water, he remembered, and is there any tea? I am going out for them and for some other things, the Egyptian explained. But no, she continued, reflectively, if I go for the tea, you must go for the water. Lassie, cried Nanny, mind what you're speaking to. To send a minister to the well. I will go, said Gavin, recklessly lifting the pitcher. The well is in the wood, I think. Gie me the pitcher, Mr. Dishart, said Nanny, in distress. What a town there would be if you was seen wi' tea. Then he must remain here and keep the house till we come back, said the Egyptian, and thereupon departed, with a friendly wave of her hand to the minister. She's an awful lassie, Nanny said, apologetically, but it'll just be the way she has been brought up. Do you think we should invite the minister, Nanny? She has been very good to you, Nanny. 127 she has, leastwise, she promises to be. Mr. Dishart, she's awa', what if she doesna come back? Nanny spoke nervously, and Gavin drew a long face. I think she will, he said faintly. I am confident of it, he added in the same voice. And has she the siller? I believe in her, said Gavin, so doggedly that his own words reassured him. She has an excellent heart. Said Nanny, to whom the minister's faith was more than the Egyptian's promise, and that's hardly natural in a gain aboot body. Yet a gypsy she maun be, for naebody would pretend to be ane that wasna. Todd, she proved she was an Egyptian by daring to send you to the well. This conclusive argument brought her prospective dower so close to Nanny's eyes that it hid the poor house. I suppose she'll gie you the money, she said, and sign you'll gie me the 7 shillings a week. That seems the best plan, Gavin answered. And what will you gie it me in? Nanny asked, with something on her mind. I would be terrible obliged if you gave it to me in saxpences. Do the smaller coins go farther? Gavin asked, curiously. Nah, it's no that. But I've heard tell o' folk giving away half-crowns by mistake for TWA shilling bits, and there's something dizzying in hen four and 20 pennies in one piece, it has sick terrible little bulk. Sanders had ain't a gold sovereign, and he looked at it so often that it seemed to grow smaller and smaller in his hand till he was feared it might just be a half after all. Her mind relieved on this matter, the old woman set off for the well. A minute afterwards Gavin went to the door to look for the gypsy, and, behold, Nanny was no further than the gate. Have you who read ever 128 been sick near to death, and then so far recovered that you could once again stand at your window? If so, you have not forgotten how the beauty of the world struck you afresh, so that you looked long and said many times, how fair a world it is, like one who had made a discovery. It was such a look that Nanny gave to the hill and Cadam while she stood at her garden gate. Gavin returned to the fire and watched a girl in it in an officer's cloak playing at hide and seek with soldiers. After a time he sighed, then looked round sharply to see who had sighed, then, absent-mindedly, lifted the empty kettle and placed it on the glowing peats. He was standing glaring at the kettle, his arms folded, when Nanny returned from the well. I've been thinking, she said, oh, something that proves the lassie to be just an Egyptian. I noticed she wasna nane odd when I said you was the old licked minister. Weel, I see up hoard that came frae her living our muckle in the open air. Is there no a smell o' burning in the house? I have noticed it, Gavin answered, sniffing, since you came in. I was busy until then, putting on the kettle. The smell is becoming worse. Nanny had seen the empty kettle on the fire as he began to speak, and so solved the mystery. Her first thought was to snatch the kettle out of the blaze, but remembering who had put it there, she dared not. She sidled toward the hearth instead, and saying craftily, here it is, it's a clout among the peats, softly laid the kettle on the earthen floor. It was still red with sparks, however, when the gypsy reappeared. Who burned the kettle? She asked, ignoring Nanny's signs. Lassie, Nanny said, it was me, but Gavin, flushing, confessed his guilt. Oh, you stupid, exclaimed the Egyptian, shaking 129 her 2 ounces of tea, which then cost 6 shillings the pound, in his face. At this Nanny wrung her hands, crying, that's war than swearing. If men, said the gypsy, severely, would keep their hands in their pockets all day, the world's affairs would be more easily managed. Wheesht, cried Nanny, if Mr. Dishart cared to set his mind to it, he could make the kettle boil quicker than you or me. But his thoughts is on higher things. No higher than this, retorted the gypsy, holding her hand level with her brow. Confess, Mr. Dishart, that this is the exact height of what you were thinking about. See, Nanny, he is blushing as if I meant that he had been thinking about me. He cannot answer, Nanny, we have found him out. And kindly of him it is no to answer, said Nanny, who had been examining the gypsy's various purchases, for what could he answer, except that he would need to be sure o' living 1,000 years afore he could spare 5 minutes on you or me. Of course it would be different if we sat under him. And yet, said the Egyptian, with great solemnity, he is to drink tea at that very table. I hope you are sensible of the honor, Nanny. Am I? No, said Nanny, whose education had not included sarcasm. I'm trying to keep Frey thinking a tea till he's gone, in case I should let the teapot fall. You have nothing to thank me for, Nanny, said Gavin, but much for which to thank this Haggarty Egyptian, suggested the girl. Then, looking at Gavin curiously, she said, but my name is Babby. That's short for Barbara, said Nanny, but Babby what? Yes, Babby what, replied the gypsy, as if one name were as good as another. 130 wheel, then, lift the lid off the kettle, Babby, said Nanny, for it's boiling hour. Gavin looked at Nanny with admiration and envy, for she had said Babby as coolly as if it was the name of a pepper box. Babby tucked up her sleeves to wash Nanny's cups and saucers, which even in the most prosperous days of the mud house had only been in use once a week, and Gavin was so eager to help that he bumped his head on the plate rack. Sit there, said Babby, authoritatively, pointing, with a cup in her hand, to a stool, and don't rise till I give you permission. To Nanny's amazement, he did as he was bid. I got the things in the little shop you told me of, the Egyptian continued, addressing the mistress of the house, but the horrid man would not give them to me until he had seen my money. Enoch would be suspicious o' you, Nanny explained, you being an Egyptian. Ah, said Babby, with a side glance at the minister, I am only an Egyptian. Is that why you dislike me, Mr. Dishart? Gavin hesitated foolishly over his answer, and the Egyptian, with a towel round her waist, made a pretty gesture of despair. He neither likes you nor dislikes you, Nanny explained, you forget he's a minister. That is what I cannot endure, said Babby, putting the towel to her eyes, to be neither liked nor disliked. Please hate me, Mr. Dishart, if you cannot loathe of me. Her face was behind the towel, and Gavin could not decide whether it was the face or the towel that shook with agitation. He gave Nanny a look that asked, is she really crying? And Nanny telegraphed back, I question it. 131 Come, said the minister, gallantly, I did not say that I disliked you. Even this desperate compliment had not the desired effect, for the gypsy continued to sob behind her screen. I can honestly say, went on Gavin, as solemnly as if he were making a statement in a court of justice, that I like you. Then the Egyptian let drop her towel, and replied with equal solemnity, oh, tanko. Nanny, the minister says me is a doodiddle dirl. He didna gang that length, said Nanny, sharply, to cover Gavin's confusion. Set the things, Babby, and I'll make the tea. The Egyptian obeyed demurely, pretending to wipe her eyes every time Gavin looked at her. He frowned at this, and then she affected to be too overcome to go on with her work. "Tell me, Nanny," she asked presently, "what sort of man this Enoch is, from whom I bought the things?" "He is not very regular, I fear," answered Gavin, who felt that he had sat silent and self-conscious on his stool too long. "Do you mean that he drinks?" asked Barrie. "No, I mean regular in his attendance." The Egyptian's face showed no enlightenment. "His attendance at church," Gavin explained. "He's far frae it," said Nanny, "and as a body kens, Joe Cruikshanks, the atheist, has the white o' that. The scoundrel telled Enoch that the great ministers in Edinburgh and London believed in no hell except sick as your ain conscience made for you, and ever since syne Enoch has been careless about the future state." "Ah," said Barrie, waving the church aside, "what I want to know is whether he is a single man." "He is not," Gavin replied. "But why do you want to know that?" 132 Because single men are such gossips. "I am sorry he is not single, as I want him to repeat to everybody what I told him." "Trust him to tell Susie," said Nanny, "and Susie to tell the town." "His wife is a gossip." She's eye-tonguing, especially about her teeth. They're folk wi siller, and she has a set o' false teeth. It's fair scumfishing to hear her blawing about they teeth, she's so flied we dinna ken that they are false." Nanny had spoken jealously, but suddenly she trembled with apprehension. "Barrie," she cried, "you didna speak about the poor house to Enoch." The Egyptian shook her head, though of the poor house she had been forced to speak, for Enoch, having seen the doctor going home alone, insisted on knowing why. "But I knew," the gypsy said, "that the Thrums people would be very unhappy until they discovered where you get the money I am to give you, and as that is a secret, I hinted to Enoch that your benefactor is Mr. Dishart." "You should not have said that," interposed Gavin. "I cannot foster such a deception." "They will foster it without your help," the Egyptian said. "Besides, if you choose, you can say you get the money from a friend." You can say that," Nanny entreated with such eagerness that Barrie remarked a little bitterly. "There is no fear of Nanny's telling anyone that the friend is a gypsy girl." "Na, agreed Nanny, again losing Barrie's sarcasm. "I winna let on. It's so queer to be befriended by an Egyptian." "It is scarcely respectable," Barrie said. 133 It's no, answered simple Nanny. I suppose Nanny's unintentional cruelty did hurt Barrie as much as Gavin thought. She winced, and her face had two expressions, the one cynical, the other pained. Her mouth curled as if to tell the minister that gratitude was nothing to her, but her eyes had to struggle to keep back a tear. Gavin was touched, and she saw it, and for a moment they were two people who understood each other. "I, at least," Gavin said in a low voice, "will know who is the benefactress, and think none the worse of her because she is a gypsy." At this Barrie smiled gratefully to him, and then both laughed, for they had heard Nanny remarking to the kettle, "But I wouldna ha' been nane angry if she had telled Enoch that the minister was to take his tea here. Susie'll no believe tea though I tell her, as tell her I will." To Nanny the table now presented a rich appearance, for besides the teapot there were butter and loaf bread and cheeses, a biscuit of which only Thrums knows the secret. "Draw in your chair, Mr. Dishart," she said, in suppressed excitement. "Yes," said Barrie, "you take this chair, Mr. Dishart, and Nanny will have that one, and I can sit humbly on the stool." But Nanny held up her hands in horror. "Keep us she exclaimed. "The lassie thinks her and me is to sit down wi' the minister. We're no to gang that length, Barrie, we're just to stand and serve him, and syne we'll sit down when he has risen." "Delightful," said Barrie, clapping her hands. "Nanny, you kneel on that side of him, and I will kneel on this. You will hold the butter and I the biscuits." 134 But Gavin, as this girl was always forgetting, was a lord of creation. "Sit down both of you at once," he thundered, "I command you. Sit down, both of you, at once." Then the two women fell into their seats, Nanny in terror, Barrie affecting it. 135 Chapter 15. The Minister Bewitched, Second Sermon Against Women. To Nanny it was a dizzying experience to sit at the head of her own table, and, with assumed calmness, invite the minister not to spare the loaf bread. Barrie's prattle, and even Gavin's answers, were but an indistinct noise to her, to be as little regarded, in the excitement of watching whether Mr. Dishart noticed that there was a knife for the butter, as the music of the river by a man who is catching trout. Every time Gavin's cup went to his lips Nanny calculated, correctly, how much he had drunk, and yet, when the right moment arrived, she asked in the English voice that is fashionable at ceremonies, if his cup was tomb. Perhaps it was well that Nanny had these matters to engross her, for though Gavin spoke freely, he was saying nothing of lasting value, and some of his remarks to the Egyptian, if preserved for the calmer contemplation of the morrow, might have seemed frivolous to himself. Usually his observations were scrambled for, like halfpence at a wedding, but today they were only for one person. Infected by the Egyptian's high spirits, Gavin had laid aside the minister with his hat, and what was left was only a young man. He who had stamped his feet at thought of a soldier's cloak now wanted to be reminded of it. The little minister, who used to address himself in terms of scorn every time he wasted an hour, was at present dallying with a teaspoon. He even laughed boisterously, flinging back his head, and 136 little knew that behind Nanny's smiling face was a terrible dread, because his chair had once given way before. Even though our thoughts are not with our company, the mention of our name is a bell to which we usually answer. Hearing hers Nanny started. "You can tell me, Nanny," the Egyptian had said, with an arch look at the minister. "Oh, Nanny, for shame! How can you expect to follow our conversation when you only listen to Mr. Dishart?" "She is saying," Nanny Gavin broke in, almost gaily for a minister, "that she saw me recently wearing a cloak. You know I have no such thing." "Na," Nanny answered artlessly, "you have just the thin brown coat with a braid round it, for be the ane you have on the now." You see, Gavin said to Barrie, I could not have a new neckcloth, not to speak of a cloak, without everybody in Thrums knowing about it. I dare say Nanny knows all about the braid, and even what it cost. 3 bawbees the yard at Kyowi's shop, replied Nanny, promptly, and your mother sewed it on. Sam L. Fairweather has the Marrows tea on his top coat. Know that it has the same look on him. Nevertheless, Barrie persisted, I am sure the minister has a cloak, but perhaps he is ashamed of it. No doubt it is hidden away in the garret. Nah, we would hack tea if it was there, said Nanny. But it may be in a chest, and the chest may be locked, the Egyptian suggested. But the kist in the garret isna locked, Nanny answered. How do you get to know all these things, Nanny? Asked Gavin, sighing. He isn't married? Asked Barrie. Your congregation tells me. Naebody would lay by news about a minister. 137. But how do they know? I dinna ken. They just find out, because they're so fond o' you. I hope they will never become so fond of me as that, said Barrie. Still, Nanny, the minister's cloak is hidden somewhere. Losh, what would make him hide it? Demanded the old woman. Folk that has cloaks dosna bury them in boxes. At the word bury, Gavin's hand fell on the table, and he returned to Nanny apprehensively. That would depend on how the cloak was got, said the cruel Egyptian. If it was not his own, lassie, cried Nanny, behave yoursel. Or if he found it in his possession against his will, suggested Gavin, slyly. He might have got it from someone who picked it up cheap. From his wife, for instance, said Barrie, whereupon Gavin suddenly became interested in the floor. The minister was hitting at you there, Barrie, Nanny explained, for the way you made off with the captain's cloak. The Thrums folk wondered less at your taking it than at your no keeping it. It's said to be mitty grand. It was rather like the one the minister's wife gave him, said Barrie. The minister has neither a wife nor a cloak, retorted Nanny. He isn't married? Asked Barrie, the picture of incredulity. Nanny gathered from the minister's face that he deputed to her the task of enlightening this ignorant girl, so she replied with emphasis, Nah, they hinna got him yet, and I'm cheated if it doesna take them all their time. Thus do the best of women sell their sex for nothing. I did wonder, said the Egyptian, gravely, at any mere woman's daring to marry such a minister. 138. Replied Nanny, spiritedly, but there's during limmers wherever there's a single man. So I have often suspected, said Barrie, duly shocked. But, Nanny, I was told the minister had a wife, by one who said he saw her. He lied, then answered Nanny, turning to Gavin for further instructions. But, see, the minister does not deny the horrid charge himself. No, and for the reason he didna deny the cloak, because it's no worth his while. I'll tell you what your friend had seen. It would be somebody that would like to be Mrs. Dishart. There's a handful o' that kind. Lassie, but wishing winna land a woman in a manse. It was one of the soldiers, Barrie said, who told me about her. He said Mr. Dishart introduced her to him. Soldiers, cried Nanny. I could never thole the name o' them. Sanders in his young days hankered after joining them, and so he would, if it hadna been for the fechting. And now they've ta'en him awa to the gaol, and sworn lies about him. Dinna put any faith in soldiers, lassie. I was told, Barrie went on, that the minister's wife was rather like me. Heaven forbid, ejaculated Nanny, so fervently that all three suddenly sat back from the table. I'm no meaning, Nanny continued hurriedly, fearing to offend her benefactress, but what you're the bonniest tide I ever saw out o' an almanac. But you would ken Mr. Dishart's contempt for bonny faces if you had heard his sermon against them. I didna hear it missel, for I'm no old licht, but it did the work o' the town for an 8 days. If Nanny had not taken her eyes off Gavin for the moment, she would have known that he was now anxious to change the topic. Barrie saw it, and became suspicious. 139 When did he preach against the wiles of women, Nanny? It was long ago, said Gavin, hastily. No so very lang syne, corrected Nanny. It was the Sabbath after the soldiers was in Thrums, the day you changed your text so hurriedly. Some thought you wasna weel, but lang Thomas Hammond is too officious, Gavin said with dignity. I forbid you, Nanny, to repeat his story. But what made you change your text? Asked Barrie. You see he winna tell, Nanny said, wistfully. I dinna deny but what I would like writ to ken. But the session's as puzzled as yoursel, Barrie. Perhaps more puzzled, answered the Egyptian, with a smile that challenged Gavin's frowns to combat and overthrow them. What surprises me, Mr. Dishart, is that such a great man can stoop to see whether women are pretty or not. It was very good of you to remember me today. I suppose you recognized me by my frock. By your face, he replied, boldly, by your eyes. Nanny, exclaimed the Egyptian, did you hear what the minister said? Woe is me, answered Nanny, I missed it. He says he would know me anywhere by my eyes. So would I, missel, said Nanny. Then what colour are they, Mr. Dishart? Demanded Barrie. Don't speak, Nanny, for I want to expose him. She closed her eyes tightly. Gavin was in a quandary. I suppose he had looked at her eyes too long to know much about them. Blue, he guessed at last. Nah, they're black, said Nanny, who had doubtless known this for an hour. I am always marveling over the cleverness of women, as everyone must see who reads this story. 140 No, but what they might be blue in some lichts, Nanny added, out of respect to the minister. Oh, don't defend him, Nanny, said Barrie, looking reproachfully at Gavin. I don't see that any minister has a right to denounce women when he is so ignorant of his subject. I will say it, Nanny, and you need not kick me beneath the table. Was not all this intoxicating to the little minister, who had never till now met a girl on equal terms? At 21 a man is a musical instrument given to the other sex, but it is not as instruments learned at school, for when she sits down to it she cannot tell what tune she is about to play. That is because she has no notion of what the instrument is capable. Barrie's kind-heartedness, her gaiety, her coquetry, her moments of sadness, had been a witch's fingers, and Gavin was still trembling under their touch. Even in being taken to task by her there was a charm, for every pout of her mouth, every shake of her head, said, "You like me, and therefore you have given me the right to tease you." Men sign these agreements without reading them. But, indeed, man is a stupid animal at the best, and thinks all his life that he did not propose until he blurted out, "I love you." It was later than it should have been when the minister left the mud house, and even then he only put on his hat because Barrie said that she must go. "But not your way," she added. "I go into the wood and vanish. You know, Nanny, I live up a tree." "Dinna say that," said Nanny, anxiously, "or I'll be flyed about the siller." "Don't fear about it. Mr. Dishart will get some of it tomorrow at the Chimes. I would bring it here, but I cannot come so far tomorrow. I have read my fortune. Then I'll ha' peace to the end o' my days," said the old woman, "and, Barrie, I wish the same to you wi' all my heart." 141 Barrie replied, mournfully, "I have read my fortune, Nanny, and there is not much happiness in it." "I hope that is not true," Gavin said, simply. They were standing at the door, and she was looking toward the hill, perhaps without seeing it. All at once it came to Gavin that this fragile girl might have a history far sadder and more turbulent than his. "Do you really care?" she asked, without looking at him. "Yes," he said stoutly, "I care." "Because you do not know me," she said. "Because I do know you," he answered. Now she did look at him. "I believe," she said, making a discovery, "that you misunderstand me less than those who have known me longer." This was a perilous confidence, for it at once made Gavin say, "Barrie." "Ah," she answered, frankly, "I am glad to hear that. I thought you did not really like me, because you never called me by my name." Gavin drew a great breath. "That was not the reason," he said. The reason was now unmistakable. "I was wrong," said the Egyptian, a little alarmed, "you do not understand me at all." She returned to Nanny, and Gavin set off, holding his head high, his brain in a whirl. 5 minutes afterwards, when Nanny was at the fire, the diamond ring on her little finger, he came back, looking like one who had just seen sudden death. "I had forgotten," he said, with a fierceness aimed at himself, "that tomorrow is the Sabbath." "Need that make any difference?" asked the gypsy. "At this hour on Monday," said Gavin, hoarsely, "I will be at the Chimes." He went away without another word, and Barrie 142 watched him from the window. Nanny had not looked up from the ring. "What a pity he is a minister," the girl said, reflectively. "Nanny, you are not listening." The old woman was making the ring flash by the light of the fire. "Nanny, do you hear me? Did you see Mr. Dishart come back?" I heard the door open, Nanny answered, without taking her greedy eyes off the ring. Was it him? Where did you get this, lassie? Give it me back, Nanny, I am going now. But Nanny did not give it back. She put her other hand over it to guard it, and there she crouched, warming herself not at the fire, but at the ring. Give it me, Nanny. It winna come off my finger. She gloated over it, nursed it, kissed it. I must have it, Nanny. The Egyptian put her hand lightly on the old woman's shoulder, and Nanny jumped up, pressing the ring to her bosom. Her face had become cunning and ugly. She retreated into a corner. Nanny, give me back my ring or I will take it from you. The cruel light of the diamond was in Nanny's eyes for a moment, and then, shuddering, she said, "Tak your ring away, tak it out o' my sight." In the meantime Gavin was trudging home gloomily composing his second sermon against women. I have already given the entry in my own diary for that day. This is his, Notes on Jonah. Exchanged Volume XLII, European Magazine for Owen's Justification, per Flying Stationer. Began 2 Samuel. Visited Nanny Webster. There is no mention of the Egyptian. 143 Chapter 16. Continued misbehavior of the Egyptian woman. By the following Monday it was known at many looms that something sat heavily on the old-licked minister's mind. On the previous day he had preached his second sermon of warning to susceptible young men, and his first mention of the word woman had blown even the sleepy heads upright. Now he had salt fish for breakfast, and on clearing the table Jean noticed that his knife and fork were uncrossed. He was observed walking into a gooseberry bush by Susie Lynn, who possessed the pioneer spring bed of Thrums, and always knew when her man jumped into it by suddenly finding herself shot to the ceiling. Lunan, the tinsmith, and 2 women, who had the luck to be in the street at the time, saw him stopping at Dr. McQueen's door, as if about to knock, and then turning smartly away. His hat blew off in the school wind, where a wind wanders ever, looking for hats, and he chased it so passionately that Lang Thomas went into Alardis Smiddy to say, "I dinna like it." Of course he couldna afford to lose his hat, but he should ha' run after it mair reverently. Gavin, indeed, was troubled. He had avoided speaking of the Egyptian to his mother. He had gone to McQueen's house to ask the doctor to accompany him to the Chimes, but with the knocker in his hand he changed his mind, and now he was at the place of meeting alone. It was a day of thaw, nothing to be heard from a distance but the swish of curling stones through 144 water on Rashabog, where the match for the eldership was going on. Around him, Gavin saw only dejected firs with drops of water falling listlessly from them, clods of snow, and grass that rustled as if animals were crawling through it. All the roads were slack. I suppose no young man to whom society has not become a cheap thing can be in Gavin's position, awaiting the coming of an attractive girl, without giving thought to what he should say to her. When in the pulpit or visiting the sick, words came in a rush to the little minister, but he had to set his teeth to determine what to say to the Egyptian. This was because he had not yet decided which of two women she was. Hardly had he started on one line of thought when she crossed his vision in a new light, and drew him after her. Her "Need that make any difference?" sang in his ear like another divot, cast this time at religion itself, and now he spoke aloud, pointing his finger at a fir. "I said at the mud house that I believed you because I knew you. To my shame be it said that I spoke falsely. How dared you bewitch me? In your presence I flung away the precious hours in frivolity, I even forgot the Sabbath. For this I have myself to blame. I am an unworthy preacher of the word. I sinned far more than you who have been brought up godlessly from your cradle. Nevertheless, whoever you are, I call upon you, before we part never to meet again, to repent of your," and then it was no mocker of the Sabbath he was addressing, but a woman with a child's face, and there were tears in her eyes. "Do you care?" she was saying, and again he answered, "Yes, I care." This girl's name was not woman, but Barrie. Now Gavin made an heroic attempt to look upon both these women at once. "Yes, I believe in you," he said to them, "but henceforth you must send your money to 145 Nani by another messenger. You are a gypsy and I am a minister, and that must part us. I refuse to see you again. I am not angry with you, but as a minister, it was not the disappearance of one of the women that clipped this argument short, it was Barrie singing, 'It fell on a day, on a bonny summer day, when the corn grew green and yellow, that there fell out a great dispute between Argyll and Airlie. The Duke of Montrose has written to Argyll to come in the morning early, and lead in his men by the back o' Dunkeld to plunder the bonny house o' Airlie.'" "Where are you?" cried Gavin in bewilderment. "I am watching you from my window so high," answered the Egyptian, and then the minister, looking up, saw her peering at him from afar. "How did you get up there?" he asked in amazement. "On my broomstick," Barrie replied, and sang on. The lady looked o'er her window sae high, and oh, but she looked weary, and there she espied the great Argyll come to plunder the bonny house o' Airlie. "What are you doing there?" Gavin said, wrathfully. "This is my home," she answered. "I told you I lived in a tree." "Come down at once," ordered Gavin. To which the singer responded, come down, Lady Margaret," he says, "come down and kiss me fairly, or before the morning clear daylight I'll no leave a standing stain in Airlie." "If you do not come down this instant," Gavin said in a rage, "and give me what I was so foolish as to come for, 146 the Egyptian broke in, "I wouldna kiss thee, great Argyll, I wouldna kiss thee fairly, I wouldna kiss thee, great Argyll, gin you shouldna leave a standing stain in Airlie." "You have deceived Nanny," Gavin cried, hotly, "and you have brought me here to deride me. I will have no more to do with you." He walked away quickly, but she called after him, "I am coming down. I have the money," and next moment a snowball hit his hat. "That is for being cross," she explained, appearing so unexpectedly at his elbow that he was taken aback. "I had to come close up to you before I flung it, or it would have fallen over my shoulder. Why are you so nasty today? And, oh, do you know you were speaking to yourself? You are mistaken, said Gavin, severely. I was speaking to you. You didn't see me till I began to sing, did you? Nevertheless, I was speaking to you, or rather, I was saying to myself what you had decided to say to me, said the delighted gypsy. Do you prepare your talk like sermons? I hope you have prepared something nice for me. If it is very nice, I may give you this bunch of holly. She was dressed as he had seen her previously, but for a cluster of holly berries at her breast. I don't know that you will think it nice, the minister answered, slowly, but my duty, if it is about duty, entreated Barrie, don't say it. Don't, and I will give you the berries. She took the berries from her dress, smiling triumphantly the while like one who had discovered a cure for duty, and instead of pointing the finger of wrath at her, Gavin stood expectant. 147 But no, he said, remembering who he was, and pushing the gift from him, I will not be bribed. I must tell you, now, said the Egyptian, sadly, I see you are angry with me. Is it because I said I lived in a tree? Do forgive me for that dreadful lie. She had gone on her knees before he could stop her, and was gazing imploringly at him, with her hands clasped. You are mocking me again, said Gavin, but I am not angry with you. Only you must understand. She jumped up and put her fingers to her ears. You see, I can hear nothing, she said. Listen while I tell you. I don't hear a word. Why do you scold me when I have kept my promise? If I dared to take my fingers from my ears, I would give you the money for Nanny. And, Mr. Dishart, I must be gone in 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, echoed Gavin, with such a dismal face that Barrie heard the words with her eyes, and dropped her hands. Why are you in such haste? He asked, taking the £5 mechanically, and forgetting all that he had meant to say. Because they require me at home, she answered, with a sly glance at her fur. And, remember, when I run away you must not follow me. I won't, said Gavin, so promptly that she was piqued. Why not? She asked. But of course you only came here for the money. Well, you have got it. Goodbye. You know that was not what I meant, said Gavin, stepping after her. I have told you already that whatever other people say, I trust you. I believe in you, Barrie. Was that what you were saying to the tree? Asked 148 the Egyptian, demurely. Then, perhaps thinking it wisest not to press this point, she continued irrelevantly, it seems such a pity that you are a minister. A pity to be a minister, exclaimed Gavin, indignantly. Why, Barrie, how have you been brought up? In a curious way, Barrie answered, shortly, but I can't tell you about that just now. Would you like to hear all about me? Suddenly she seemed to have become confidential. Do you really think me a gypsy? She asked. I have tried not to ask myself that question. Why? Because it seems like doubting your word. I don't see how you can think of me at all without wondering who I am. No, and so I try not to think of you at all. Oh, I don't know that you need do that. I have not quite succeeded. The Egyptian's pique had vanished, but she may have thought that the conversation was becoming dangerous, for she said abruptly, "Well, I sometimes think about you." "Do you?" said Gavin, absurdly gratified. "What do you think about me?" "I wonder," answered the Egyptian, pleasantly, "which of us is the taller?" Gavin's fingers twitched with mortification, and not only his fingers but his toes. "Let us measure," she said, sweetly, putting her back to his. "You are not stretching your neck, are you?" But the minister broke away from her. "There is one subject," he said, with great dignity, "that I allow no one to speak of in my presence, and that is my height." His face was as white as his cravat when the surprised Egyptian next looked at him, and he was panting 149 like one who has run a mile. She was ashamed of herself, and said so. "It is a topic I would rather not speak about," Gavin answered, dejectedly, "especially to you." He meant that he would rather be a tall man in her company than in any other, and possibly she knew this, though all she answered was, "You wanted to know if I am really a gypsy. Well, I am. An ordinary gypsy." "Do you think me ordinary?" "I wish I knew what to think of you." "Ah, well, that is my forbidden topic. But we have a good many ideas in common after all, have we not? Though you are only a minis, I mean, though I am only a gypsy." There fell between them a silence that gave Barrie time to remember she must go. "I have already stayed too long," she said. "Give my love to Nanny, and say that I am coming to see her soon, perhaps on Monday." "I don't suppose you will be there on Monday, Mr. Dishart." I cannot say." "No, you will be too busy." "Are you to take the holly berries?" "I had better not," said Gavin, dolefully. "Oh, if you don't want them, give them to me," he said, and as he took them his hand shook. "I know why you are looking so troubled," said the Egyptian, archly. "You think I am to ask you the color of my eyes, and you have forgotten again." He would have answered, but she checked him. "Make no pretense," she said, severely, "I know you think they are blue." She came close to him until her face almost touched his. 150 Look hard at them," she said, solemnly, "and after this you may remember that they are black, black, black." At each repetition of the word she shook her head in his face. She was adorable. Gavin's arms, but they met on nothing. She had run away. When the little minister had gone, a man came from behind a tree and shook his fist in the direction taken by the gypsy. It was Rob Dow, black with passion. "It's the Egyptian," he cried. "You limmer, what are you that ha' got hold o' the minister?" He pursued her, but she vanished as from Gavin in Windeher. "A common Egyptian," he muttered when he had to give up the search. "But take care, you little devil," he called aloud, "take care, if I catch you playing pranks with that man again I'll wring your neck like a hen's. 151 Chapter 17. Intrusion of Haggart into these pages against the author's wish. Margaret, having heard the doctor say that one may catch cold in the back, had decided instantly to line Gavin's waistcoat with flannel. She was thus engaged, with pins in her mouth and the scissors hiding from her every time she wanted them, when Jean, red and flurried, abruptly entered the room. "There! I forgot to knock at the door again," Jean exclaimed, pausing contritely. "Never mind." "Is it Rob Dow wanting the minister?" asked Margaret, who had seen Rob pass the manse dyke. "Nah, he wasna wanting to see the minister." "Ah, then, he came to see you," Jean said. Margaret, archly. "A widow man," cried Jean, tossing her head. But Rob Dow was in no condition to be friendly wi' onybody the now. "Jean, you don't mean that he has been drinking again?" "I canna say he was drunk." "Then what condition was he in?" "He was in a swearing condition," Jean answered, guardedly. "But what I want to spur at you is, can I gang down to the tenements for a minute? I'll run there and back." "Certainly you can go, Jean, but you must not run. You are always running." "Did Dow bring you word that you were wanted in the tenements?" 152 No, exactly, but I want to consult Thomas Haggart about something." "About Dow, I believe, Jean." "Nah, but about something he has done." "Oh, you surely dinna think I would take a widow man?" It was the day after Gavin's meeting with the Egyptian at the Chimes, and here is Jean's real reason for wishing to consult Haggart. Half an hour before she hurried to the parlour she had been at the kitchen door wondering whether she should spread out her washing in the garret or risk hanging it in the courtyard. She had just decided on the garret when she saw Rob Dow morosely regarding her from the gateway. "Where is he?" growled Rob. "He's out, but it's no for me to say where he is," replied Jean, whose weakness was to be considered a church official. "Know that I ken," truthfulness compelled her to add, for she had an ambition to be everything she thought Gavin would like a woman to be. Rob seized her wrists viciously and glowered into her face. "You're ain o' them," he said. "Let me go." "Ain o' what?" "Ain o' they limmers called women." Sal, retorted Jean with spirit, "You're ain o' they brutes called men." "You're drunk, Rob Dow." "In the legs maybe, but no higher. I hoard a heap." "Drunk again, after all your promises to the minister. And you said yoursel that he had pulled you out o' hell by the root." "It's himsel that has flung me back again," Rob said, wildly. "Jean Baxter, what does it mean when a minister carries flowers in his pouch, and takes them out to look at the milk a minute?" "How do you ken about the holly?" asked Jean, off her guard. 153 You limmer, said Dow, "you've been in his pouches." "It's a lie," cried the outraged Jean. "I just saw the holly this morning in a jug on his chimney. Carefully put by. Is it hot on the chimney? Does he stand looking at it? Do you tell me he's fond like a tea? Mercy me! Jean exclaimed, beginning to shake. What is she, Rob Dow? Let me see it first in its jug, Rob answered, slyly, and sign I may tell you. This was not the only time Jean had been asked to show the minister's belongings. Snecky Hobart, among others, had tried on Gavin's hat in the man's kitchen, and felt queer for some time afterwards. Women had been introduced on tiptoe to examine the handle of his umbrella. But Rob had not come to admire. He snatched the holly from Jean's hands, and casting it on the ground pounded it with his heavy boots, crying, "Greet as you like, Jean. That's the end o' his flowers, and if I had the torpy he got them frae I would serve her in the same way." "I'll tell him what you've done," said terrified Jean, who had tried to save the berries at the expense of her fingers. "Tell him, Darrod, and tell him what I said too. And tell him I was at the Chimes yestreen. Tell him I'm hunting high and low for an Egyptian woman." He flung recklessly out of the courtyard, leaving Jean looking blankly at the mud that had been holly lately. Not his act of sacrilege was distressing her, but his news. Were these berries a love token? Had God let Rob Dow say they were a gypsy's love token, and not slain him? That Rob spoke of the Egyptian of the riots Jean never doubted. It was known that the minister had 154 met this woman in Nanny Webster's house, but was it not also known that he had given her such a talking to as she could never come above? Many could repeat the words in which he had announced to Nanny that his wealthy friends in Glasgow were to give her all she needed. They could also tell how majestic he looked when he turned the Egyptian out of the house. In short, Nanny having kept her promise of secrecy, the people had been forced to construct the scene in the mud house for themselves, and it was only their story that was known to Jean. She decided that, so far as the gypsy was concerned, Rob had talked trash. He had seen the holly in the minister's hand, and, being in drink, had mixed it up with the gossip about the Egyptian. But that Gavin had preserved the holly because of the donor was as obvious to Jean as that the vase in her hand was empty. Who could she be? No doubt all the single ladies in Thrums were in love with him, but that, Jean was sure, had not helped them a step forward. To think was to Jean a waste of time. Discovering that she had been thinking, she was dismayed. There were the wet clothes in the basket looking reproachfully at her. She hastened back to Gavin's room with the vase, but it too had eyes, and they said, "When the minister misses his holly he will question you." Now Gavin had already smiled several times to Jean, and once he had marked passages for her in her Pilgrim's Progress with the result that she prized the marks more even than the passages. To lose his good opinion was terrible to her. In her perplexity she decided to consult wise Thomas Haggart, and hence her appeal to Margaret. To avoid Chisty, the humorist's wife, Jean sought Haggart at his workshop window, which was so small that an old book sufficed for its shutter. Haggart, whom she could see distinctly at his loom, soon guessed 155 from her knocks and signs, for he was strangely quick in the uptake, that she wanted him to open the window. "I want to speak to you confidentially," Jean said in a low voice. "If you saw a grand man give Fondo a flower, what would you think?" "I would think," Jean Haggart answered, reflectively, "that he had Giancilla 40, I would wonder, what would you wonder?" "I would wonder how muckle he paid." "But if he was a minister, and keep it the flower, say it was a common rose, fond like on his chimley, what would you think?" "I would think it was a black burning disgrace for a minister to be fond o' flowers." "I dinna hold with that," Jean said Haggart. "I allow no one to contradict me. It wasna my design." "But, Thomas, if a minister was fond o' a particular flower, say a rose, and you destroyed it by an accident, when he wasna looking, what would you do?" "I would gie him another rose for tea." "But if you didna want him to ken you had meddled wi' tea on his chimley, what would you do?" "I would put the new rose on the chimley, and he would never ken the differ." "That's what I'll do," muttered Jean, but she said aloud, "but it might be that particular rose he liked." "Havers, Jean. To a thinking man one rose is identical wi' another rose." "But how are you spurring?" "Just out o' curiosity, and I maun be stepping now." "Thank you kindly, Thomas, for your humour." "You're welcome," Haggart answered, and closed his window. That day Rob Dow spent in misery, but so little were 156 his fears selfish that he scarcely gave a thought to his conduct at the manse. For an hour he sat at his loom with his arms folded. Then he slouched out of the house, cursing little Mika, so that a neighbor cried, "You drunken scoundrel," after him. "He may be a wee drunk," said Mika in his father's defense, "but he's no mortal." Rob wandered to the Chimes in search of the Egyptian, and returned home no happier. He flung himself upon his bed and dared Mika to light the lamp. About gloaming he rose, unable to keep his mouth shut on his thoughts any longer, and staggered to the tenements to consult Haggart. He found the humorist's door ajar, and Weary World listening at it. "Out o' the road!" cried Rob, savagely, and flung the policeman into the gutter. "That was ill June," Rob Dow Weary World said, picking himself up leisurely. "I'm thinking it was Wheel June," snarled Rob. Said Weary World, "we needna quarrel about a difference o' opinion," but Rob Dow, however, had already entered the house and slammed the door. Muttered Weary World, departing, "you might ha' stood still, Rob, and argued it out wi' me." In less than an hour after his conversation with Jean at the window, it had suddenly struck Haggart that the minister she spoke of must be Mr. Dishart. In 2 hours he had confided his suspicions to Chisty. In 10 minutes she had filled the house with gossips. Rob arrived to find them in full cry. Rob, said Chisty, genially, for gossip levels ranks, "you're just in time to hear a query about the minister." Rob, said the Glenquharity Post, from whom I subsequently got the story, "Mr. Dishart has fallen in, what do you call the thing, Chisty?" 157 Burse knew well what the thing was called, but the word is a staggerer to say in company. In love, answered Chisty, boldly. Now we ken what he was doing in the country yestreen, said Snecky Hobart, the which has been bothering us sair. The man's his fou o' the flowers she sends him, said Tybee Craik. Jean's at her wit's end to ken whore to put the maid. What is she? It was Rob Dow who spoke. All saw he had been drinking, or they might have wondered at his vehemence. As it was, everybody looked at every other body, and then everybody sighed. What is she? Repeated several. I see you ken nothing about her, said Rob, much relieved, and he then lapsed into silence. We ken about her, said Snecky, except just what she is. That's what we can a bottom. Maybe you could guess, Tarmers. Maybe I could, Sneck Haggart replied, cautiously, but on that point I offer no opinion. If she bides on the Kimes Road, said Tybee Craik, she maun be a farmer's doctor. What say you to Belle Finlay? Nah, she's UP. But it might be Loops O'Malcolm's sister. She's promised to muckle hawes, but no doubt she would gie him the go-by at a word frae the minister. It's mair likely, said Chisty, to be the factor at the Spital's lassie. The factor has a grand garden, and that would account for such basketfuls o' flowers. Whoever she is, said Burse, I'm thinking he could ha' done better. I'll be fine pleased wi' one o' them, said Tybee, who had a magenta silk, and so was jealous of no one. It hasna been proved, Haggart pointed out, that 158 the flowers came frae they parts. She may be sending them frae Glasgow. I understood it was a Glasgow lady, said Snecky. He'll be like the Tilliedrum minister that got a lady to send him to the college on the promise that he would marry her as soon as he got a kirk. She made him sign a paper. The far-seeing limmer, exclaimed Chisty. But if that's what Mr. Dishart has done, how has he kept it so secret? He wouldna want the women o' the congregation to ken he was promised till after they had voted for him. I dinna hold wi' that explanation at all, said Haggart, but I may tell you that I ken for sure she's a Glasgow leddy. Lads, ministers is near I bespoke afore they're licensed. There's a mitty competition for them in the big tunes. The leddies just stand at the college gates, as you may say, and snap them up as they come out. And just as well for the ministers, I.se. uphold, said Tybee, for it saves them a heap o' persecution when they come to the like o' thrums. There was Mr. Macklejohn, the UP minister. He was no sooner placed than every genteel woman in the town was persecuting him. The Miss Dobies was the maist shameless, they fair hunted him. Said Snecky, and in the tail o' the day ane o' them snacked him up. Billies, did you ever hear o' a minister being refused? Never. Weel, then, I have, and by a widow woman too. His name was Samson, and if it had been Tamson she would ha' ta'en him. You may look, but it's true. Her name was Turnbull, and she had another gent after her, name o' Tibbets. She couldna make up her mind atween them, and for a while she just kept them dangling on. But in the end she took Tibet's. And 159 what, think you, was her reason? As you ken, they grand folk has their initials on their spoons and nicked gowns. Weel, she thought it would be mair handy to take Tibet's, because if she had ta'en the minister the TS would have had to be changed to SS. It was thicked fu o her. Is Tibet's living? Asked Haggart sharply. No, he's dead. What? Asked Haggart, was the corp to trade? I dinna ken. I thought no, said Haggart, triumphantly. Weel, I warrant he was a minister too. Catch a woman giving up a minister, except for another minister. All were looking on Haggart with admiration, when a voice from the door cried, Listen, and I'll tell you a queerer ane than that. Dagant, cried Bess, it's Wearywald, and he has been hearkening. Leave him to me. When the post returned, the conversation was back at Mr. Dishart. Yes, Larthis Haggart was saying, daftness about women comes to all, gentle and simple, common and colleged, humorists and no humorists. You say Mr. Dishart has preached our muckle at women to stoop to marriage, but that makes no differ. Mony a humorous thing ha I said about women, and yet Chisty has me. It's the same wi ministers. At aince they see a lassie no unlike ither lasses, away goes their learning, and they skirl out, you daughty. That's what comes to all. But it hasna come to Mr. Dishart, cried Rob Dow, jumping to his feet. He had sought Haggart to tell him all, but now he saw the wisdom of telling nothing. I'm sick o' your blathers. Instead o' the minister's being sweethearting yesterday, he was just at the Chimes visiting the gamekeeper. I met him in the West town end, and gaed there and back wi him. 160 That's proof it's a Glasgow leddy, said Snecky. I tell you there's no leddy ava, swore Rob. Yep, and what sends the baskets o' flowers, then? There was only one flower, said Rob, turning to his host. I understood, said Haggart heavily, that there was only one flower. But though there was just ane, persisted Chisty, what we want to ken is what gae him it. It was me that gae him it, said Rob. It was growing on the roadside, and I plucked it and gae it to him. The company dwindled away shamefacedly, yet unconvinced, but Haggart had courage to say slowly, Yes, Rob, I had a notion that he got it frae you. Meanwhile, Gavin, unaware that talk about him and a woman unknown had broken out in thrums, was gazing, sometimes lovingly and again with scorn, at a little bunch of hollyberries which Jean had gathered from her father's garden. Once she saw him fling them out of his window, and then she rejoiced. But an hour afterwards she saw him pick them up, and then she mourned. Nevertheless, to her great delight, he preached his third sermon against women on the following Sabbath. It was universally acknowledged to be the best of the series. It was also the last. 161 Chapter 18. Cadam, Love Leading to a Rupture. Gavin told himself not to go near the mud house on the following Monday, but he went. The distance is half a mile, and the time he took was 2 hours. This was owing to his setting out due west to reach a point due north, yet with the intention of deceiving none save himself. His reason had warned him to avoid the Egyptian, and his desires had consented to be dragged westward because they knew he had started too soon. When the proper time came, they knocked reason on the head and carried him straight to Kadam. Here reason came to, and again began to state its case. Desires permitted him to halt, as if to argue the matter out, but were thus tolerant merely because from where he stood he could see Nanis' doorway. When Barrie emerged from it, reason seems to have made one final effort, for Gavin quickly took that side of a tree which is loved of squirrels at the approach of an enemy. He looked round the tree trunk at her, and then reason discarded him. The gypsy had 2 empty pans in her hands. For a second she gazed in the minister's direction, then demurely leaped the ditch of leaves that separated Nanis' yard from Kadam, and strolled into the wood. Discovering with indignation that he had been skulking behind the tree, Gavin came into the open. How good of the Egyptian, he reflected, to go to the well for water, and thus save the old woman's arms. Reason shouted from near the manse, he only heard the echo, that he could still make up on it. Come along 162 said his desires, and marched him prisoner to the well. The path which Barrie took that day is lost in blaeberry leaves now, and my little maid and I lately searched for an hour before we found the well. It was dry, choked with broom and stones, and broken rusty pans, but we sat down where Barrie and Gavin had talked, and I stirred up many memories. Probably 2 of those pans, that could be broken in the hands today like shortbread, were Nanis, and almost certainly the stones are fragments from the great slab that used to cover the well. Children like to peer into wells to see what the world is like at the other side, and so this covering was necessary. Rob Angus was the strong man who bore the stone to Kadam, flinging it a yard before him at a time. The well had also a wooden lid with leather hinges, and over this the stone was dragged. Gavin arrived at the well in time to offer Barrie the loan of his arms. In her struggle she had taken her lips into her mouth, but in vain did she tug at the stone, which refused to do more than turn round on the wood. But for her presence, the minister's efforts would have been equally futile. Though not strong, however, he had the national horror of being beaten before a spectator, and once at school he had won a fight by telling his big antagonist to come on until the boy was tired of pummeling him. As he fought with the stone now, pains shot through his head, and his arms threatened to come away at the shoulders, but remove it he did. "How strong you are!" Barrie said with open admiration. I am sure no words of mine could tell how pleased the minister was, yet he knew he was not strong, and might have known that she had seen him do many things far more worthy of admiration without admiring them. This, indeed, is a sad truth, that we seldom give our love to what is worthiest in its object. 163 How curious that we should have met here, Barrie said, in her dangerously friendly way, as they filled the pans. "Do you know I quite started when your shadow fell suddenly on the stone? Did you happen to be passing through the wood?" "No," answered truthful Gavin, "I was looking for you. I thought you saw me from Nanny's door." "Did you?" "I only saw a man hiding behind a tree, and of course I knew it could not be you." Gavin looked at her sharply, but she was not laughing at him. "It was I," he admitted, "but I was not exactly hiding behind the tree." "You had only stepped behind it for a moment," suggested the Egyptian. Her gravity gave way to laughter under Gavin's suspicious looks, but the laughing ended abruptly. She had heard a noise in the wood, Gavin heard it too, and they both turned round in time to see two ragged boys running from them. When boys are very happy they think they must be doing wrong, and in a wood, of which they are among the natural inhabitants, they always take flight from the enemy, adults, if given time. For my own part, when I see a boy drop from a tree I am as little surprised as if he were an apple or a nut. But Gavin was startled, picturing these spies handing in the new sensation about him at every door, as a district visitor distributes tracts. The gypsy noted his uneasiness and resented it. "What does it feel like to be afraid?" she asked, eyeing him. "I am afraid of nothing," Gavin answered, offended in turn. "Yes, you are. When you saw me come out of Nanny's you crept behind a tree, when these boys showed themselves you shook. You are afraid of being seen with me. Go away, then, I don't want you." 164 Fear, said Gavin, is one thing, and prudence is another. "Another name for it," Barrie interposed. "Not at all, but I owe it to my position to be careful." "Unhappily, you do not seem to feel, to recognize, to know what?" "Let us avoid the subject." "No," the Egyptian said, petulantly. "I hate not to be told things." "Why must you be prudent?" "You should see," Gavin replied, awkwardly, "that there is a difference between a minister and a gypsy." "But if I am willing to overlook it?" asked Barrie, impertinently. Gavin beat the brushwood mournfully with his staff. "I cannot allow you," he said, "to talk disrespectfully of my calling. It is the highest a man can follow." "I wish," he checked himself, but he was wishing she could see him in his pulpit. "I suppose," said the gypsy, reflectively, "one must be very clever to be a minister." "As for that," answered Gavin, waving his hand grandly. "And it must be nice, too," continued Barrie, "to be able to speak for a whole hour to people who can neither answer nor go away. Is it true that before you begin to preach you lock the door to keep the congregation in?" "I must leave you if you talk in that way." "I only wanted to know." "Oh, Barrie, I am afraid you have little acquaintance with the inside of churches. Do you sit under anybody?" "Do I sit under anybody?" repeated Barrie, blankly. "Is it any wonder that the minister sighed?" "Whom 165 do you sit under?" was his form of salutation to strangers. "I mean, where do you belong?" he said. Wanderers, Barrie answered, still misunderstanding him, belong to nowhere in particular. I am only asking you if you ever go to church. Oh, that is what you mean. Yes, I go often. What church? You promised not to ask questions. I only mean, what denomination do you belong to? Oh, is there an English church denomination? Gavin groaned. Well, that is my denomination, said Barrie, cheerfully. Some day, though, I am coming to hear you preach. I should like to see how you look in your gown. We don't wear gowns. What a shame. But I am coming, nevertheless. I used to like going to church in Edinburgh. You have lived in Edinburgh. We gypsies have lived everywhere, Barrie said, lightly, though she was annoyed at having mentioned Edinburgh. But all gypsies don't speak as you do, said Gavin, puzzled again. I don't understand you. Of course you dinna, replied Barrie, in broad Scotch. Maybe, if you did, you would think that it's mair imprudent in me to stand here cracking clavers wi' the minister than for the minister to waste his time cracking wi' me. Then why do it? Because Prudence and I always take different roads. Tell me who you are, Barrie, the minister entreated, at least, tell me where your encampment is. You have warned me against imprudence, she said. 166 I want, Gavin continued, earnestly, to know your people, your father and mother. Why? Because, he answered, stoutly, I like their daughter. At that Barrie's fingers played on one of the pans, and, for the moment, there was no more badinage in her. You are a good man, she said, abruptly, but you will never know my parents. Are they dead? They may be, I cannot tell. This is all incomprehensible to me. I suppose it is. I never asked anyone to understand me. Perhaps not, said Gavin, excitedly, but the time has come when I must know everything of you that is to be known. Barrie receded from him in quick fear. You must never speak to me in that way again, she said, in a warning voice. In what way? Gavin knew what way very well, but he thirsted to hear in her words what his own had implied. She did not choose to oblige him, however. You never will understand me, she said. I dare say I might be more like other people now, if I had been brought up differently. Not, she added, passionately, that I want to be like others. Do you never feel, when you have been living a humdrum life for months, that you must break out of it, or go crazy? Her vehemence alarmed Gavin, who hastened to reply, my life is not humdrum. It is full of excitement, anxieties, pleasures, and I am too fond of the pleasures. Perhaps it is because I have more of the luxuries of life than you that I am so content with my lot. Why, what can you know of luxuries? 167 I have £80 a year. Barrie laughed. Are ministers so poor? She asked, calling back her gravity. It is a considerable sum, said Gavin, a little hurt, for it was the first time he had ever heard anyone speak disrespectfully of £80. The Egyptian looked down at her ring, and smiled. "I shall always remember your saying that," she told him, "after we have quarreled." "We shall not quarrel," said Gavin, decidedly. "Oh, yes, we shall. We might have done so once, but we know each other too well now. That is why we are to quarrel." "About what?" said the minister. "I have not blamed you for deriding my stipend, though how it can seem small in the eyes of a gypsy, who can afford broke in Barrie, to give Nanny 7 shillings a week." "True," Gavin said, uncomfortably, while the Egyptian again toyed with her ring. She was too impulsive to be reticent except now and then, and suddenly she said, "You have looked at this ring before now. Do you know that if you had it on your finger you would be more worth robbing than with £80 in each of your pockets?" "Where did you get it?" demanded Gavin, fiercely. "I am sorry I told you that," the gypsy said, regretfully. "Tell me how you got it," Gavin insisted, his face now hard. "Now, you see, we are quarrelling. I must know." "Must know? You forget yourself," she said haughtily. "No, but I have forgotten myself too long." "Where did you get that ring?" 168. "Good afternoon to you," said the Egyptian, lifting her pans. "It is not good afternoon," he cried, detaining her. "It is goodbye forever, unless you answer me." "As you please," she said. "I will not tell you where I got my ring. It is no affair of yours." "Yes, Barrie, it is." She was not, perhaps, greatly grieved to hear him say so, for she made no answer. "You are no gypsy," he continued, suspiciously. "Perhaps not," she answered, again taking the pans. "This dress is but a disguise." "It may be." "Why don't you go away and leave me?" "I am going," he replied, wildly. "I will have no more to do with you. Formerly I pitied you, but," he could not have used a word more calculated to rouse the Egyptian's ire, and she walked away with her head erect. Only once did she look back, and it was to say, "This is Prudence, now." 169. Chapter 19. Circumstances leading to the first sermon in approval of women. A young man thinks that he alone of mortals is impervious to love, and so the discovery that he is in it suddenly alters his views of his own mechanism. It is thus not unlike a rap on the funny bone. Did Gavin make this discovery when the Egyptian left him? Apparently he only came to the brink of it and stood blind. He had driven her from him forever, and his sense of loss was so acute that his soul cried out for the cure rather than for the name of the malady. In time he would have realized what had happened, but time was denied him. For just as he was starting for the mud house, Barrie saved his dignity by returning to him. It was not her custom to fix her eyes on the ground as she walked, but she was doing so now, and at the same time swinging the empty pans. Doubtless she had come back for more water, in the belief that Gavin had gone. He pronounced her name with a sense of guilt, and she looked up surprised, or seemingly surprised, to find him still there. I thought you had gone away long ago, she said stiffly. Otherwise, asked Gavin the dejected, you would not have come back to the well. Certainly not. I am very sorry. Had you waited another moment I should have been gone. 170. This was said in apology, but the willful Egyptian chose to change its meaning. You have no right to blame me for disturbing you, she declared with warmth. I did not. I only, you could have been a mile away by this time. Nanny wanted more water. Barrie scrutinized the minister sharply as she made this statement. Surely her conscience troubled her, for on his not answering immediately she said, do you presume to disbelieve me? What could have made me return except to fill the pans again? Nothing, Gavin admitted eagerly, and I assure you, Barrie should have been grateful to his denseness, but it merely set her mind at rest. Say anything against me you choose, she told him. Say it as brutally as you like, for I won't listen. She stopped to hear his response to that, and she looked so cold that it almost froze on Gavin's lips. I had no right, he said, dolefully, to speak to you as I did. You had not, answered the proud Egyptian. She was looking away from him to show that his repentance was not even interesting to her. However, she had forgotten already not to listen. What business is it of mine, asked Gavin, amazed at his late presumption, whether you are a gypsy or no? None whatever. And as for the ring, here he gave her an opportunity of allowing that his curiosity about the ring was warranted. She declined to help him, however, and so he had to go on. The ring is yours, he said, and why should you not wear it? Why, indeed? 171. I am afraid I have a very bad temper. He paused for a contradiction, but she nodded her head in agreement. And it is no wonder, he continued, that you think me a brute. I'm sure it is not. But, Barrie, I want you to know that I despise myself for my base suspicions. No sooner did I see them than I loathed them and myself for harboring them. Despite this mystery, I look upon you as a noble-hearted girl. I shall always think of you so. This time Barrie did not reply. That was all I had to say, concluded Gavin, except that I hope you will not punish Nanny for my sins. Goodbye. Goodbye, said the Egyptian, who was looking at the well. The minister's legs could not have heard him give the order to march, for they stood waiting. I thought, said the Egyptian, after a moment, that you said you were going. I was only brushing my hat, Gavin answered with dignity. You want me to go? She bowed, and this time he did set off. You can go if you like, she remarked now. He turned at this. But you said, he began, diffidently. No, I did not, she answered, with indignation. He could see her face at last. You are crying, he exclaimed, in bewilderment. Because you are so unfeeling, sobbed Barrie. What have I said, what have I done, cried Gavin, in an agony of self-contempt. Oh, that I had gone away at once. That is cruel. What is? 172 to say that. What did I say? That you wished you had gone away. But surely the minister faltered, you asked me to go. How can you say so? Asked the gypsy, reproachfully. Gavin was distracted. On my word, he said, earnestly, I thought you did. And now I have made you unhappy. Barrie, I wish I were anybody but myself. I am a hopeless lout. Now you are unjust, said Barrie, hiding her face. Again. To you. No, you stupid, she said, beaming on him in her most delightful manner, to yourself. She gave him both her hands impetuously, and he did not let them go until she added, I am so glad that you are reasonable at last. Men are so much more unreasonable than women, don't you think? Perhaps we are, Gavin said, diplomatically. Of course you are. Why, everyone knows that. Well, I forgive you, only remember, you have admitted that it was all your fault. She was pointing her finger at him like a schoolmistress, and Gavin hastened to answer, you were not to blame at all. I like to hear you say that, explained the representative of the more reasonable sex, because it was really all my fault. No, no. Yes, it was, but of course I could not say so until you had asked my pardon. You must understand that. The representative of the less reasonable sex could not understand it, but he agreed recklessly, and it seemed so plain to the woman that she continued confidentially, 173 I pretended that I did not want to make it up, but I did. Did you? Asked Gavin, elated. Yes, but nothing could have induced me to make the first advance. You see why? Because I was so unreasonable, asked Gavin, doubtfully. Yes, and nasty. You admit you were nasty. Undoubtedly, I have an evil temper. It has brought me to shame many times. Oh, I don't know, said the Egyptian, charitably. I like it. I believe I admire bullies. Did I bully you? I never knew such a bully. You quite frightened me. Gavin began to be less displeased with himself. You are sure, inquired Barrie, that you had no right to question me about the ring? Certain, answered Gavin. Then I will tell you all about it, said Barrie, for it is natural that you should want to know. He looked eagerly at her, and she had become serious and sad. I must tell you at the same time, she said, who I am, and then we shall never see each other any more. Why should you tell me? Cried Gavin, his hand rising to stop her. Because you have a right to know, she replied, now too much in earnest to see that she was yielding a point. I should prefer not to tell you. Yet there is nothing wrong in my secret, and it may make you think of me kindly when I have gone away. Don't speak in that way, Barrie, after you have forgiven me. Did I hurt you? It was only because I know that you cannot trust me while I remain a mystery. I know 174 you would try to trust me, but doubts would cross your mind. Yes, they would, they are the shadows that mysteries cast. Who can believe a gypsy if the odds are against her? I can, said Gavin, but she shook her head, and so would he had he remembered 3 recent sermons of his own preaching. I had better tell you all, she said, with an effort. It is my turn now to refuse to listen to you, exclaimed Gavin, who was only a chivalrous boy. Barrie, I should like to hear your story, but until you want to tell it to me I will not listen to it. I have faith in your honor, and that is sufficient. It was boyish, but I am glad Gavin said it, and now Barrie admired something in him that deserved admiration. His faith, no doubt, made her a better woman. I admit that I would rather tell you nothing just now, she said, gratefully. You are sure you will never say again that you don't understand me? Quite sure, said Gavin, bravely. And by you will offer to tell me of your free will? Oh, don't let us think of the future, answered Barrie. Let us be happy for the moment. This had been the Egyptians' philosophy always, but it was ill-suited for old-licked ministers, as one of them was presently to discover. I want to make one confession, though Barrie continued, almost reluctantly. When you were so nasty a little while ago, I didn't go back to Nanis. I stood watching you from behind a tree, and then, for an excuse to come back, I poured out the water. Yes, and I told you another lie. I really came back to admit that it was all my fault, if I could not get you to say that it was yours. I am so glad you gave in first. She was very near him, and the tears had not yet dried on her eyes. They were laughing eyes in 175 distress, imploring eyes. Her pale face, smiling, sad, dimpled, yet entreating forgiveness, was the one prominent thing in the world to him just then. He wanted to kiss her. He would have done it as soon as her eyes rested on his, but she continued without regarding him, "How mean that sounds! Oh, if I were a man I should wish to be everything that I am not, and nothing that I am. I should scorn to be a liar, I should choose to be open in all things, I should try to fight the world honestly. But I am only a woman, and so, well, that is the kind of man I should like to marry." "A minister may be all these things," said Gavin, breathlessly. "The man I could love," Barrie went on, not heeding him, almost forgetting that he was there, "must not spend his days in idleness as the men I know do. I do not. He must be brave, no mere worker among others, but a leader of men. All ministers are. Who makes his influence felt? Assuredly. And takes the side of the weak against the strong, even though the strong be in the right. Always my tendency. A man who has a mind of his own, and having once made it up stands to it in defiance even of his session. Of the world. He must understand me. I do. And be my master. It is his lawful position in the house. He must not yield to my coaxing or tempers. It would be weakness. But compel me to do his bidding, yes, even thrash me if, 176 if you won't listen to reason." "Barrie," cried Gavin, "I am that man." Here the inventory abruptly ended, and these two people found themselves staring at each other, as if of a sudden they had heard something dreadful. I do not know how long they stood thus, motionless and horrified. I cannot tell even which stirred first. All I know is that almost simultaneously they turned from each other and hurried out of the wood in opposite directions. 177 Chapter 20. End of the state of indecision. Long before I had any thought of writing this story, I had told it so often to my little maid that she now knows some of it better than I. If you saw me looking up from my paper to ask her, what was it that Burse said to Jean about the minister's flowers, or where was Henry Munn hidden on the night of the riots, and heard her confident answers, you would conclude that she had been in the thick of these events, instead of born many years after them. I mention this now because I have reached a point where her memory contradicts mine. She maintains that Rob Dow was told of the meeting in the wood by the two boys whom it disturbed, while my own impression is that he was a witness of it. If she is right, Rob must have succeeded in frightening the boys into telling no other person, for certainly the scandal did not spread in Thrums. After all, however, it is only important to know that Rob did learn of the meeting. Its first effect was to send him sullenly to the drink. Many a time since these events have I pictured what might have been their upshot had Dow confided their discovery to me. Had I suspected why Rob was grown so dour again, Gavin's future might have been very different. I was meeting Rob now and again in the glen, asking, with an affected carelessness he did not bottom, for news of the little minister, but what he told me was only the gossip of the town, and what I should have known, that Thrums might never know it. He kept 178 to himself. I suppose he feared to speak to Gavin, who made several efforts to reclaim him, but without avail. Yet Rob's heart opened for a moment to one man, or rather was forced open by that man. A few days after the meeting at the well, Rob was bringing the smell of whiskey with him down Bankers Close when he ran against a famous staff, with which the doctor pinned him to the wall. Said the outspoken doctor, looking contemptuously into Rob's bleary eyes, so this is what your conversion amounts to. 4. Rob Dow, if you were half a man, the very thought of what Mr. Dishart has done for you would make you run past the public houses. It's the thought o' him that sends me running to them, growled Rob, knocking down the staff. Let me alane. What do you mean by that? Demanded McQueen, hooking him this time. Spur at him, Sil, spur at the woman. What woman? Take your staff out o' my neck. Not till you tell me why you, of all people, are speaking against the minister. Torn by a desire for a confidant and loyalty to Gavin, Rob was already in a fury. Say again, he burst forth, that I was speaking agin the minister, and I'll practice on you what I'm ordered to do to her. Who is she? What's what? The woman whom the minister. I said nothing about a woman, said poor Rob, alarmed for Gavin. Doctor, I'm ready to swear afore a bailey that I never saw them thegither at the Chimes. The Chimes, exclaimed the doctor, suddenly enlightened. Who, you only mean the Egyptian 179. Rob, make your mind easy about this. I know why he met her there. Do you ken that she has bewitched him? Do you ken I saw him trying to put his arms round her? Do you ken they have a trysting place in Cadham Wood? This came from Rob in a rush, and he would fain have called it all back. I'm drunk, doctor, roaring drunk, he said, hastily, and it wasna the minister I saw Ava, it was another man. Nothing more could the doctor draw from Rob, but he had heard sufficient to smoke some pipes on. Like many who pride themselves on being recluses, McQueen loved the gossip that came to him uninvited. Indeed, he opened his mouth to it as greedily as any man in Thrums. He respected Gavin, however, too much to find this new dish palatable, and so his researches to discover whether other Auld Lichts shared Rob's fears were conducted with caution. Is there no word of your minister's getting a wife yet? He asked several, but only got 4 answers. There's word o' a Glasgow leddy's sending him baskets o' flowers, or he has his in open, but he's taking his time, he's looking for the blade o' corn in the stack o' chaff. This convinced McQueen that the congregation knew nothing of the Egyptian, but it did not satisfy him, and he made an opportunity of inviting Gavin into the surgery. It was, to the doctor, the cosiest nook in his house, but to me and many others a room that smelled of hearses. On the top of the pipes and tobacco tins that littered the table there usually lay a death certificate, placed there deliberately by the doctor to scare his sister, who had a passion for putting the surgery to rights. By the way, McQueen said, after he and Gavin had talked a little while, did I ever advise you to smoke? 180. It is your usual form of salutation, Gavin answered, laughing. But I don't think you ever supplied me with a reason. I dare say not. I am too experienced a doctor to cheapen my prescriptions in that way. However, here is one good reason. I have noticed, sir, that at your age a man is either a slave to a pipe or to a woman. Do you want me to lend you a pipe now? Then I am to understand, asked Gavin, slyly, that your locket came into your possession in your pre-smoking days, and that you merely wear it from habit. Tuts, answered the doctor, buttoning his coat. I told you there was nothing in the locket. If there is, I have forgotten what it is. You are a hopeless old bachelor, I see, said Gavin, unaware that the doctor was probing him. He was surprised next moment to find McQueen in the ecstasies of one who has won a rubber. Now, then, cried the jubilant doctor, as you have confessed so much, tell me all about her. Name and address, please. Confess. What have I confessed? It won't do, Mr. Dishart, for even your face betrays you. No, no, I am an old bird, but I have not forgotten the ways of the fledglings. Hopeless bachelor, sir, is a sweetmeat in every young man's mouth until of a sudden he finds it sour, and that means the banns. When is it to be? We must find the lady first, said the minister, uncomfortably. You tell me, in spite of that face, that you have not fixed on her. The difficulty, I suppose, would be to persuade her to fix on me. Not a bit of it. But you admit there is someone who would have me. 181. You are wriggling out of it. Is it the banker's daughter? No, Gavin cried. I hear you have walked up the back wind with her 3 times this week. The town is in a ferment about it. She is a great deal in the back wind. Fiddle-de-dee. I am oftener in the back wind than you, and I never meet her there. That is curious. No, it isn't, but never mind. Perhaps you have fallen to Miss Pennyquick's piano. Did you hear it going as we passed the house? She seems always to be playing on her piano. Not she, but you are supposed to be musical, and so when she sees you from her window she begins to thump. If I am in the school wind and hear the piano going, I know you will turn the corner immediately. However, I am glad to hear it is not Miss Pennyquick. Then it is the factor at the Spital's lassie. Well done, sir. You should arrange to have the wedding at the same time as the old Earl's, which comes off in summer, I believe. One foolish marriage is enough in a day, Doctor. Eh? You call him a fool for marrying a young wife? Well, no doubt he is, but he would have been a bigger fool to marry an old one. However, it is not Lord Rintoul we are discussing, but Gavin Dishart. I suppose you know that the factor's lassie is an heiress. And, therefore, would scorn me. Try her, said the doctor, dryly. Her father and mother, as I know, married on a £10 note. But if I am wrong again, I must adopt the popular view in Thrums. It is a Glasgow lady after all. Man, you needn't look indignant at hearing that the people are discussing your intended. You can no more stop it than a doctor's orders could keep Langtamers out of 182 church. They have discovered that she sends you flowers twice every week. They never reach me, answered Gavin, then remembered the holly and winced. Some, persisted the relentless doctor, even speak of your having been seen together, but of course, if she is a Glasgow lady, that is a mistake. Where did they see us? Asked Gavin, with a sudden trouble in his throat. You are shaking, said the doctor, keenly, like a medical student at his first operation. But as for the story that you and the lady have been seen together, I can guess how it arose. Do you remember that gypsy girl? The doctor had begun by addressing the fire, but he suddenly wheeled round and fired his question in the minister's face. Gavin, however, did not even blink. Why should I have forgotten her? He replied, coolly. Oh, in the stress of other occupations. But it was your getting the money from her at the Kimes for Nanny that I was to speak of. Absurd though it seems, I think some dotard must have seen you and her at the Kimes, and mistaken her for the lady. McQueen flung himself back in his chair to enjoy this joke. Fancy mistaking that woman for a lady, he said to Gavin, who had not laughed with him. I think Nanny has some justification for considering her a lady, the minister said, firmly. Well, I grant that. But what made me guffaw was a vision of the harum-scarum, devil-may-care little Egyptian mistress of an old licked manse. She is neither harum-scarum nor devil-may-care, Gavin answered, without heat, for he was no longer a distracted minister. You don't understand her as I do. 183 No, I seem to understand her differently. What do you know of her? That is just it, said the doctor, irritated by Gavin's coolness. I know she saved Nanny from the poorhouse, but I don't know where she got the money. I know she can talk fine English when she chooses, but I don't know where she learned it. I know she heard that the soldiers were coming to Thrums before they knew of their destination themselves, but I don't know who told her. You who understand her can doubtless explain these matters. She offered to explain them to me, Gavin answered, still unmoved, but I forbade her. Why? It is no business of yours, Doctor. Forgive me for saying so. In Thrums, replied McQueen, a minister's business is everybody's business. I have often wondered who helped her to escape from the soldiers that night. Did she offer to explain that to you? She did not. Perhaps, said the doctor, sharply, because it was unnecessary. That was the reason. You helped her to escape. I did. And you are not ashamed of it? I am not. Why were you so anxious to screen her? She saved some of my people from gaol, which was more than they deserved. I have always understood that you concealed 2 of them in your own stable. Maybe I did, the doctor had to allow. But I took my stick to them next morning. Besides, they were Thrums folk, while you had never set eyes on that imp of mischief before. 184 I cannot sit here, Doctor, and hear her called names, Gavin said, rising, but McQueen gripped him by the shoulder. For pity's sake, sir, don't let us wrangle like a pair of women. I brought you here to speak my mind to you, and speak it I will. I warn you, Mr. Dishart, that you are being watched. You have been seen meeting this lassie in Cadham as well as at the Chimes. Let the whole town watch, Doctor. I have met her openly. And why? Oh, don't make Nanny your excuse. I won't. I met her because I love her. Are you mad? Cried McQueen. You speak as if you would marry her. Yes, replied Gavin, determinedly, and I mean to do it. The doctor flung up his hands. I give you up, he said, raging. I give you up. Think of your congregation, man. I have been thinking of them, and as soon as I have a right to do so I shall tell them what I have told you. And until you tell them I will keep your madness to myself, for I warn you that, as soon as they do know, there will be a vacancy in the old licked kirk of Thrums. She is a woman, said Gavin, hesitating, though preparing to go, of whom any minister might be proud. She is a woman, the doctor roared, that no congregation would stand. Oh, if you will go, there is your hat. Perhaps Gavin's face was whiter as he left the house than when he entered it, but there was no other change. Those who were watching him decided that he was looking much as usual, except that his mouth was shut very firm, from which they concluded that he had been taking the doctor to task for smoking. They also noted 185 that he returned to McQueen's house within half an hour after leaving it, but remained no time. Some explained this second visit by saying that the minister had forgotten his cravat, and had gone back for it. What really sent him back, however, was his conscience. He had said to McQueen that he helped Barrie to escape from the soldiers because of her kindness to his people, and he returned to own that it was a lie. Gavin knocked at the door of the surgery, but entered without waiting for a response. McQueen was no longer stamping through the room, red and furious. He had even laid aside his pipe. He was sitting back in his chair, looking half mournfully, half contemptuously, at something in his palm. His hand closed instinctively when he heard the door open, but Gavin had seen that the object was an open locket. "It was only your reference to the thing the detected doctor said, with a grim laugh, that made me open it. 40 years ago, sir, phew. It is 42 years, and I have not got over it yet." He closed the locket with a snap. "I hope you have come back, Dishart, to speak more rationally." Gavin told him why he had come back, and the doctor said he was a fool for his pains. "Is it useless, Dishart, to make another appeal to you?" "Quite useless," Dr. Gavin answered, promptly. "My mind is made up at last." 186 Chapter 21. Night, Margaret, flashing of a lantern. That evening the little minister sat silently in his parlour. Darkness came, and with it weavers rose heavy-eyed from their looms, sleepy children sought their mothers, and the gate of the field above the manse fell forward to let cows pass to their byre. The great Bible was produced in many homes, and the 10 o'clock bell clanged its last word to the night. Margaret had allowed the lamp to burn low. Thinking that her boy slept, she moved softly to his side and spread her shawl over his knees. He had forgotten her. The doctor's warnings scarcely troubled him. He was Barrie's lover. The mystery of her was only a veil hiding her from other men, and he was looking through it upon the face of his beloved. It was a night of long ago, but can you not see my dear Margaret still as she bends over her son? Not twice in many days dared the minister snatch a moment's sleep from grey morning to midnight, and, when this did happen, he jumped up by and by in shame, to revile himself for an idler and ask his mother wrathfully why she had not tumbled him out of his chair. Tonight Margaret was divided between a desire to let him sleep and a fear of his self-reproach when he awoke, and so, perhaps, the tear fell that roused him. "I did not like to waken you," Margaret said, apprehensively. "You must have been very tired, Gavin." "I was not sleeping, Mother," he said, slowly. "I was only thinking." 187 Gavin, you never rise from your loom. It is hardly fair that your hands should be so full of other people's troubles. They only fill one hand, Mother, I carry the people's joys in the other hand, and that keeps me erect, like a woman between her pan and pitcher. I think the joys have outweighed the sorrows since we came here. It has been all joy to me, Gavin, for you never tell me of the sorrows. An old woman has no right to be so happy. Old woman, mother, said Gavin. But his indignation was vain. Margaret was an old woman. I made her old before her time. As for these terrible troubles, he went on, I forget them the moment I enter the garden and see you at your window. And, maybe, I keep some of the joys from you as well as the troubles. Words about Barrie leaped to his mouth, but with an effort he restrained them. He must not tell his mother of her until Barrie of her free will had told him all there was to tell. I have been a selfish woman, Gavin. You selfish, mother? Gavin said, smiling. Tell me when you did not think of others before yourself. Always, Gavin. Has it not been selfishness to hope that you would never want to bring another mistress to the manse? Do you remember how angry you used to be in Glasgow when I said that you would marry someday? I remember, Gavin said, sadly. Yes, you used to say, don't speak of such a thing, mother, for the horrid thought of it is enough to drive all the Hebrew out of my head. Was not that lightning just now? I did not see it. What a memory you have, mother, for all the boyish things I said. I can't deny, Margaret admitted with a sigh, that 188 I liked to hear you speak in that way, though I knew you would go back on your word. You see, you have changed already. How, mother? Asked Gavin, surprised. You said just now that those were boyish speeches. Gavin, I can't understand the mothers who are glad to see their sons married. Though I had a dozen, I believe it would be a wrench to lose one of them. It would be different with daughters. You are laughing, Gavin. Yes, at your reference to daughters. Would you not have preferred me to be a girl? Deed I would not, answered Margaret, with tremendous conviction. Gavin, every woman on earth, be she rich or poor, good or bad, offers up one prayer about her firstborn, and that is, may he be a boy. I think you are wrong, mother. The banker's wife told me that there is nothing for which she thanks the Lord so much as that all her children are girls. May she be forgiven for that, Gavin, exclaimed Margaret, though she maybe did right to put the best face on her humiliation. No, no, there are many kinds of women in the world, but there never was one yet that didn't want to begin with a laddie. You can speculate about a boy so much more than about a girl. Gavin, what is it a woman thinks about the day her son is born? Yes, and the day before too. She is picturing him a grown man, and a slip of a lassie taking him from her. That is where the lasses have their revenge on the mothers. I remember as if it were this morning a Harvey fishwife patting your head and asking who was your sweetheart, and I could never thole the woman again. We were at the door of the cottage, and I mind I gripped you up in my arms. You had on a tartan frock with a sash and diamond socks. When I look back, Gavin, It seems to me that you have shot up from that frock to manhood in a single hour. 189 There are not many mothers like you, Gavin said, laying his hand fondly on Margaret's shoulder. There are many better mothers, but few such sons. It is easily seen why God could not afford me another. Gavin, I am sure that was lightning. I think it was, but don't be alarmed, mother. I am never frightened when you are with me. And I always will be with you. Ah, if you were married, do you think, asked Gavin, indignantly, that it would make any difference to you? Margaret did not answer. She knew what a difference it would make. Except, continued Gavin, with a man's obtuseness, that you would have a daughter as well as a son to love you and take care of you. Margaret could have told him that men give themselves away needlessly who marry for the sake of their mother, but all she said was, Gavin, I see you can speak more composedly of marrying now than you spoke a year ago. If I did not know better, I should think a Thrums young lady had got hold of you. It was a moment before Gavin replied, then he said, gaily, really, mother, the way the best of women speak of each other is lamentable. You say I should be better married, and then you take for granted that every marriageable woman in the neighborhood is trying to kidnap me. I am sure you did not take my father by force in that way. He did not see that Margaret trembled at the mention of his father. He never knew that she was many times pining to lay her head upon his breast and tell him of me. Yet I cannot but believe that she always shook when Adam's heart was spoken of between them. I cannot think that the long cherishing of the secret 190 which was hers and mine kept her face steady when that horror suddenly confronted her as now. Gavin would have suspected much had he ever suspected anything. I know, Margaret said, courageously, that you would be better married, but when it comes to selecting the woman I grow fearful. Oh Gavin, she said, earnestly, it is an awful thing to marry the wrong man. Here in a moment had she revealed much, though far from all, and there must have been many such moments between them. But Gavin was thinking of his own affairs. You mean the wrong woman, don't you, mother, he said, and she hastened to agree. But it was the wrong man she meant. The difficulty, I suppose, is to hit upon the right one. Gavin said, blithely. To know which is the right one in time, answered Margaret, solemnly. But I am saying nothing against the young ladies of Thrums, Gavin. Though I have scarcely seen them, I know there are good women among them. Jean says, I believe, Mother, Gavin interposed, reproachfully, that you have been questioning Jean about them. Just because I was afraid, I mean because I fancied, you might be taking a liking to one of them. And what is Jean's verdict? She says every one of them would jump at you, like a bird at a berry. But the berry cannot be divided. How would Miss Pennyquick please you, mother? Gavin, cried Margaret, in consternation, you don't mean to, but you are laughing at me again. Then there is the banker's daughter. I can't thole her. Why, I question if you ever set eyes on her, mother. 191 Perhaps not, Gavin, but I have suspected her ever since she offered to become one of your tract distributors. The doctor said Gavin, not ill-pleased, was saying that either of these ladies would suit me. What business has he, asked Margaret, vindictively, to put such thoughts into your head? But he only did as you are doing. Mother, I see you will never be satisfied without selecting the woman for me yourself. Gavin, said Margaret, earnestly, and I question if I should be satisfied even then. But I am sure I should be a better guide to you than Dr. McQueen is. I am convinced of that. But I wonder what sort of woman would content you. Whoever pleased you, Gavin, would content me, Margaret ventured to maintain. You would only take to a clever woman. She must be nearly as clever as you, Mother. Hoots, Gavin, said Margaret, smiling, I'm not to be caught with chaff. I am a stupid, ignorant woman. Then I must look out for a stupid, ignorant woman, for that seems to be the kind I like, answered Gavin, of whom I may confess here something that has to be told sooner or later. It is this. He never realized that Barrie was a great deal cleverer than himself. Forgive him, you who read, if you have any tolerance for the creature, man. She will be terribly learned in languages, pursued Margaret, so that she may follow you in your studies, as I have never been able to do. Your face has helped me more than Hebrew, Mother, replied Gavin. I will give her no marks for languages. At any rate, Margaret insisted, she must be a grand housekeeper, and very thrifty. 192 As for that, Gavin said, faltering a little, one can't expect it of a mere girl. I should expect it, maintained his mother. No, but she would have you, said Gavin, happily, to teach her housekeeping. It would be a pleasant occupation to me, that Margaret admitted. And she would soon learn, she would be so proud of her position as mistress of a manse. Perhaps, Gavin said, doubtfully. He had no doubt on the subject in his college days. And we can take for granted, continued his mother, that she is a lassie of fine character. Of course, said Gavin, holding his head high, as if he thought the doctor might be watching him. I have thought, Margaret went on, that there was a great deal of wisdom in what you said at that last marriage in the manse, the one where, you remember, the best man and the bridesmaid joined hands instead of the bride and bridegroom. What did I say? Asked the little minister, with misgivings. That there was great danger when people married out of their own rank of life. Well, of course, that would depend on circumstances. They were wise words, Gavin. There was the sermon, too, that you preached a month or two ago against marrying into other denominations. Jean told me that it greatly impressed the congregation. It is a sad sight, as you said, to see an old-licked lassie changing her faith because her man belongs to the UPS. Did I say that? You did. And it so struck Jean that she told me she would rather be an old maid for life, the which she said, is a dismal prospect, than marry out of the old licked kirk. 193. Perhaps that was a rather narrow view I took, mother. After all, the fitting thing is that the wife should go with her husband, especially if it is he that is the old licked. I don't hold with narrowness myself, Gavin. Margaret said, with an effort, and admit that there are many respectable persons in the other denominations. But though a weaver might take a wife from another kirk without much scandal, an old-licked minister's madam must be old-licked born and bred. The congregation would expect no less. I doubt if they would be sure of her if she came from some other old-licked kirk. Deed, though she came from our own kirk, I'm thinking the session would want to catechize her. And if all you tell me of Lang Tarmers be true, for, as you know, I never spoke to him, I warrant he would catechize the session. I would brook no interference from my session, said Gavin, knitting his brows, and I do not consider it necessary that a minister's wife should have been brought up in his denomination. Of course she would join it. We must make allowance, mother, for the thousands of young women who live in places where there is no old-licked kirk. You can pity them, Gavin, said Margaret, without marrying them. A minister has his congregation to think of. So the doctor says, interposed her son. Then it was just like his presumption, cried Margaret. A minister should marry to please himself. Decidedly he should, Gavin agreed, eagerly, and the bounden duty of the congregation is to respect and honor his choice. If they forget that duty, his is to remind them of it. Ah, well, Gavin, said Margaret, confidently, your congregation are so fond of you that your choice would doubtless be theirs. Jean tells me that even Lang 194 Tarmers, though he is so obstinate, has a love for you passing the love of women. These were her words. Jean is more sentimental than you might think. I wish he would show his love, said Gavin, by contradicting me less frequently. You have robbed out a way against him. No, I cannot make out what has come over Rob lately. He is drinking heavily again, and avoiding me. The lightning is becoming very vivid. Yes, and I hear no thunder. There is another thing, Gavin. I am one of those that like to sit at home, but if you had a wife she would visit the congregation. A truly religious wife would be a great help to you. Religious, Gavin repeated slowly. Yes, but some people are religious without speaking of it. If a woman is good, she is religious. A good woman who has been, let us say, foolishly brought up, only needs to be shown the right way to tread it. Mother, I question if any man, minister or layman, ever yet fell in love because the woman was thrifty, or clever, or went to church twice on Sabbath. I believe that is true, Margaret said, and I would not have it otherwise. But it is an awful thing, Gavin, as you said from the pulpit 2 weeks ago, to worship only at a beautiful face. You think too much about what I say in the pulpit, Mother, Gavin said, with a sigh, though of course a man who fell in love merely with a face would be a contemptible creature. Yet I see that women do not understand how beauty affects a man. Yes, my boy, oh, indeed, they do, said Margaret, who on some matters knew far more than her son. 12 o'clock struck, and she rose to go to bed, alarmed lest she should not waken early in the morning. But I am afraid I shan't sleep, she said, if that lightning continues. 195 It is harmless, Gavin answered, going to the window. He started back next moment, and crying, "Don't look out," Mother hastily pulled down the blind. "Why, Gavin," Margaret said in fear, "you look as if it had struck you." "Oh, no," Gavin answered, with a forced laugh, and he lit her lamp for her. But it had struck him, though it was not lightning. It was the flashing of a lantern against the window to attract his attention, and the holder of the lantern was Barrie. "Good night, Mother." "Good night, Gavin. Don't sit up any later." 196 Chapter 22. Lovers. Only something terrible, Gavin thought, could have brought Barrie to him at such an hour, yet when he left his mother's room it was to stand motionless on the stair, waiting for a silence in the manse that would not come. A house is never still in darkness to those who listen intently. There is a whispering in distant chambers, an unearthly hand presses the knob of the window, the latch rises. Ghosts were created when the first man woke in the night. Now Margaret slept. 2 hours earlier, Jean, sitting on the salt bucket, had read the chapter with which she always sent herself to bed. In honor of the little minister she had begun her Bible afresh when he came to Thrums, and was progressing through it, a chapter at night, sighing, perhaps, on washing days at a long chapter, such as Exodus 12, but never making 2 of it. The kitchen wag at the wall clock was telling every room in the house that she had neglected to shut her door. As Gavin felt his way down the dark stair, awakening it into protest at every step, he had a glimpse of the pendulum's shadow running back and forward on the hearth. He started back from another shadow on the lobby wall, and then seeing it start too, knew it for his own. He opened the door and passed out unobserved. It was as if the sounds and shadows that filled the manse were too occupied with their game to mind an interloper. "Is that you?" he said to a bush, for the garden was 197 in semi-darkness. Then the lantern's flash met him, and he saw the Egyptian in the summer seat. "At last," she said, reproachfully. "Evidently a lantern is a poor doorbell." "What is it?" Gavin asked, in suppressed excitement, for the least he expected to hear was that she was again being pursued for her share in the riot. The tremor in his voice surprised her into silence, and he thought she faltered because what she had to tell him was so woeful. So, in the darkness of the summer seat, he kissed her, and she might have known that with that kiss the little minister was hers forever. Now Barrie had been kissed before, but never thus, and she turned from Gavin, and would have liked to be alone, for she had begun to know what love was, and the flash that revealed it to her laid bare her own shame, so that her impulse was to hide herself from her lover. But of all this Gavin was unconscious, and he repeated his question. The lantern was swaying in her hand, and when she turned fearfully to him its light fell on his face, and she saw how alarmed he was. "I am going away back to Nanny's," she said suddenly, and rose cowed, but he took her hand and held her. "Barrie," he said, huskily, "tell me what has happened to bring you here at this hour." She sought to pull her hand from him, but could not. "How you are trembling," he whispered. "Barrie," he cried, "something terrible has happened to you, but do not fear. Tell me what it is, and then I will take you to my mother. Yes, I will take you now." The Egyptian would have given all she had in the world to be able to fly from him then, that he might never know her as she was, but it could not be, and so she spoke out remorselessly. If her voice had become hard, it was a newborn scorn of herself that made it so. "You are needlessly alarmed," she said. "I am not 198 at all the kind of person who deserves sympathy or expects it. There is nothing wrong. I am staying with Nanny overnight, and only came to Thrums to amuse myself. I chased your policeman down the roads with my lantern, and then came here to amuse myself with you. That is all. It was nothing but a love of mischief that brought you here?" Gavin asked, sternly, after an unpleasant pause. "Nothing," the Egyptian answered, recklessly. "I could not have believed this of you," the minister said. "I am ashamed of you." "I thought," Barrie retorted, trying to speak lightly until she could get away from him, "that you would be glad to see me." Your last words in Cadam seemed to justify that idea. "I am very sorry to see you," he answered, reproachfully. "Then I will go away at once," she said, stepping out of the summer seat. "Yes," he replied, "you must go at once." "Then I won't," she said, turning back defiantly. "I know what you are to say, that the Thrums people would be shocked if they knew I was here, as if I cared what the Thrums people think of me." "I care what they think of you," Gavin said, as if that were decisive, "and I tell you I will not allow you to repeat this freak." "You will not allow me," echoed Barrie, almost enjoying herself, despite her sudden loss of self-respect. "I will not," Gavin said, resolutely. "Henceforth you must do as I think fit." "Since when have you taken command of me?" demanded Barrie. "Since a minute ago," Gavin replied, "when you let me kiss you." "Let you?" exclaimed Barrie, now justly incensed. "You did it yourself." "I was very angry." 199 No, you were not. "I am not allowed to say that even," asked the Egyptian. "Tell me something I may say, then, and I will repeat it after you." "I have something to say to you," Gavin told her, after a moment's reflection. "Yes, and there is something I should like to hear you repeat after me, but not tonight." "I don't want to hear what it is," Barrie said, quickly, but she knew what it was, and even then, despite the new pain at her heart, her bosom swelled with pride because this man still loved her. Now she wanted to run away with his love for her before he could take it from her, and then realizing that this parting must be forever, a great desire filled her to hear him put that kiss into words, and she said, faltering, "You can tell me what it is if you like." "Not tonight," said Gavin. "Tonight," if at all, the gypsy almost entreated. "Tomorrow, at Nanny's," answered Gavin, decisively, and this time he remembered without dismay that the morrow was the Sabbath. In the fairy tale the beast suddenly drops his skin and is a prince, and I believed it seemed to Barrie that some such change had come over this man, her plaything. "Your lantern is shining on my mother's window," were the words that woke her from this discovery, and then she found herself yielding the lantern to him. She became conscious vaguely that a corresponding change was taking place in herself. "You spoke of taking me to your mother," she said, bitterly. "Yes," he answered at once, "tomorrow," but she shook her head, knowing that tomorrow he would be wiser. "Give me the lantern," she said, in a low voice, "I am going back to Nanny's now." 200. "Yes," he said, "we must set out now, but I can carry the lantern." "You are not coming with me," she exclaimed, shaking herself free of his hand. "I am coming," he replied, calmly, though he was not calm. "Take my arm, Barrie." She made a last effort to free herself from bondage, crying passionately, "I will not let you come." "When I say I am coming," Gavin answered between his teeth, "I mean that I am coming, and so let that be an end of this folly. Take my arm." "I think I hate you," she said, retreating from him. "Take my arm," he repeated, and, though her breast was rising rebelliously, she did as he ordered, and so he escorted her from the garden. At the foot of the field she stopped, and thought to frighten him by saying, "What would the people say if they saw you with me now?" "It does not much matter what they would say," he answered, still keeping his teeth together as if doubtful of their courage. "As for what they would do, that is certain, they would put me out of my church. And it is dear to you. Dearer than life. You told me long ago that your mother's heart would break if, yes, I am sure it would." They had begun to climb the fields, but she stopped him with a jerk. "Go back, Mr. Dishart," she implored, clutching his arm with both hands. "You make me very unhappy for no purpose." "Oh, why should you risk so much for me?" "I cannot have you wandering here alone at midnight," Gavin answered, gently. "That is nothing to me," she said, eagerly, but no longer resenting his air of proprietorship. 201. "You will never do it again if I can prevent it." "But you cannot," she said, sadly. "Oh, yes, you can, Mr. Dishart. If you will turn back now, I shall promise never to do anything again without first asking myself whether it would seem right to you. I know I acted very wrongly tonight." "Only thoughtlessly," he said. "Then have pity on me," she besought him, "and go back. If I have only been thoughtless, how can you punish me thus?" "Mr. Dishart," she entreated, her voice breaking, "if you were to suffer for this folly of mine, do you think I could live?" "We are in God's hands, dear," he answered, firmly, and he again drew her arm to him. So they climbed the first field, and were almost at the hill before either spoke again. "Stop," Barrie whispered, crouching as she spoke, "I see someone crossing the hill." "I have seen him for some time," Gavin answered, quietly, but I am doing no wrong, and I will not hide." The Egyptian had to walk on with him, and I suppose she did not think the less of him for that. Yet she said, warningly, "If he sees you, all Thrums will be in an uproar before morning." "I cannot help that," Gavin replied. "It is the will of God to ruin you for my sins, if he thinks fit." The figure drew nearer, and with every step Barrie's distress doubled. "We are walking straight to him," she whispered. "I implore you to wait here until he passes, if not for your own sake, for your mother's." At that he wavered, and she heard his teeth sliding against each other, as if he could no longer clench them. 202 "But, no," he said, moving on again, "I will not be a skulker from any man. If it be God's wish that I should suffer for this, I must suffer." "Oh, why," cried Barrie, beating her hands together in grief, "should you suffer for me?" "You are mine," Gavin answered. Barrie gasped. "And if you act foolishly," he continued, "it is right that I should bear the brunt of it. No, I will not let you go on alone. You are not fit to be alone. You need someone to watch over you and care for you and love you, and, if need be, to suffer with you. Turn back, dear, before he sees us." "He has seen us." Yes, I had seen them, for the figure on the hill was no other than the Dominie of Glen Clarity. The park gate clicked as it swung to, and I looked up and saw Gavin and the Egyptian. My eyes should have found them sooner, but it was to gaze upon Margaret's home, while no one saw me, that I had trudged into Thrums so late, and by that time, I suppose, my eyes were of little service for seeing through. Yet, when I knew that of these two people suddenly beside me on the hill one was the little minister and the other a strange woman, I fell back from their side with dread before I could step forward and cry, "Gavin!" "I am Mr. Dishart," he answered, with a composure that would not have served him for another sentence. He was more excited than I, for the Gavin fell harmlessly on him, while I had no sooner uttered it than there rushed through me the shame of being false to Margaret. It was the only time in my life that I forgot her in him, though he has ever stood next to her in my regard. I looked from Gavin to the gypsy woman, and again from her to him, and she began to tell a lie in his interest. But she got no farther than "I met Mr. Dishart axed," when she stopped, ashamed. It was 203 reverence for Gavin that checked the lie. Not every man has had such a compliment paid him. "It is natural," Gavin said, slowly, "that you, sir, should wonder why I am here with this woman at such an hour, and you may know me so little as to think ill of me for it." I did not answer, and he misunderstood my silence. "No," he continued, in a harder voice, as if I had asked him a question, "I will explain nothing to you. You are not my judge. If you would do me harm, sir, you have it in your power." It was with these cruel words that Gavin addressed me. He did not know how cruel they were. The Egyptian, I think, must have seen that his suspicions hurt me, for she said, softly, with a look of appeal in her eyes, "You are the schoolmaster in Glen Clarity." Then you will perhaps save Mr. Dishart the trouble of coming farther by showing me the way to old Nanny Webster's house at Windeher. I have to pass the house at any rate, I answered eagerly, and she came quickly to my side. I knew, though in the darkness I could see but vaguely, that Gavin was holding his head high and waiting for me to say my worst. I had not told him that I dared think no evil of him, and he still suspected me. Now I would not trust myself to speak lest I should betray Margaret, and yet I wanted him to know that base doubts about him could never find a shelter in me. I am a timid man who long ago lost the glory of my life by it, and I was again timid when I sought to let Gavin see that my faith in him was unshaken. I lifted my bonnet to the gypsy, and asked her to take my arm. It was done clumsily, I cannot doubt, but he read my meaning and held out his hand to me. I had not touched it since he was 3 years old, and I trembled too much to give it the grasp I owed it. He and 204 I parted without a word, but to the Egyptian he said, "Tomorrow, dear, I will see you at Nanny's," and he was to kiss her, but I pulled her a step farther from him, and she put her hands over her face, crying, "No, no." If I asked her some questions between the hill and Windeher, you must not blame me, for this was my affair as well as theirs. She did not answer me. I know now that she did not hear me. But at the mud house she looked abruptly into my face, and said, "You love him, too." I trudged to the schoolhouse with these words for company, and it was less her discovery than her confession that tortured me. How much I slept that night you may guess. 205 Chapter 23 contains a birth, which is sufficient for one chapter. "The kirk bell will soon be ringing," Nanny said on the following morning, as she placed herself carefully on a stool, one hand holding her Bible and the other wandering complacently over her aged merino gown. Lassie, though you're only an Egyptian, I would ha-ta-enui me to hear Mr. Duthie, but it's spurring our muckle o' a woman to expect her to gang to the kirk in her ilka day Cleothis." The babby of yesterday would have laughed at this, but the new babby sighed. "I wonder you don't go to Mr. Dishart's church now, Nanny," she said, gently. "I am sure you prefer him." "Babby, Babby," exclaimed Nanny, with spirit, "may I never be so far left to missel as to change my kirk just because I like another minister better. It's easy seen, lassie, that you ken little o' religious questions." "Very little," Babby admitted, sadly. "But dinna be so waffle about it," the old woman continued, kindly, "for that's no name like you. And if you see muckle mair o' Mr. Dishart, he'll soon cure your ignorance." "I shall not see much more of him," Babby answered, with averted head. "The like o' you couldna expect it," Nanny said, simply, whereupon Babby went to the window. "I had better be stepping," Nanny said, rising, "for I am 206 I late unless I'm on the hill by the time the bell begins." Babby, I'm doubting my merino's no sair in the fashion." She looked down at her dress half despondently, and yet with some pride. "It was fourpence the yard, and no less," she went on, fondling the worn merino, "when we booked it at Sam Elkar's. But it has been turned 6 times since sign. She sighed, and Barrie came to her and put her arms round her, saying, "Nanny, you are a dear." "I'm a old farrant-looking dear, I doubt," said Nanny, ruefully. "Now, Nanny," rejoined Barrie, "you are just wanting me to flatter you. You know the merino looks very nice." "It's a good merino yet," admitted the old woman, "but, oh, Barrie, what does the material matter if the cut isn't fashionable? It's fine, isn't it, to be in the fashion?" She spoke so wistfully that, instead of smiling, Barrie kissed her. "I am afraid to lay hand on the merino, Nanny, but give me off your bonnet and I'll make it 10 years younger in as many minutes." "Could you?" asked Nanny, eagerly, unloosening her bonnet strings. Mercy on me, she had to add, to think about altering bonnets on the Sabbath day. "Lassie, how could you propose sic a thing?" "Forgive me, Nanny," Barrie replied, so meekly that the old woman looked at her curiously. "It's a good merino yet." "I dinna understand what has come ower you," she said. "There's an unca difference in you since last nicht. I used to think you were mair like a bird than a lassie, but you've lost your daft capers o' singing and lauching, and I take ill witty. TWA or 3 times I've catched you greeting. Barrie, what has come ower you?" 207 nothing, Nanny. "I think I hear the bell." Down in Thrums 2 kirk officers had let their bells loose, waking echoes in Windeher as one dog in country parts sets all the others barking, but Nanny did not hurry off to church. Such a surprising notion had filled her head suddenly that she even forgot to hold her dress off the floor. "Barrie," she cried, in consternation, "dinna tell me you've got an hour fond o' Mr. Dishart." "The like of me, Nanny," the gypsy answered, with affected raillery, but there was a tear in her eye. "It would be a wild, presumptuous thing," Nanny said, "and him a grand minister, but—" Barrie tried to look her in the face, but failed, and then all at once there came back to Nanny the days when she and her lover wandered the hill together. "Ah, my daughty," she cried, so tenderly, "what does it matter what he is when you canna help it?" 2 frail arms went round the Egyptian, and Barrie rested her head on the old woman's breast. But do you think it could have happened had not Nanny loved a weaver 20 years before? And now Nanny has set off for church and Barrie is alone in the mud house. Some will pity her not at all, this girl who was a dozen women in the hour, and all made of impulses that would scarce stand still to be photographed. To attempt to picture her at any time until now would have been like chasing a spirit that changes to something else as your arms clasp it, yet she has always seemed a pathetic little figure to me. If I understand Barrie at all, it is, I think, because I loved Margaret, the only woman I have ever known well, and one whose nature was not, like the Egyptians, complex, but most simple, as if God had told her only to be good. Throughout my life since she came into it she has been to me a glass in which many things are revealed that I could not have learned save through 208 her, and something of all womankind, even of bewildering Barrie, I seem to know because I knew Margaret. No woman is so bad, but we may rejoice when her heart thrills to love, for then God has her by the hand. There is no love but this. She may dream of what love is, but it is only of a sudden that she knows. Barrie, who was without a guide from her baby days, had dreamed but little of it, hearing its name given to another thing. She had been born wild and known no home, no one had touched her heart except to strike it. She had been educated, but never tamed. Her life had been thrown strangely among those who were great in the world's possessions, but she was not of them. Her soul was in such darkness that she had never seen it. She would have danced away cynically from the belief that there is such a thing, and now all at once she had passed from disbelief to knowledge. Is not love God's doing? To Gavin he had given something of himself, and the moment she saw it the flash lit her own soul. It was but little of his master that was in Gavin, but far smaller things have changed the current of human lives. The spider's thread that strikes our brow on a country road may do that. Yet this I will say, though I have no wish to cast the little minister on my pages larger than he was, that he had some heroic hours in Thrums, of which one was when Barrie learned to love him. Until the moment when he kissed her she had only conceived him a quaint fellow whose life was a string of Sundays, but behold what she saw in him now. Evidently to his noble mind her mystery was only some misfortune, not of her making, and his was to be the part of leading her away from it into the happiness of the open life. He did not doubt her, for he loved, and to doubt is to dip love in the mire. She had been given to him by God, and he was so rich in her possession that the responsibility attached to the gift was not grievous. She was his, and no mortal man 209 could part them. Those who looked askance at her were looking askance at him, in so far as she was wayward and wild. He was those things. So long as she remained strange to religion, the blame lay on him. All this Barrie read in the Gavin of the past night, and to her it was the book of love. What things she had known, said and done in that holy name. How shamefully have we all besmirched it. She had only known it as the most selfish of the passions, a brittle image that men consulted because it could only answer in the words they gave it to say. But here was a man to whom love was something better than his own desires leering on a pedestal. Such love as Barrie had seen hitherto made strong men weak, but this was a love that made a weak man strong. All her life, strength had been her idol, and the weakness that bent to her cajolery her scorn. But only now was it revealed to her that strength, instead of being the lusty child of passions, grows by grappling with and throwing them. So Barrie loved the little minister for the best that she had ever seen in man. I shall be told that she thought far more of him than he deserved, forgetting the mean in the worthy, but who that has had a glimpse of heaven will care to let his mind dwell henceforth on earth? Love, it is said, is blind, but love is not blind. It is an extra eye, which shows us what is most worthy of regard. To see the best is to see most clearly, and it is the lover's privilege. Down in the old licht kirk that forenoon Gavin preached a sermon in praise of women, and up in the mud house in Windeher Barrie sat alone. but it was the Sabbath day to her, the first Sabbath in her life. Her discovery had frozen her mind for a time, so that she could only stare at it with eyes that would not shut, but that had been in the night. Already her love seemed a thing of years, for it was as old as herself, as old as the new Barrie. It was such a dear delight that 210 she clasped it to her, and exulted over it because it was hers, and then she cried over it because she must give it up. For Barrie must only look at this love and then turn from it. My heart aches for the little Egyptian, but the promised land would have remained invisible to her had she not realized that it was only for others. That was the condition of her seeing. 211 Chapter 24. The New World, and the woman who may not dwell therein. Up here in the Glen schoolhouse after my pupils have straggled home, there comes to me at times, and so sudden that it may be while I am infusing my tea, a hot desire to write great books. Perhaps an hour afterwards I rise, beaten, from my desk, flinging all I have written into the fire, yet rescuing some of it on second thought, and curse myself as an Inglenook man, for I see that one can only paint what he himself has felt, and in my passion I wish to have all the vices, even to being an impious man, that I may describe them better. For this may I be pardoned. It comes to nothing in the end, save that my tea is brackish. Yet though my solitary life in the glen is cheating me of many experiences, more helpful to a writer than to a Christian, it has not been so tame but that I can understand why Barrie cried when she went into Nanny's garden and saw the new world. Let no one who loves be called altogether unhappy. Even love unreturned has its rainbow, and Barrie knew that Gavin loved her. Yet she stood in woe among the stiff berry bushes, as one who stretches forth her hands to love and sees him looking for her, and knows she must shrink from the arms she would lie in, and only call to him in a voice he cannot hear. This is not a love that is always bitter. It grows sweet with age. But could that dry the tears of the little Egyptian, who had only been a woman for a day? 212 Much was still dark to her. Of one obstacle that must keep her and Gavin ever apart she knew, and he did not, but had it been removed she would have given herself to him humbly, not in her own longing, but because he wanted her. Behold what I am, she could have said to him then, and left the rest to him, believing that her unworthiness would not drag him down, it would lose itself so readily in his strength. That Thrums could rise against such a man if he defied it, she did not believe, but she was to learn the truth presently from a child. To most of us, I suppose, has come some shock that was to make us different men from that hour, and yet, how many days elapsed before something of the man we had been leapt up in us. Barrie thought she had buried her old impulsiveness, and then remembering that from the top of the field she might see Gavin returning from church, she hastened to the hill to look upon him from a distance. Before she reached the gate where I had met her and him, however, she stopped, distressed at her selfishness, and asked bitterly, "Why am I so different from other women? Why should what is so easy to them be so hard to me?" "Gavin, my beloved," the Egyptian cried in her agony, and the wind caught her words and flung them in the air, making sport of her. She wandered westward over the bleak hill, and by came to a great slab called the Standing Stone, on which children often sit and muse until they see gay ladies riding by on palfreys, a kind of horse, and knights in glittering armor, and goblins, and fiery dragons, and other wonders now extinct, of which bare-legged laddies dream, as well as boys in socks. The Standing Stone is in the dike that separates the hill from a fir wood, and it is the fairy book of Thrums. If you would be a knight yourself, you must sit on it and whisper to it your desire. 213 Barrie came to the Standing Stone, and there was a little boy astride it. His hair stood up through holes in his bonnet, and he was very ragged and miserable. "Why are you crying, little boy?" Barrie asked him, gently, but he did not look up, and the tongue was strange to him. "How are you greeting so sair?" she asked. "I'm no greeting very sair," he answered, turning his head from her that a woman might not see his tears. "I'm no greeting so sair, but what I grat sairer when my mither died." "When did she die?" Barrie inquired. "Lang syne," he answered, still with averted face. "What is your name?" "Micah is my name." "Rob Dow's my father." "And have you no brothers nor sisters?" asked Barrie, with a fellow feeling for him. "No, just my father," he said. "You should be the better laddie to him then." "Did your mither no tell you to be that afore she died?" He answered, "She telled me to hide the bottle frae him when I could get had a tea. She took me into the bed to make me promise that, and syne she died." "Does your father drinna?" "He hoards mair than ony other man in Thrums," Micah replied, almost proudly. "And he strikes you?" Barrie asked, compassionately. "That's a lie," retorted the boy, fiercely. "Leastwise, he doesna strike me except when he's mortal, and syne I can jouk him." "What are you doing there?" "I'm wishing." "It's a wishing stane." "You are wishing your father wouldna drink." "No, I'm no," answered Micah. "There was a lang time he didna drink, but the woman has sent him to it again. It's about her I'm wishing. I'm wishing she was in hell." 214 "What woman is it?" asked Barrie, shuddering. "I dinna ken," Micah said, "but she's an Elaine." "Did you never see her at your father's house?" "Na, if he could get grip o' her he would break her ower his knee. I hearken to him saying that, when he's wild. He says she should be burned for a witch." "But if he hates her," asked Barrie, "how can she have sic power ower him?" "It's no him that she has hoardo," replied Micah, still looking away from her. "What is it then?" "It's Mr. Dishart." Barrie was struck as if by an arrow from the wood. It was so unexpected that she gave a cry, and then for the first time Micah looked at her. "How should that send your father to the drink?" she asked, with an effort. "Because my father's mitty fond o' him," answered Micah, staring strangely at her, "and when the folk ken about the woman, they'll stane the minister out o' Thrums." The wood faded for a moment from the Egyptian's sight. When it came back, the boy had slid off the standing stone and was stealing away. "Why do you run frae me?" Barrie asked, pathetically. "I'm flied at you," he gasped, coming to a standstill at a safe distance. "You're the woman." Barrie cowered before her little judge, and he drew nearer her slowly. "What makes you think that?" she said. It was a curious time for Barrie's beauty to be paid its most princely compliment. "I'm wishing she was in hell." "Because you're so bonny," Mika whispered across the dike. Her tears gave him courage. "You mit gang awa," he entreated. "If you kent what a differ Mr. Disheart made in my father till you came, you would 215 maybe gang awa. When he's roaring foo I have to sleep in the wood, and it's awfu cord. I'm doubting he'll kill me, woman, if you dinna gang awa." Poor Barrie put her hand to her heart, but the innocent lad continued mercilessly, "If one shame comes to the minister, his old mither'll die. How have you sick an ill will at the minister?" Barrie held up her hands like a supplicant. "I'll gie you my rabbit," Mika said, "if you'll gang awa. I've juiced the ane." She shook her head, and, misunderstanding her, he cried, with his knuckles in his eye, "I'll gie you them baith, though I'm mitty sweer to part wi' Spotty." Then at last Barrie found her voice. "Keep your rabbits, laddie," she said, "and greet no more. I'm gaen awa. And you'll never come back no more o' your life," pleaded Mika. "Never no more o' my life," repeated Barrie. "And ye'll leave the minister alane forever and ever." "Forever and ever." Mika rubbed his face dry, and said, "Will you let me stand on the standing stane and watch you gain awa forever and ever?" At that a sob broke from Barrie's heart, and looking at her doubtfully Mika said, "Maybe you're gi'il for what you've done." Barrie answered, "I'm gi'il for what I've done." A minute passed, and in her anguish she did not know that still she was standing at the dike. Mika's voice roused her, "You said you would gang awa, and you're no gain." Then Barrie went away. The boy watched her across the hill. He climbed the standing stone and gazed 216 after her until she was but a coloured ribbon among the broom. When she disappeared into Windeher he ran home joyfully, and told his father what a good day's work he had done. Rob struck him for a fool for taking a gypsy's word, and warned him against speaking of the woman in Thrums. Rob struck him for a fool for taking a gypsy's word. But though Dow believed that Gavin continued to meet the Egyptians secretly, he was wrong. A sum of money for Nanny was sent to the minister, but he could guess only from whom it came. In vain did he search for Barrie. Some months passed and he gave up the search, persuaded that he should see her no more. He went about his duties with a drawn face that made many folk uneasy when it was stern, and pained them when it tried to smile. But to Margaret, though the effort was terrible, he was as he had ever been, and so no thought of a woman crossed her loving breast. 217 Chapter 25. Beginning of the 24 hours. I can tell still how the whole of the glen was engaged about the hour of noon on the 4th of August month, a day to be among the last forgotten by any of us, though it began as quietly as a roaring march. At the Spittal, between Wych and Thrums, this is a halfway house, were gathered 200 men in kilts, and many gentry from the neighbouring glens, to celebrate the Earl's marriage, which was to take place on the morrow, and thither, too, had gone many of my pupils to gather gossip, at which girls of 6 are trustier hands than boys of 12. Those of us, however, who were neither children nor of gentle blood, remained at home, the farmers more taken up with the want of rain, now become a calamity, than with an old man's wedding, and their womenfolk wringing their hands for rain also, yet finding time to marvel at the marriages taking place at the Spittal instead of in England, of which the ignorant spoke vaguely as an estate of the bride's. For my own part, I could talk of the disastrous drought with Waster as I walked over his parched fields, but I had not such cause as he to brood upon it by day and night, and the ins and outs of the Earl's marriage were for discussing at a tea-table, where there were women to help one to conclusions, rather than for the reflections of a solitary dominie, who had seen neither bride nor bridegroom. So it must be confessed that when I might have been regarding the sky moodily, or at the Spittal, where a free table that day invited all, I 218 was sitting in the schoolhouse, heeling my left boot, on which I have always been a little hard. I made small speed, not through lack of craft, but because one can no more drive in tackets properly than take cities unless he gives his whole mind to it, and half of mine was at the Auld Licht manse. Since our meeting 6 months earlier on the hill I had not seen Gavin, but I had heard much of him, and of a kind to trouble me. I saw nothing queer about Mr. Dishart was Wasterlunny's frequent story, till I hearkened to Elspeth speaking about it to the lasses, for I'm the last Elspeth would tell onything to, though I'm her man, and syne I minded I had been noticing it for months. Elspeth says he would go on, for he could no more forbear quoting his wife than complaining of her, that the minister'll listen to you nowadays wi' his in glaring at you as if he had a perfectly passionate interest in what you were telling him, though it may be only about a hen with a croup, and then, after all, he hasna heard a syllab. I listened to Elspeth saying that, when she thought I was at the byre, and yet, would you believe it, when I says to her after lousing time, I've been noticing of late that the minister loses what a body tells him, all she answers is havers. Tod, but women's provoking. I allow Burse said, that on the first Sabbath o' June month, and again on the third Sabbath, he poured out the word grandly, but I've ta'en knowed this current Sabbaths that if he's no mitty magnificent he's mitty poor. There's something damming up his mind, and when he gets by it he's a roaring water, but when he dosna he's a despicable trickle. The folk thinks it's a woman that's getting in his way, but dinna tell me that about sic a scholar. I tell you he would gang hour or two no women like a loaded cart our new laid stands. 219 Weary World hobbled after me up the roods one day, pelting me with remarks, though I was doing my best to get away from him. Even Rob Dow sees there's something come ower the minister, he bawled, for Rob's fu ilka Sabbath now. But this I will say for Mr. Dishart, that he gives me a civil word. I thought I had left the policeman behind with this, but next minute he roared, "And whatever is the matter with him? It has made him kindlier to me than ever." He must have taken the short cut through Lunan's Close, for at the top of the roots his voice again made up on me. "Dagon you, for a cruel pack to put your fingers to your lugs ilka time I open my mouth. As for Wasterlunnis' daughter Easy, who got her schooling free for redding up the schoolhouse and breaking my furniture, she would never have been off the gossip about the minister, for she was her mother in miniature, with a tongue that ran like a pump after the pans are full, not for use but for the mere pleasure of spilling." On that awful 4th of August I not only had all this confused talk in my head but reason for jumping my mind between it and the Egyptian, as if to catch them together unawares, and I was like one who, with the mechanism of a watch jumbled in his hand, could set it going if he had the art. Of the gypsy I knew nothing save what I had seen that night, yet what more was there to learn? I was aware that she loved Gavin and that he loved her. A moment had shown it to me. Now with the old Lichts, I have the smith's acquaintance with his irons, and so I could not believe that they would suffer their minister to marry a vagrant. Had it not been for this knowledge, which made me fearful for Margaret, I would have done nothing to keep these two young people apart. Some to whom I have said this maintain that the Egyptian turned my head at our first meeting. 220 Such an argument is not perhaps worth controverting. I admit that even now I straighten under the fire of a bright eye, as a pensioner may salute when he sees a young officer. In the shooting season, should I chance to be leaning over my dike while English sportsmen pass, as is usually the case if I have seen them approaching, I remember naught of them save that they call me she and end their greetings with whatever, which Wasterlunny takes to be a Southron mode of speech, but their ladies dwell pleasantly in my memory, from their engaging faces to the pretty crumpled thing dangling on their arms. That is a hat or a basket, I am seldom sure which. The Egyptian's beauty, therefore, was a gladsome sight to me, and none the less so that I had come upon it as unexpectedly as some men step into a bog. Had she been alone when I met her, I cannot deny that I would have been content to look on her face, without caring what was inside it, but she was with her lover, and that lover was Gavin, and so her face was to me as little for admiring as this glen in a thunderstorm, when I know that some fellow creature is lost on the hills. If, however, it was no quick liking for the gypsy that almost tempted me to leave these two lovers to each other, what was it? It was the warning of my own life. Adam Dishart had torn my arm from Margaret's, and I had not recovered the wrench in 18 years. Rather than act his part between these two, I felt tempted to tell them, deplorable as the result may be, if you who are a minister marry this vagabond, it will be still more deplorable if you do not. But there was Margaret to consider, and at thought of her I cursed the Egyptian aloud. What could I do to keep Gavin and the woman apart? I could tell him the secret of his mother's life. Would that be sufficient? It would if he loved Margaret, as I did not doubt. Pity for her would make him undergo any torture rather 221 than she should suffer again. but to divulge our old connection would entail her discovery of me, and I questioned if even the saving of Gavin could destroy the bitterness of that. I might appeal to the Egyptian. I might tell her even what I shuddered to tell him. She cared for him, I was sure, well enough to have the courage to give him up. But where was I to find her? Were she and Gavin meeting still? Perhaps the change which had come over the little minister meant that they had parted. Yet what I had heard him say to her on the hill warned me not to trust in any such solution of the trouble. Boys play at casting a humming top into the midst of others on the ground, and if well aimed it scatters them prettily. I seemed to be playing such a game with my thoughts, for each new one sent the others here and there, and so what could I do in the end but fling my tops aside, and return to the heeling of my boot? I was thus engaged when the sudden waking of the glen into life took me to my window. There is seldom silence up here, for if the wind be not sweeping the heather, the clarity, that I may not have heard for days, seems to have crept nearer to the schoolhouse in the night, and if both wind and water be out of earshot, there is the crack of a gun, or Waster Lunnis shepherd is on a stone near at hand whistling, or a lamb is scrambling through a fence, and kicking foolishly with its hind legs. These sounds I am unaware of until they stop, when I look up. Such a stillness was broken now by music. From my window I saw a string of people walking rapidly down the glen, and Waster Lunny crossing his potato field to meet them. Remembering that, though I was in my stocking soles, the ground was dry, I hastened to join the farmer, for I like to miss nothing. I 222 saw a curious sight. In front of the little procession coming down the glen road, and so much more impressive than his satellites that they may be put of mind as merely ploughmen and the like following a show, was a Highlander that I knew to be Lachlan Campbell, one of the pipers engaged to lend music to the Earl's marriage. He had the name of a thrawn man when sober, but pretty at the pipes at both times, and he came marching down the glen blowing gloriously, as if he had the clan of Campbell at his heels. I know no man who is so capable on occasion of looking like 20 as a Highland piper, and never have I seen a face in such a blaze of passion as was Lachlan Campbell's that day. His following were keeping out of his reach, jumping back every time he turned round to shake his fist in the direction of the spittle. While this magnificent man was yet some yards from us, I saw Waster Lunny, who had been in the middle of the road to ask questions, fall back in fear, and not being a fighting man myself, I jumped the dike. Lachlan gave me a look that sent me farther into the field, and strutted past, shrieking defiance through his pipes, until I lost him and his followers in a bend of the road. "That's a terrifying spectacle," I heard Waster Lunny say when the music had become but a distant squeal. "You're bonny at looping dikes, Dominie, when there is a wild bull in front o' you." "Na, I canna tell what has happened, but at the least Lachlan maun ha' dirked the Earl." They loons cried out to me as they gaed by that he has been blowing awa at that tune till he canna halt. What a wind's in the cryter! I'm thinking there's a hell in ilka Highland man. Take care then, Waster Lunny, that you dinna licked it, said an angry voice that made us jump, though it was only Duncan, the farmer's shepherd, who spoke. I had forgotten you was a Highland man yoursel, Duncan Wasterlunny said nervously, but Elspeth, 223, who had come to us unnoticed, ordered the shepherd to return to the hillside, which he did haughtily. How did you no lay hold on that blast o' wind? Lachlan Campbell asked Elspeth of her husband, and spur at him what had happened at the Spittal. A quarrel afore a marriage brings ill luck. I'm thinking, said the farmer, that Rintoul's making his ain ill luck by marrying on a young leddy. A man's never ower old to marry, said Elspeth. No, nor a woman, rejoined Wasterlunny, when she gets the chance. But, Elspeth, I believe I can guess what has fired that fearsome piper. Depend upon it, somebody has been speaking disrespectful about the Critter's ancestors. His ancestors, exclaimed Elspeth, scornfully. I'm thinking mine could ha' boked them at a crown the dozen. Hoots, said the farmer, you're o' a weaving stock, and dinna understand about ancestors. Take a stick to a Highland laddie, and it's no him you hurt, but his ancestors. Likewise it's his ancestors that stands you for it. When Duncan stalked awa the now, what think you he saw? He saw a farmer's wife doering to order about his ancestors, and if that's the way we a shepherd, what will it be wi a piper that has the kilts on him a day to mind him o' his ancestors ilka time he looks down? Elspeth retired to discuss the probable disturbance at the Spittal with her family, giving Wasterlunny the opportunity of saying to me impressively, Man, has it never crossed you that it's a queer thing the like o' you and me having no ancestors? We had them in a manner o' speaking, no doubt, but they are as completely lost sicht-o as a flagon lid that's fallen ahint the dresser. Heck, sirs, but they would need a gie rubbing to get the rust off them now. I've been thinking that if I was to get my laddies to say 224 their grandfather's name a current times ilka day, like the catechism, and they were to do the same with their bairns, and it was continued in future generations, we might raise a fell field o' ancestors in time. But Elspeth wouldna hear it. Nothing angers her mair than to hear me speak o' planting trees for the benefit o' them that's to be farmers here after me, and as for ancestors, she would howk them up as quick as I could plant them. Losh, Dominie, is that a boot in your hand? To my mortification I saw that I had run out of the schoolhouse with the boot on my hand as if it were a glove, and back I went straightway, blaming myself for a man wanting in dignity. It was but a minor trouble this, however, even at the time, and to recall it later in the day was to look back on happiness, for though I did not know it yet, Lachlan's playing raised the curtain on the great act of Gavin's life, and the 24 hours had begun, to which all I have told as yet is no more than the prologue. 225 Chapter 26. Scene at the Spittal. Within an hour after I had left him, Wasterlunny walked into the schoolhouse and handed me his snuff-mull, which I declined politely. It was with this ceremony that we usually opened our conversations. I've seen the post, he said, and he tells me there has been a queer ploy at the Spittal. It's a wonder the marriage hasna been turned into a burial, and all because o' that Highland stirk, Lachlan Campbell. Waster Lunny was a man who had to retrace his steps in telling a story if he tried shortcuts, and so my custom was to wait patiently while he delved through the ploughed fields that always lay between him and his destination. As you ken, Rintoul's so little o' a Scotchman that he's no muckle better than an Englisher. That maun be the reason he had no mair sense than to tramp on a Highland man's ancestors, as he tried to tramp on Lachlan's this day. If Lord Rintoul insulted the piper, I suggested, giving the farmer a helping hand cautiously, it would be through inadvertence. Rintoul only bought the Spittal a year ago, and until then, I dare say, he had seldom been on our side of the border. This was a foolish interruption, for it set Waster Lunny off in a new direction. That's what Elspeth says. Says she, when the Earl has grand estates in England, what for does he come to a barren place like the Spittal to be married? 226 It'sky like she says, as if he wanted the marriage to be got by quietly, a thing says she, that no woman can stand. Furthermore Elspeth says, how has the marriage been postponed twice? We ken what the servants at the Spittal says to that, namely, that the young lady is no keen to take him, but Elspeth winna listen to sick arguments. She says either the Earl had grown timid, as mony a man does, when the wedding day drew near, or else his sister that keeps his house is mad at the thought o' losing her place. But as for the young lady's being sweer, says Elspeth, an Earl's an Earl however old he is, and a lass is a lassie however young she is, and weel she kens you're never sure o' a man's no changing his mind about you till you're tied to him by law, after which it doesna so muckle matter whether he changes his mind about you or no. There's a quirk in it some gate, Dominie, but it's a deep water Elspeth canna bottom. It is, I agreed, but you were to tell me what Burst told you of the disturbance at the Spittal. Weel, he answered, the post puts the white tea on her little ladyship, as they call her, though she winna be a ladyship till the morn. All I can say is that if the Earl was saft enough to do sic a thing out of fondness for her, it's time he was married on her, so that he may come to his senses again. That's what I say, but Elspeth conteous me, of course, and says she, if the young lady was so careless o' insulting other folks' ancestors, it proves she has nane o' her ain. For them that has china plates themselves is the maist careful no to break the china plates of others. But what was the insult? Was Lachlan dismissed? Na, fogs. It was war than that. Dominie, you're dull in the uptake compared to Elspeth. I hadna telled her half the story afore she jealoused the rest. However, to begin again, there's great feasting and rejoicings gain on at the Spittal the now, and also a banquet, 227 which the post says is TWA dinners in one. Weel, there's a Curran Gilvis among the guests, and it was them that egged on her little ladyship to make the daring proposal to the Earl. What was the proposal? It was no less than that the TWA pipers should be ordered to play the bonny house o' Airlie. Dominie, I wonder you can tak it so calm when you ken that's the Ogilvy's sang, and that it's aimed at the clan o' Campbell. Pooh, I said. The Ogilvys and the Campbells used to be mortal enemies, but the feud has been long forgotten. I've heard tell Wasterlunny said skeptically, that Airlie and Argyle shakes hands now like Christians, but I'm thinking that's just afore the Queen. Dinna speak now, for I'm in the thick o' tea. Her little ladyship was all hinging in gold and jewels, the which winna be her ain till the morn, and she leans ower to the Earl and whispers to him to get the pipers to play the bonny house. He wasna willing, for says he, there's Ogilvy's at the table, and ane o' the pipers is a Campbell, and we'll better let sleeping dogs lie. However, the Ogilvy's lauched at his caution, and he was so infatuated wi' her little ladyship that he gae in, and he cried out to the pipers to strike up the bonny house. Wasterlunny pulled his chair nearer me and rested his hand on my knees. Dominie, he said in a voice that fell now and again into a whisper, them looking on swears that when Lachlan Campbell heard these monstrous orders his face became ugly and black, so that they kent in a jiffy what he would do. It's said a body jumped back frae him in a sudden dread, except poor Angus, the other piper, what was busy tuning up for the bonny house. Weel, Angus had got no farther in the tune than the first skirl when Lachlan looped at him, and ripped 228 up the startled critter's pipes wi' his dirk. The pipes gae a roar o' agony like a stuck swine, and fell gasping on the floor. What happened next was that Lachlan wi' his dirk handy for onybody that might try to stop him, marched once round the table, playing the Campbells are coming and then strout out o' the spittle, his chest far afore him, and his head so wheel back that he could see what was going on a hint. Frae the spittle to here he never stopped that fearsome tune, and I see warrant he's blawing away at it at this moment through the streets o' Thrums. Wasterlunny was not in his usual spirits, or he would have repeated his story before he left me, for he had usually as much difficulty in coming to an end as in finding a beginning. The drought was to him as serious a matter as death in the house, and as little to be forgotten for a lengthened period. There's to be a prayer meeting for rain in the Old Licht Kirk the night, he told me as I escorted him as far as my side of the Clarity, now almost a dead stream, pitiable to see, and I'm gane, though I'm sweer to leave they pooey cattle o' mine. You should see how they look at me when I gie them marrow that rotten grass to eat. It's ench to mak a man greet, for what writ ha I to keep Kai when I canna meet them? Wasterlunny has said to me more than once that the great surprise of his life was when Elspeth was willing to take him. Many a time, however, I have seen that in him which might have made any weaver's daughter proud of such a man, and I saw it again when we came to the riverside. I'm no ane o' they farmers, he said, truthfully, that's I girding at the weather, and Elspeth and me kens that we ha' been dealt wi' bountifully since we took this farm wi' gie anxious hearts. That woman, Dominie, is ench to put a brave face on a coward, and 229 it's no langer sign than yestreen when I was sitting in the dumps, looking at the aurora borealis, which I canna but regard as a messenger o' woe, that she put her hand on my shoulder and she says, waste a lunny. 20-year sign we began life thegith we nothing but the clayethis on our back, and an it please God we can begin it again, for I ha you and you ha me, and I'm no cast down if you're no. Dominie, is there mony sick women in the world as that? Many a one I said. Man, it shamed me, for I ha a kind o' delight in angering Elspeth, just to see what she'll say. I could ha ta'en her on my knee at that minute, but the bairns was there, and so it wouldna ha dune. But I cheered her up, for, after all, the drought canna put us so far back as we was 20 years syne, unless it's true what my father said, that the aurora borealis is the devil's rainbow. I saw it 6 times in July month, and it made me shut my in. You was out admiring it, Dominie, but I can never forget that it was seen in the year 12 just afore the great storm. I was only a laddie then, but I mind how that awful wind stripped the standing corn in the glen in less time than we've been here at the water's edge. It was called the Deil's Besom. My father's hinmost words to me was, "It's time ench to greet, laddie, when you see the aurora borealis." I mind he was so complete ruined in an hour that he had to apply for relief frae the poor's rates. Think o' that, and him a proud man. He would tak nothing till one winter day when we was a starving, and syne I gaed wi him to spa 40, and he telled me to grip his hand tit, so that the cordness o' mine might gie him courage. They were doling out the charity in the town's house, and I had never been in tea afore. I canna look at it now without thinking o' that day when me and my father gaed up the stair thegitha. Mr. Duthie was presiding at the time, and he wasna 230 muckle older than Mr. Dishart is now. I mind he spared for proof that we was needing, and my father couldna speak. He just pointed at me. "But you have a good coat on your back yoursel," Mr. Duthie said, for there were mony waiting, sair needing. "It was lended him to come here," I cried, and without a word my father opened the coat, and they saw he had nothing on aneth, and his skin bluey cord. "Dominie," Mr. Duthie handed him 1 shilling and 6pence, and my father's fingers closed greedily on tea for a minute, and syne it fell to the ground. They put it back in his hand, and it slipped out again, and Mr. Duthie gave it back to him, saying, "Are you so cord as that?" But, oh, man, it wasna cord that did it, but shame o' being on the rates. The blood ran to my father's head, and syne left it as quick, and he flung down the siller and walked out o' the town house wi me running after him. We warstled through that winter, God kens how, and it's near a pleasure to me to think at it now, for, rain or no rain, I can never be reduced to 6 straits again. The farmer crossed the water without using the stilts which were no longer necessary, and I little thought, as I returned to the schoolhouse, what terrible things were to happen before he could offer me his snuff mull again. Serious as his talk had been, it was neither of drought nor of the incident at the Spittal that I sat down to think. My anxiety about Gavin came back to me until I was like a man imprisoned between walls of his own building. It may be that my presentiments of that afternoon look gloomier now than they were, because I cannot return to them save over a night of agony, black enough to darken any time connected with it. Perhaps my spirits only fell as the wind rose, for wind ever takes me back to Harvey, and when I think of Harvey my thoughts are of the saddest. I know that I sat for some hours, now seeing Gavin pay the penalty 231 of marrying the Egyptian, and again drifting back to my days with Margaret, until the wind took to playing tricks with me, so that I heard Adam Dishart enter our home by the sea every time the schoolhouse door shook. I became used to the illusion after starting several times, and thus when the door did open, about 7 o'clock, it was only the wind rushing to my fire like a shivering dog that made me turn my head. Then I saw the Egyptian staring at me, and though her sudden appearance on my threshold was a strange thing, I forgot it in the whiteness of her face. She was looking at me like one who has asked a question of life or death, and stopped her heart for the reply. "What is it?" I cried, and for a moment I believe I was glad she did not answer. She seemed to have told me already as much as I could bear. "He has not heard," she said aloud in an expressionless voice, and, turning, would have slipped away without another word. "Is anyone dead?" I asked, seizing her hands and letting them fall, they were so clammy. She nodded, and trying to speak could not. "He is dead," she said at last in a whisper. "Mr. Dishart is dead," and she sat down quietly. At that I covered my face, crying, "God help Margaret," and then she rose, saying fiercely, so that I drew back from her, "There is no Margaret, he only cared for me." "She is his mother," I said hoarsely, and then she smiled to me, so that I thought her a harmless mad thing. "He was killed by a piper called Lauchlan Campbell," she said, looking up at me suddenly. "It was my fault." "Poor Margaret," I wailed. "And poor Babby," she entreated pathetically. "Will no one say, poor Babby?" 232 Chapter 27. First journey of the Domini to Thrums during the 24 hours. How did it happen? I asked more than once, but the Egyptian was only with me in the body, and she did not hear. I might have been talking to someone a mile away whom a telescope had drawn near my eyes. When I put on my bonnet, however, she knew that I was going to Thrums, and she rose and walked to the door, looking behind to see that I followed. "You must not come," I said harshly, but her hand started to her heart as if I had shot her, and I added quickly, "Come." We were already some distance on our way before I repeated my question. "What matter how it happened?" she answered piteously, and they were words of which I felt the force. But when she said a little later, "I thought you would say it is not true," I took courage, and forced her to tell me all she knew. She sobbed while she spoke, if one may sob without tears. "I heard of it at the Spittal," she said. The news broke out suddenly there that the piper had quarrelled with someone in Thrums, and that in trying to separate them Mr. Dishart was stabbed. There is no doubt of its truth. "We should have heard of it here," I said hopefully, "before the news reached the Spittal." "It cannot be true." "It was brought to the Spittal," she answered, "by the hill road." 233 Then my spirits sank again, for I knew that this was possible. There is a path, steep but short, across the hills between Thrums and the top of the glen, which Mr. Glendinning took frequently when he had to preach at both places on the same Sabbath. It is still called the Minister's Road. Yet if the Earl had believed it he would have sent someone into Thrums for particulars, I said, grasping at such comfort as I could make. He does believe it, she answered. He told me of it himself. You see, the Egyptian was careless of her secret now, but what was that secret to me? An hour ago it would have been much, and already it was not worth listening to. If she had begun to tell me why Lord Rintoul took a gypsy girl into his confidence, I should not have heard her. I ran quickly, she said. Even if a messenger was sent, he might be behind me. Was it her words or the tramp of a horse that made us turn our heads at that moment? I know not. But far back in a twist of the road we saw a horseman approaching at such a reckless pace that I thought he was on a runaway. We stopped instinctively, and waited for him, and twice he disappeared in hollows of the road, and then was suddenly tearing down upon us. I recognized in him young Mr. Mackenzie, a relative of Rintoul, and I stretched out my arms to compel him to draw up. He misunderstood my motive, and was raising his whip threateningly, when he saw the Egyptian. It is not too much to say that he swayed in the saddle. The horse galloped on, though he had lost hold of the reins. He looked behind until he rounded a corner, and I never saw such amazement mixed with incredulity on a human face. For some minutes I expected to see him coming back, but when he did not, I said wonderingly to the Egyptian, 234 He knew you. Did he? She answered indifferently, and I think we spoke no more until we were in Windeher. Soon we were barely conscious of each other's presence. Never since have I walked between the schoolhouse and Thrums in so short a time, nor seen so little on the way. In the Egyptian's eyes, I suppose, was a picture of Gavin lying dead, but if her grief had killed her thinking faculties, mine, that was only less keen because I had been struck down once before, had set all the wheels of my brain in action. For it seemed to me that the hour had come when I must disclose myself to Margaret. I had realized always that if such a necessity did arise, it could only be caused by Gavin's premature death, or by his proving a bad son to her. Some may wonder that I could have looked calmly thus far into the possible, but I reply that the night of Adam Dishart's homecoming had made of me a man whom the future could not surprise again. Though I saw Gavin and his mother happy in our old licked manse, that did not prevent my considering the contingencies which might leave her without a son. In the schoolhouse I had brooded over them as one may think over moves on a draught board. It may have been idle, but it was done that I might know how to act best for Margaret if anything untoward occurred. The time for such action had come. Gavin's death had struck me hard, but it did not crush me. I was not unprepared. I was going to Margaret now. What did I see as I walked quickly along the glen road, with Barrie silent by my side, and I doubt not pods of the broom cracking all around us. I saw myself entering the old licked manse, where Margaret sat weeping over the body of Gavin, and there was none to break my coming to her, for none but she and I knew what had been. 235 I saw my Margaret again, so fragile now, so thin the wrists, her hair turned grey. No nearer could I go, but stopped at the door, grieving for her, and at last saying her name aloud. I saw her raise her face, and look upon me for the first time for 18 years. She did not scream at sight of me, for the body of her son lay between us, and bridged the gulf that Adam's heart had made. I saw myself draw near her reverently and say, "Margaret, he is dead, and that is why I have come back." And I saw her put her arms around my neck as she often did long ago. But it was not to be. Never since that night at Harvey have I spoken to Margaret. The Egyptian and I were to come to Windeher before I heard her speak. She was not addressing me. Here Gavin and she had met first, and she was talking of that meeting to herself. It was there I heard her say softly, as she gazed at the bush beneath which she had seen him shaking his fist at her on the night of the riots. A little farther on she stopped where a path from Windeher sets off for the well in the wood. She looked up it wistfully, and there I left her behind, and pressed on to the mud house to ask Nanny Webster if the minister was dead. Nanny's gate was swinging in the wind, but her door was shut, and for a moment I stood at it like a coward, afraid to enter and hear the worst. The house was empty. I turned from it relieved, as if I had got a respite, and while I stood in the garden the Egyptian came to me shuddering, her twitching face asking the question that would not leave her lips. "There is no one in the house," I said. "Nanny is perhaps at the well." But the gypsy went inside, and pointing to the fire said, "It has been out for hours. Do you not see? The murder has drawn everyone into Thrums." 236 So I feared. A dreadful night was to pass before I knew that this was the day of the release of Sanders Webster, and that frail Nanny had walked into Tilliedrum to meet him at the prison gate. Babby sank upon a stool, so weak that I doubt whether she heard me tell her to wait there until my return. I hurried into Thrums, not by the hill, though it is the shorter way, but by the Roods, for I must hear all before I ventured to approach the manse. From Windeher to the top of the Roods it is a climb and then a steep descent. The road has no sooner reached its highest point than it begins to fall in the straight line of houses called the Roods, and thus I came upon a full view of the street at once. A cart was laboring up it. There were women sitting on stones at their doors, and girls playing at pallorlies, and out of the house nearest me came a black figure. My eyes failed me, I was asking so much from them. They made him tall and short, and spare and stout, so that I knew it was Gavin, and yet, looking again, feared. But all the time, I think, I knew it was he. 237 Chapter 28. The hill before darkness fell, scene of the impending catastrophe. "You are better now?" I heard Gavin ask, presently. He thought that having been taken ill suddenly I had waved to him for help because he chanced to be near. With all my wits about me I might have left him in that belief, for rather would I have deceived him than had him wonder why his welfare seemed so vital to me. But I, who thought the capacity for being taken aback had gone from me, clung to his arm and thanked God audibly that he still lived. He did not tell me then how my agitation puzzled him, but led me kindly to the hill, where we could talk without listeners. By the time we reached it I was again weary, and I had told him what had brought me to Thrums, without mentioning how the story of his death reached my ears, or through whom. Mr. Mackenzie, he said, interrupting me, galloped all the way from the Spittal on the same errand. However, no one has been hurt much, except the piper himself. Then he told me how the rumour arose. You know of the incident at the Spittal, and that Campbell marched off in high dudgeon. I understand that he spoke to no one between the Spittal and Thrums, but by the time he arrived here he was more communicative, yes, and thirstier. He was treated to drink in several public houses by persons who wanted to hear his story, and by he began to drop hints of 238 knowing something against the Earl's bride. Do you know Rob Dow? Yes, I answered, and what you have done for him. Ah, sir, he said, sighing, for a long time I thought I was to be God's instrument in making a better man of Rob, but my power over him went long ago. 10 short months of the ministry takes some of the vanity out of a man. Looking sideways at him I was startled by the unnatural brightness of his eyes. Unconsciously he had acquired the habit of pressing his teeth together in the pauses of his talk, shutting them on some woe that would proclaim itself, as men do who keep their misery to themselves. A few hours ago, he went on, I heard Rob's voice in altercation as I passed the Bull Tavern, and I had a feeling that if I failed with him so should I fail always throughout my ministry. I walked into the public house, and stopped at the door of a room in which Dow and the piper were sitting drinking. I heard Rob saying, fiercely, if what you say about her is true, Highlandman, she's the woman I've been looking for this half year and more, what is she like? I guessed, from what I had been told of the piper, that they were speaking of the Earl's bride, but Rob saw me and came to an abrupt stop, saying to his companion, dinna say another word about her afore the minister. Rob would have come away at once in answer to my appeal, but the piper was drunk and would not be silenced. I'll tell the minister about her, too, he began. You dinna ken what you're doing, Rob roared, and then, as if to save my ears from scandal at any cost, he struck Campbell a heavy blow on the mouth. I tried to intercept the blow, with the result that I fell, and then someone ran out of the tavern crying, he's killed. The piper had been stunned. 239 But the story went abroad that he had stabbed me for interfering with him. That is really all. Nothing, as you know, can overtake an untruth if it has a minute's start. Where is Campbell now? Sleeping off the effect of the blow, but Dow has fled. He was terrified at the shouts of murder, and ran off up the west town end. The doctor's dog cart was standing at a door there and Rob jumped into it and drove off. They did not chase him far, because he is sure to hear the truth soon, and then, doubtless, he will come back. Though in a few hours we were to wonder at our denseness, neither Gavin nor I saw why Dow had struck the Highlander down rather than let him tell his story in the minister's presence. One moment's suspicion would have lit our way to the whole truth, but of the spring to all Rob's behaviour in the past 8 months we were ignorant, and so to Gavin the bull had only been the scene of a drunken brawl, while I forgot to think in the joy of finding him alive. "I have a prayer meeting for rain presently," Gavin said, breaking a picture that had just appeared unpleasantly before me of Barrie still in agony at Nanis. "But before I leave you tell me why this rumour caused you such distress." The question troubled me, and I tried to avoid it. Crossing the hill we had by this time drawn near a hollow called the Toad's Hole, then gay and noisy with a caravan of gypsies. They were those same wild lynxes, for whom Gavin had searched Cadham one eventful night, and as I saw them crowding round their king, a man well known to me, I guessed what they were at. "Mr. Dishart," I said abruptly, "would you like to see a gypsy marriage? One is taking place there just now. That big fellow is the king, and he is about to 240 marry 2 of his people over the tongs. The ceremony will not detain us 5 minutes, though the rejoicings will go on all night. I have been present at more than one gypsy wedding in my time, and at the wild, weird orgies that followed them, but what is interesting to such as I may not be for a minister's eyes," and, frowning at my proposal, Gavin turned his back upon the Toad's Hole. Then, as we recrossed the hill, to get away from the din of the camp, I pointed out to him that the report of his death had brought Mackenzie to Thrums, as well as me. As soon as Mackenzie heard I was not dead, he answered, he galloped off to the Spittal, without even seeing me. I suppose he posted back to be in time for the night's rejoicings there. So you see, it was not solicitude for me that brought him. He came because a servant at the Spittal was supposed to have done the deed. Well, Mr. Dishart, I had to say, why should I deny that I have a warm regard for you? You have done brave work in our town. It has been little, he replied. With God's help it will be more in future. He meant that he had given time to his sad love affair that he owed to his people. Of seeing Barrie again I saw that he had given up hope. Instead of repining, he was devoting his whole soul to God's work. I was proud of him, and yet I grieved, for I could not think that God wanted him to bury his youth so soon. I had thought he confessed to me that you were one of those who did not like my preaching. You were mistaken, I said, gravely. I dared not tell him that, except his mother, none would have sat under him so eagerly as I. Nevertheless, he said, you were a member of the Old Licht Church in Mr. Carfray's time, and you left it when I came. 241 I heard your first sermon, I said. Ah, he replied. I had not been long in Thrums before I discovered that if I took tea with any of my congregation and declined a second cup, they thought it a reflection on their brewing. You must not look upon my absence in that light, was all I could say. There are reasons why I cannot come. He did not press me further, thinking I meant that the distance was too great, though frailer folk than I walked 20 miles to hear him. We might have parted thus had we not wandered by chance to the very spot where I had met him and Barrie. There is a seat there now for those who lose their breath on the climb up, and so I have 2 reasons nowadays for not passing the place by. We read each other's thoughts, and Gavin said calmly, I have not seen her since that night. She disappeared as into a grave. How could I answer when I knew that Barrie was dying for want of him, not half a mile away? You seemed to understand everything that night, he went on, or if you did not, your thoughts were very generous to me. In my sorrow for him I did not notice that we were moving on again, this time in the direction of Windeher. She was only a gypsy girl, he said, abruptly, and I nodded. But I hoped, he continued, that she would be my wife. I understood that, I said. There was nothing monstrous to you, he asked, looking me in the face, in a minister's marrying a gypsy. I own that if I had loved a girl, however far below or above me in degree, I would have married her had she been willing to take me. But to Gavin I only 242 answered, these are matters a man must decide for himself. I had decided for myself, he said, emphatically. Yet I said, wanting him to talk to me of Margaret, in such a case one might have others to consider besides himself. A man's marriage, he answered, is his own affair. I would have brooked no interference from my congregation. I thought, there is some obstinacy left in him still, but aloud I said, it was of your mother I was thinking. She would have taken Barrie to her heart, he said, with the fond conviction of a lover. I doubted it, but I only asked, your mother knows nothing of her. Nothing, he rejoined. It would be cruelty to tell my mother of her now that she is gone. Gavin's calmness had left him, and he was striding quickly nearer to Windeher. I was in dread lest he should see the Egyptian at Nanny's door, yet to have turned him in another direction might have roused his suspicions. When we were within 100 yards of the mud house, I knew that there was no Barrie in sight. We halved the distance and then I saw her at the open window. Gavin's eyes were on the ground, but she saw him. I held my breath, fearing that she would run out to him. You have never seen her since that night? Gavin asked me, without hope in his voice. Had he been less hopeless he would have wondered why I did not reply immediately. I was looking covertly at the mud house, of which we were now within a few yards. Barrie's face had gone from the window, and the door remained shut. That she could hear every word we uttered now, I could not doubt. But she was hiding from the man for whom her soul longed. She was sacrificing herself for him. 243 Never, I answered, notwithstanding my pity of the brave girl, and then while I was shaking lest he should go in to visit Nanny, I heard the echo of the old licked bell. That calls me to the meeting for rain, Gavin said, bidding me good night. I had acted for Margaret, and yet I had hardly the effrontery to take his hand. I suppose he saw sympathy in my face, for suddenly the cry broke from him, "If I could only know that nothing evil had befallen her." Barrie heard him and could not restrain a heart-breaking sob. "What was that?" he said, starting. A moment I waited, to let her show herself if she chose. But the mud house was silent again. "It was some boy in the wood," I answered. "Goodbye," he said, trying to smile. Had I let him go, here would have been the end of his love story, but that piteous smile unmanned me, and I could not keep the words back. "She is in Nanny's house," I cried. In another moment these two were together for weal or woe, and I had set off dizzily for the schoolhouse, feeling now that I had been false to Margaret, and again exulting in what I had done. By and by the bell stopped, and Gavin and Barrie regarded it as little as I heeded the Burns now crossing the glen road noisily at places that had been dry 2 hours before. 244 Chapter 29 Story of the Egyptian. God gives us more than, were we not overbold, we should dare to ask for, and yet how often, perhaps after saying thank God so curtly that it is only a form of swearing, we are suppliants again within the hour. Gavin was to be satisfied if he were told that no evil had befallen her he loved, and all the way between the schoolhouse and Windeher Barrie craved for no more than Gavin's life. Now they had got their desires, but do you think they were content? The Egyptian had gone on her knees when she heard Gavin speak of her. It was her way of preventing herself from running to him. Then, when she thought him gone, he opened the door. She rose and shrank back, but first she had stepped toward him with a glad cry. His disappointed arms met on nothing. "You, too, heard that I was dead," he said, thinking her strangeness but grief too sharply turned to joy. There were tears in the word with which she answered him, and he would have kissed her, but she defended her face with her hand. "Barrie," he asked, beginning to fear that he had not sounded her deepest woe, "why have you left me all this time? You are not glad to see me now." "I was glad," she answered in a low voice, "to see you from the window, but I prayed to God not to let you see me." She even pulled away her hand when he would have 245 taken it. "No, no, I am to tell you everything now, and then, say that you love me first," he broke in, when a sob checked her speaking. "No," she said, "I must tell you first what I have done, and then you will not ask me to say that. I am not a gypsy." "What of that?" cried Gavin. "It was not because you were a gypsy that I loved you." "That is the last time you will say you love me," said Barrie. "Mr. Dishart, I am to be married tomorrow." She stopped, afraid to say more lest he should fall, but except that his arms twitched he did not move. "I am to be married to Lord Rintoul," she went on. "Now you know who I am." She turned from him, for his piercing eyes frightened her. Never again, she knew, would she see the love light in them. He plucked himself from the spot where he had stood looking at her and walked to the window. When he wheeled round there was no anger on his face, only a pathetic wonder that he had been deceived so easily. It was at himself that he was smiling grimly rather than at her, and the change pained Barrie as no words could have hurt her. He sat down on a chair and waited for her to go on. "Don't look at me," she said, "and I will tell you everything." He dropped his eyes listlessly, and had he not asked her a question from time to time, she would have doubted whether he heard her. "After all," she said, "a gypsy dress is my birthright, and so the Thrums people were scarcely wrong in calling me an Egyptian. It is a pity anyone insisted on making me something different. I believe I could have been a good gypsy." "Who were your parents?" Gavin asked, without looking up. "You ask that," she said, "because you have a good 246 mother. It is not a question that would occur to me. My mother, if she was bad, may not that be some excuse for me? Ah, but I have no wish to excuse myself. Have you seen a gypsy cart with a sort of hammock swung beneath it in which gypsy children are carried about the country? If there are no children, the pots and pans are stored in it. Unless the roads are rough, it makes a comfortable cradle, and it was the only one I ever knew. Well, one day I suppose the road was rough, for I was capsized. I remember picking myself up after a little and running after the cart, but they did not hear my cries. I sat down by the roadside and stared after the cart until I lost sight of it. That was in England, and I was not 3 years old." "But surely," Gavin said, "they came back to look for you." "So far as I know," Barrie answered hardly, "they did not come back. I have never seen them since. I think they were drunk. My only recollection of my mother is that she once took me to see the dead body of some gypsy who had been murdered. She told me to dip my hand in the blood, so that I could say I had done so when I became a woman. It was meant as a treat to me, and is the one kindness I am sure I got from her. Curiously enough, I felt the shame of her deserting me for many years afterwards. As a child I cried hysterically at thought of it. It pained me when I was at school in Edinburgh every time I saw the other girls writing home. I cannot think of it without a shudder even now. It is what makes me worse than other women." Her voice had altered, and she was speaking passionately. "Sometimes," she continued, more gently, "I try to think that my mother did come back for me, and then went away because she heard I was in better hands than hers. It was Lord Rintoul who found me, and I owe 247 everything to him. You will say that he has no need to be proud of me. He took me home on his horse, and paid his gardener's wife to rear me. She was Scotch, and that is why I can speak 2 languages. It was he, too, who sent me to school in Edinburgh." "He has been very kind to you," said Gavin, who would have preferred to dislike the Earl. "So kind," answered Barrie, "that now he is to marry me." "But do you know why he has done all this?" Now again she was agitated, and spoke indignantly. "It is all because I have a pretty face," she said, her bosom rising and falling. "Men think of nothing else." He had no pity for the deserted child. I knew that while I was yet on his horse. When he came to the gardener's afterwards, it was not to give me someone to love, it was only to look upon what was called my beauty. I was merely a picture to him, and even the gardener's children knew it and sought to terrify me by saying, "You are losing your looks, the Earl will not care for you any more." Sometimes he brought his friends to see me, because I was such a lovely child, and if they did not agree with him on that point he left without kissing me. Throughout my whole girlhood I was taught nothing but to please him, and the only way to do that was to be pretty. It was the only virtue worth striving for. The others were never thought of when he asked how I was getting on. Once I had fever and nearly died, yet this knowledge that my face was everything was implanted in me so that my fear lest he should think me ugly when I recovered terrified me into hysterics. I dream still that I am in that fever and all my fears return. He did think me ugly when he saw me next. I remember the incident so well still. I had run to him, and he was lifting me up to kiss me when he saw that my face had changed. "What a cruel disappointment," he said, and turned his back on me. 248 I had given him a child's love until then, but from that day I was hard and callous. "And when was it you became beautiful again?" Gavin asked, by no means in the mind to pay compliments. "A year passed," she continued, "before I saw him again. In that time he had not asked for me once, and the gardener had kept me out of charity. It was by an accident that we met, and at first he did not know me. Then he said, 'Why, Barrie, I believe you are to be a beauty, after all.' I hated him for that, and stalked away from him, but he called after me, 'Bravo, she walks like a queen,' and it was because I walked like a queen that he sent me to an Edinburgh school. He used to come to see me every year, and as I grew up the girls called me Lady Rintoul. He was not fond of me, he is not fond of me now. He would as soon think of looking at the back of a picture as at what I am apart from my face, but he dotes on it, and is to marry it. Is that love?" Long before I left school, which was shortly before you came to Thrums, he had told his sister that he was determined to marry me, and she hated me for it, making me as uncomfortable as she could, so that I almost looked forward to the marriage because it would be such a humiliation to her. In admitting this she looked shamefacedly at Gavin, and then went on, "It is humiliating him too. I understand him. He would like not to want to marry me, for he is ashamed of my origin, but he cannot help it. It is this feeling that has brought him here, so that the marriage may take place where my history is not known." "The secret has been well kept," Gavin said, "for they have failed to discover it even in Thrums. Some of the Spittal servants suspect it, nevertheless," Barrie answered, "though how much they know I cannot say. He has not a servant now, either here or 249 in England, who knew me as a child. The gardener who befriended me was sent away long ago. Lord Rintoul looks upon me as a disgrace to him that he cannot live without." "I dare say he cares for you more than you think," Gavin said gravely. "He is infatuated about my face, or the pose of my head, or something of that sort," Barrie said bitterly, "or he would not have endured me so long. I have twice had the wedding postponed, chiefly, I believe, to enrage my natural enemy, his sister, who is as much aggravated by my reluctance to marry him as by his desire to marry me. However, I also felt that imprisonment for life was approaching as the day drew near, and I told him that if he did not defer the wedding I should run away. He knows I am capable of it, for twice I ran away from school. If his sister only knew that." For a moment it was the old Barrie Gavin saw, but her glee was short-lived, and she resumed sedately, "They were kind to me at school, but the life was so dull and prim that I ran off in a gypsy dress of my own making. That is what it is to have gypsy blood in one. I was away for a week the first time, wandering the country alone, telling fortunes, dancing and singing in woods, and sleeping in barns. I am the only woman in the world well brought up who is not afraid of mice or rats. That is my gypsy blood again. After that wild week I went back to the school of my own will, and no one knows of the escapade but my schoolmistress and Lord Rintoul. The second time, however, I was detected singing in the street, and then my future husband was asked to take me away. Yet Miss Feversham cried when I left, and told me that I was the nicest girl she knew, as well as the nastiest. She said she should love me as soon as I was not one of her boarders. And then you came to the Spittal. 250 yes, and Lord Rintoul wanted me to say I was sorry for what I had done, but I told him I need not say that, for I was sure to do it again. As you know, I have done it several times since then, and though I am a different woman since I knew you, I dare say I shall go on doing it at times all my life. You shake your head because you do not understand. It is not that I make up my mind to break out in that way. I may not have had the least desire to do it for weeks, and then suddenly, when I am out riding, or at dinner, or at a dance, the craving to be a gypsy again is so strong that I never think of resisting it. I would risk my life to gratify it. Yes, whatever my life in the future is to be, I know that must be a part of it. I used to pretend at the Spittal that I had gone to bed, and then escape by the window. I was mad with glee at those times, but I always returned before morning, except once, the last time I saw you, when I was away for nearly 24 hours. Lord Rintoul was so glad to see me come back then that he almost forgave me for going away. There is nothing more to tell except that on the night of the riot it was not my gypsy nature that brought me to Thrums, but a desire to save the poor weavers. I had heard Lord Rintoul and the sheriff discussing the contemplated raid. I have hidden nothing from you. In time, perhaps, I shall have suffered sufficiently for all my wickedness. Gavin rose weariedly, and walked through the mud house looking at her. This is the end of it all, he said harshly, coming to a standstill. I loved you, Barrie. No, she answered, shaking her head. You never knew me until now, and so it was not me you loved. I know what you thought I was, and I will try to be it now. If you had only told me this before, the minister said sadly, it might not have been too late. 251 I only thought you like all the other men I knew, she replied, until the night I came to the manse. It was only my face you admired at first. No, it was never that, Gavin said with such conviction that her mouth opened in alarm to ask him if he did not think her pretty. She did not speak, however, and he continued, you must have known that I loved you from the first night. No, you only amused me, she said, like one determined to stint nothing of the truth. Even at the well I laughed at your vows. This wounded Gavin afresh, wretched as her story had made him, and he said tragically, you have never cared for me at all. Oh, always, always, she answered, since I knew what love was, and it was you who taught me. Even in his misery he held his head high with pride. At least she did love him. And then Barrie said, hiding her face, I could not tell you what I was because I knew you would loathe me. I could only go away. She looked at him forlornly through her tears, and then moved toward the door. He had sunk upon a stool, his face resting on the table, and it was her intention to slip away unnoticed. But he heard the latch rise, and jumping up, said sharply, Barrie, I cannot give you up. She stood in tears, swinging the door unconsciously with her hand. Don't say that you love me still, she cried, and then, letting her hand fall from the door, added imploringly, oh, Gavin, do you? 252 Chapter 30. The meeting for rain. Meanwhile the old licts were in church, waiting for their minister, and it was a full meeting, because nearly every well in Thrums had been scooped dry by anxious palms. Yet not all were there to ask God's rain for themselves. Old Charles Ewell was in his pew, after dreaming thrice that he would break up with the drought, and Belle Christison had come, though her man lay dead at home, and she thought it could matter no more to her how things went in the world. You, who do not love that little congregation, would have said that they were waiting placidly. But probably so simple a woman as Meggie Rattray could have deceived you into believing that because her eyes were downcast she did not notice who put the threepenny bit in the plate. A few men were unaware that the bell was working overtime, most of them farmers with their eyes on the windows, but all the women at least were wondering. They knew better, however, than to bring their thoughts to their faces, and none sought to catch another's eye. The menfolk looked heavily at their hats in the seats in front. Even when Hendry Munn, instead of marching to the pulpit with the big Bible in his hands, came as far as the plate and signed to Peter Tosh, elder, that he was wanted in the vestry, you could not have guessed how every woman there, except Belle Christison, wished she was Peter Tosh. Peter was so taken aback that he merely gaped at Hendry, until suddenly he knew that his 5 daughters 253 were furious with him, when he dived for his hat and staggered to the vestry with his mouth open. His boots cheeped all the way, but no one looked up. I hadna noticed the minister was lang in coming, Waster Lunny told me afterward, but Elspeth noticed it, and with a quickness that baffles me she saw I was thinking o' other things. So she let out her foot at me. I gae a low cough to let her ken I wasna sleeping, but in a minute out goes her foot again. Syne I thoke time it had dropped my hanky into Snecky Hobart's pew, but no, it was in my tails. Yet her hand was on the board, and she was working her fingers in a way that I kent meant she would like to shake me. Next I looked to see if I was sitting on her frock, the which tries a woman sae, but I wasna. Does she want to change Bibles wi' me? I wondered, or is she sliding yont a peppermint to me? It was neither, so I edged as far frae her as I could gang. Weel, would you credit it, I saw her body coming nearer me inch by inch, though she was looking strout afore her, till she was within kick o' me, and then out again goes her foot. At that, Dominie, I lost patience, and I whispered, fierce like, keep your foot to yoursel, you limmer. Her intent, you see, was to waken me to what was gain on, but I couldna be expected to ken that. In the vestry Hendry Munn was now holding council with 3 elders, of whom the chief was Lang Tarmers. The laddie I sent to the manse Hendry said, "Canna be back this 5 minutes, and the question is how we're to fill up that time. I'll ring no langer, for the bell has been in a passion ever since 8:15. It's as sweer to clang past the quarter as a horse to gallop by its stable. You could gang to your box and gie out a psalm," Tarmers suggested John Spens. 254 And would a psalm sung wi' sic an object, retorted the precentor, mount higher, think you, than a bairn's kite? I'll insult the Almighty to screen no minister. You're screening him better by standing whoa you are, said the imperturbable Hendry, for as lang as you dinna show your face they'll think it may be you that's missing instead o' Mr. Dishart. Indeed, Gavin's appearance in church without the precentor would have been as surprising as Tarmers's without the minister. As certainly as the shutting of a moneybox is followed by the turning of the key, did the precentor walk stiffly from the vestry to his box a toll of the bell in front of the minister. Tarmers's halfpenny rang in the plate as Gavin passed Teenowhead's pew, and Gavin's sixpence with the snapping to of the precentor's door. The 2 men might have been connected by a string that tightened at 10 yards. The congregation ken me our wheel, Tarmers said, to believe I would keep the Lord waiting. And they are as sure o' Mr. Dishart, rejoined Spens, with spirit, though he feared the precentor on Sabbaths and at prayer meetings. You're a hard man. I speak the blunt truth, Hammond answered. Said Spens, and to tak credit for that may be like blowing that you're our honest to where Cleothis. Hendry, who had gone to the door, returned now with the information that Mr. Dishart had left the manse 2 hours ago to pay visits, meaning to come to the prayer meeting before he returned home. There's a quirk in this, Hendry said Tosh. Was it Mistress Dishart the laddie saw? The consultation of the elders. No, Hendry replied. It was Jean. She canna get to the meeting because the mistress is nervous in the manse by herself, and Jean didna like to tell her 255 that he's missing, for fear o' alarming her. What are we to do now? He's an unfaithful shepherd, cried the precentor, while Henry again went out. "I see it written on the walls." "I dinna," said Spence doggedly. "Because," retorted Thomas, "having eyes you see not." "Thomas, I thocht you was fond o' Mr. Dishart." "If my right eye were to offend me," answered the precentor, "I would pluck it out." "I suppose you think, and baith o' you farmers too, that there's no necessity for praying for rain the nicht. You'll be content, will ye, if Mr. Dishart just drops into the kirk some day, accidental like, and offers up a bit prayer?" "As for the rain," Spence said, triumphantly, "I wouldna wonder though it's here afore the minister." "You canna deny, Peter Tosh, that there's been a smell o' rain in the air this twa hours back." John Peter said agitatedly, "Dinna speak so confidently." "I've kent it," he whispered, "since the day turned, but it wants to tak us by surprise, lad, and so I'm no letting on." "See that you dinna make an idol o' the rain," thundered Hammond. "Your thochts is no wi' him, but wi' the clouds, and whore your thochts are, there will your prayers stick also." "If you saw my lambs," Tosh began, and then, ashamed of himself, said, looking upward, "He holds the rain in the hollow of his hand." "And he's closing his neaved it on tea again," said the precentor solemnly. "Hearken to the wind rising." "God help me," cried Tosh, wringing his hands. "Is it fair, think you," he said, passionately addressing the sky, "to show your wrath wi' Mr. Dishart by ruining my neeps?" "You were it," Thomas Hammond Spence said, 256, growing hard as he listened to the wind. "The sanctuary o' the Lord has been profaned this nicht by him what should be the chief pillar o' the building." They were lowering brows that greeted Henry when he returned to say that Mr. Dishart had been seen last on the hill with the Glen Clarity Dominie. "Some thinks," said the kirk officer, "that he's awa hunting for Rob Dow." "Nothing'll excuse him," replied Spence, "short o' his having fallen over the quarry." Henry's was usually a blank face, but it must have looked troubled now, for Tosh was about to say, "Henry, you're keeping something back," when the precentor said it before him. "With that story o' Mr. Dishart's murder, no many hours old yet," the kirk officer replied evasively, "we should be wary o' trusting gossip." "What ha' you heard?" "It's through the town," Henry answered, "that a woman was with the Dominie." "A woman?" cried Tosh. "The woman there's been sick talk about in connection with the minister." "Who are they now?" "It's no Kent, but the Dominie was seen going hame by himsel." "Leaving the minister and her thegither," cried the three men at once. Henry Muntamas said sternly, "There's mair about this. What is the woman?" "They are liars," Henry answered, and shut his mouth tight. "Gie her a name, I say," the precentor ordered, "or, as chief elder of this kirk, supported by mair than half o' the session, I command you to lift your hat and go." Henry gave an appealing look to Tosh and Spence, but the precentor's solemnity had cowed them. 257, they say. Then he answered sullenly, "That it's the Egyptian." "Yes, and I believe they ken." The two farmers drew back from this statement incredulously, but Thomas Hammond jumped at the kirk officer's throat. and some who were in the church that night say they heard Henry scream. Then the precentor's fingers relaxed their grip, and he tottered into the middle of the room. "Henry," he pleaded, holding out his arms pathetically, "tack back these words. Oh, man, have pity, and tack them back." But Henry would not, and then Lang Thomas's mouth worked convulsively, and he sobbed, crying, "Nobody kent it, but mair than mortal son, oh God, I did love the lad." So seldom in a lifetime had anyone seen into this man's heart that Spence said, amazed, Thomas Hammond, it's no like you to break down." The rusty door of Hammond's heart swung to. "Who broke down?" he asked fiercely. "Let no member of this session dare to break down till his work be done." "What work?" Tosh said uneasily. "We canna interfere." "I would rather resign," Spence said, but shook when Hammond hurled these words at him. "And Jesus said unto him, No man, having put his hand to the plough and looking back, is fit for the kingdom of God." "It mayna be true," Henry said eagerly. "We'll soon see." "He would gie her up," said Tosh. "Peter," Tosh answered Hammond sternly, "I call upon you to dismiss the congregation." "Should we no rather hold the meeting ourselves?" "We have other work afore us," replied the precentor. 258 But what can I say?" Tosh asked nervously. "Should I offer up a prayer?" "I warn you all," broke in Henry, "that though the congregation is sitting there quietly, they'll be tigers for the meaning o' this as soon as they are in the street." "Let no untruth be telled them," said the precentor. "Peter Tosh, do your duty. John Spence, remain wi' me." The church emptied silently, but a buzz of excitement arose outside. Many persons tried to enter the vestry, but were ordered away, and when Tosh joined his fellow elders the people were collecting in animated groups in the square, or scattering through the winds for news. "And now," said the precentor, "I call upon the three o' you to come wi' me. Henry man, you gang first." "I maun bide a hint," Henry said, with a sudden fear, "to lock up the kirk." "I'll lock up the kirk," Hammond answered harshly. "You maun gie me the keys, though," entreated the kirk officer. "I'll take care o' the keys," said Hammond. "I maun have them," Henry said, "to open the kirk on Sabbath." The precentor locked the doors, and buttoned up the keys in his trousers pockets. "What kens," he said, in a voice of steel, "that the kirk'll be open next Sabbath?" "Ha' some mercy on him," Thomas Spence implored. "He's no TWA and 20. "What kens," continued the precentor, "but that the next time this kirk is opened will be to preach it to'm." "What road do we tak?" "The road to the hill, whar he was seen last." 259 Chapter 31. Various bodies converging on the hill. It would be coming on for 9:15, and a misty night, when I reached the schoolhouse, and I was so weary of mind and body that I sat down without taking off my bonnet. I had left the door open, and I remember listlessly watching the wind making a target of my candle, but never taking a sufficiently big breath to do more than frighten it. from this lethargy I was roused by the sound of wheels. In the daytime our glen road leads to many parts, but in the night only to the doctor's. Then the gallop of a horse makes farmers start up in bed and cry, "Who's ill?" I went to my door and listened to the trap coming swiftly down the lonely glen, but I could not see it, for there was a trailing scarf of mist between the schoolhouse and the road. Presently I heard the swish of the wheels in water, and so learned that they were crossing the ford to come to me. I had been unstrung by the events of the evening, and fear at once pressed thick upon me that this might be a sequel to them, as indeed it was. While still out of sight the trap stopped, and I heard someone jump from it. Then came this conversation, as distinct as though it had been spoken into my ear. "Can you see the schoolhouse now, Mackenzie?" "I am groping for it, Rintoul." "The mist seems to have made off with the path." "Where are you, Mackenzie?" "I have lost sight of you." 260 It was but a ribbon of mist, and as these words were spoken Mackenzie broke through it. I saw him, though to him I was only a stone at my door. "I have found the house, Rintoul," he shouted, "and there is a light in it, so that the fellow has doubtless returned. Then wait a moment for me. Stay where you are, Rintoul, I entreat you, and leave him to me. He may recognize you." "No, no, Mackenzie, I am sure he never saw me before. I insist on accompanying you. Your excitement, Rintoul, will betray you. Let me go alone. I can question him without rousing his suspicions. Remember, she is only a gypsy to him. He will learn nothing from me. I am quite calm now. Rintoul, I warn you, your manner will betray you, and tomorrow it will be roared through the countryside that your bride ran away from the spittle in a gypsy dress, and had to be brought back by force." The altercation may have lasted another minute, but the suddenness with which I learned Barrie's secret had left my ears incapable of learning more. I dare say the two men started when they found me at my door, but they did not remember, as few do remember who have the noisy day to forget it in, how far the voice carries in the night. They came as suddenly on me as I on them, for though they had given unintentional notice of their approach, I had lost sight of the speakers in their amazing words. Only a moment did young Mackenzie's anxiety to be spokesman give me to regard Lord Rintoul. I saw that he was a thin man and tall, straight in the figure, but his head began to sink into his shoulders and not very steady on them. His teeth had grip of his underlip, as if this was a method of controlling his agitation, and he was opening and shutting his 261 hands restlessly. He had a dog with him which I was to meet again. "Well met, Mr. Ogilvy," said Mackenzie, who knew me slightly, having once acted as judge at a cockfight in the schoolhouse. "We were afraid we should have to rouse you. You will step inside?" I asked awkwardly, and while I spoke I was wondering how long it would be before the Earl's excitement broke out. "It is not necessary," Mackenzie answered hurriedly. "My friend and I, this is Mr. McClure, have been caught in the mist without a lamp, and we thought you could perhaps favor us with one." "Unfortunately I have nothing of the kind," I said, and the state of mind I was in is shown by my answering seriously. "Then we must wish you a good night and manage as best we can," he said, and then before he could touch, with affected indifference, on the real object of their visit, the alarmed Earl said angrily, "Mackenzie, no more of this." "No more of this delay, do you mean, McClure?" asked Mackenzie, and then, turning to me said, "By the way, Mr. Ogilvy, I think this is our second meeting tonight. I met you on the road a few hours ago with your wife. Or was it your daughter?" "It was neither, Mr. Mackenzie," I answered, with the calmness of one not yet recovered from a shock. "It was a gypsy girl." "Where is she now?" cried Rintoul feverishly, but Mackenzie, speaking loudly at the same time, tried to drown his interference as one obliterates writing by writing over it. "A strange companion for a schoolmaster," he said. "What became of her?" "I left her near Cadham Wood," I replied, "but she is probably not there now." 262 They are strange creatures, these gypsies, he said, casting a warning look at the Earl. "Now I wonder where she had been bound for." "There is a gypsy encampment on the hill," I answered, "though I cannot say why." "She is there," exclaimed Rintoul, "and was done with me." "I dare say," Mackenzie said indifferently. "However, it is nothing to us. Good night, sir." The Earl had started for the trap, but Mackenzie's salute reminded him of a forgotten courtesy, and, despite his agitation, he came back to apologize. I admired him for this. Then my thoughtlessness must needs mar all. "Good night, Mr. Mackenzie," I said. "Good night, Lord Rintoul." I had addressed him by his real name. Never a turnip fell from a bumping, laden cart, and the driver more unconscious of it, than I that I had dropped that word. I re-entered the house, but had not reached my chair when Mackenzie's hand fell roughly on me, and I was swung round. "Mr. Ogilvy," he said, the more savagely I doubt not because his passions had been chained so long, "you know more than you would have us think. Beware, sir, of recognizing that gypsy should you ever see her again in different attire. I advise you to have forgotten this night when you waken tomorrow morning." With a menacing gesture he left me, and I sank into a chair, glad to lose sight of the glowering eyes with which he had pinned me to the wall. I did not hear the trap cross the ford and renew its journey. When I looked out next, the night had fallen very dark, and the glen was so deathly in its drowsiness that I thought not even the cry of murder could tear its eyes open. The Earl and Mackenzie would be some distance still 263 from the hill when the office-bearers had scoured it in vain for their minister. The gypsies, now dancing round their fires to music that, on ordinary occasions, Lang Thomas would have stopped by using his fists to the glory of God, had seen no minister, they said, and disbelieved in the existence of the mysterious Egyptian. Liars they are to trade Spens declared to his companions, but now and again they speak truth, like a standing clock, and I'm beginning to think the minister's lassie was invented in the square. Not so, said the precentor, for we saw her ourselves a short year syne, and Hendry Munn there allows there's townsfolk that ha passed her in the Glenmere recently. I only allowed, Hendry said cautiously, that some sick talk had shot up sudden like in the town. Them that pretends they saw her says that she jalk it quick out o' sicht. And there's another quirk in that, responded the suspicious precentor. I see uphoard the minister's sitting in the manse in his slippers by this time, Hendry said. I'm willing, replied Hammond, to gang back and spo, or to search Cadham next, but let the matter drop, I winna, though I ken you're horrid to be harmed now. And naturally, retorted Tosh, for the nisht's coming on as black as pick, and by the time we're at Cadham we'll no even see the trees. Toward Cadham, nevertheless, they advanced, hearing nothing but a distant wind and the whish of their legs in the broom. "Whar's John Spence?" Hendry said suddenly. They turned back and found Spence rooted to the ground, as a boy becomes motionless when he thinks he is within arm's reach of a nest and the bird sitting on the eggs. 264 What do you see, man? Hendry whispered. As sure as death, answered Spence, awestruck, I felt a drap o' rain. It's no rain we're here to look for, said the precentor. Peter Tosh, cried Spence, it was a drap. Oh, Peter. How are you looking at me so queer, Peter, when you should be thanking the Lord for the promise that's in that drap? Come away, Hammond said, impatiently, but Spence answered, no, till I've offered up a prayer for the promise that's in that drap. Peter Tosh, you've forgotten to take off your bonnet. Think twice, John Spence, gasped Tosh, afore you pray for rain this nisht. The others thought him crazy, but he went on, with a catch in his voice, I felt a drap o' rain missile, just afore it came on dark so hurried, and my first impulse was to wish that I could carry that drap about wi' me and look at it. But, John Spence, when I looked up I saw sic a change running o'er the sky that I thocht hell had ta'en the place o' heaven, and that there was water spouts gathering therein for the drowning o' the world. There's no water in hell, the precentor said grimly. Genesis 9, said Spence, verses 8 to 17. But, Peter, you've startled me, and I'm thinking we should be stepping harm. Is that a licht? It'll be in Nanny Webster's, Hendry said, after they had all regarded the light. I never heard that Nanny needed a candle to licht her to her bed, the precentor muttered. She was awa to meet Sanders the day as he came out o' the Tilliedrum gaol, Spence remembered, and I dare say the licht means they are harm again. It's well kent, began Hendry, and would have recalled his words. 265 Hendry Munn, cried the precentor, if you ha' minded onything that may help us, out witty. I was just minding, the kirk officer answered reluctantly, that Nanny allows it's Mr. Dishart that has been keeping her frae the poor house. You canna censure him for that, Talmers. Can I no, retorted Hammond. What business has he to befriend a woman that belongs to another denomination? I'll see to the bottom o' that this nisht. Lads, follow me to Nannis, and dinna be surprised if we find baith the minister and the Egyptian there. They had not advanced many yards when Spence jumped to the side, crying, "Be wary, that's no the wind, it's a machine." Immediately the doctor's dog cart was close to them, with Rob Dow for its only occupant. He was driving slowly, or Hammond could not have escaped the horse's hoofs. "Is that you, Rob Dow?" said the precentor sourly. "I tell you, you'll be gaoled for stealing the doctor's machine." "The Highlandman wasna muckle hurt," Rob Hendry said, more good-naturedly. "I ken that," replied Rob, scowling at the four of them. "What are you doing here on sic a nicht? Do you see anything strange in the nicht, Rob?" Tosh asked apprehensively. "It's setting to rain," Dow replied. "I dinna see it, but I feel it." Said Tosh, eagerly, "but will it be a saft, cowdy sweet ding on?" "Let the heavens open if they will," interposed Spence recklessly. "I would swap the drought for rain, though it comes down in a sheet as in the year 12. "And like a sheet it'll come," replied Dow, "and the deal'll blaw it about wi' his biggest bellowses." 266 Tosh shivered, but Hammond shook him roughly, saying, "Keep your oaths to yoursel, Rob Dow, and tell me, ha you seen Mr. Dishart?" "I hinna," Rob answered curtly, preparing to drive on. "Nor the lassie they call the Egyptian?" Rob leaped from the dog-cart, crying, "What does that mean?" "Hands off," said the precentor, retreating from him. "It means that Mr. Dishart neglected the prayer meeting this nicht to philander after that heathen woman." "We're no surety," Talmers remonstrated the kirk officer. Dow stood quite still. "I believe Rob kens it's true," Hendry added sadly, "or he would ha' flown at your throat, Talmers Hammond, for saying these words." Even this did not rouse Dow. "Rob dosna worship the minister as he used to do," said Spence. "And what for no?" cried the precentor. "Rob Dow, is it because you've found out about this woman?" "You're a pack o' liars," roared Rob, desperately, "and if you say again that one wandering hussy has hawed o' the minister, I'll let you see whether I can loop at throats." "You'll swear by the book?" asked Hammond, relentlessly, "that you've seen neither o' them this nicht, nor them thegither at any time?" "I so swear by the book," answered poor loyal Rob. "But what makes you look for Mr. Dishart here?" he demanded, with an uneasy look at the light in the mud-house. "Go home," replied the precentor, "and deliver up the machine you stole, and leave this session to do its duty. John, we maun fathom the meaning o' that licht." 267 Dow started, and was probably at that moment within an ace of felling Hammond. "I'll come wi' you," he said, hunting in his mind for a better way of helping Gavin. They were at Nanny's garden, but in the darkness Hammond could not find the gate. Rob climbed the paling, and was at once lost sight of. Then they saw his head obscure the window. They did not, however, hear the groan that startled Barrie. "There's nobody there," he said, coming back, "but Nanny and Sanders." "You'll mind Sanders was to be freed the day." "I'll go in and see Sanders," said Hendry, but the precentor pulled him back, saying, "You'll do nothing o' the kind, Hendry man, You'll come awa me now to the manse. It's mair than me and Pete'll do, then said Spence, who had been consulting with the other farmer. We're gone as strout harm as the darkness'll let us. With few more words the session parted, Spence and Tosh setting off for their farms, and Hendry accompanying the precentor. No one will ever know where Dow went. I can fancy him, however, returning to the wood, and there drawing rein. I can fancy his mind made up to watch the mud house until Gavin and the gypsy separated, and then pounce upon her. I dare say his whole plot could be condensed into a sentence: if she's got rid o' this nisht, we may cheat the session yet. But this is mere surmise. All I know is that he waited near Nanny's house, and by heard another trap coming up Windyher. That was just before the 10 o'clock bell began to ring. 268 Chapter 32. Leading swiftly to the appalling marriage. The little minister bowed his head in assent when Barrie's cry, "Oh, Gavin, do you?" leapt in front of her unselfish wish that he should care for her no more. "But that matters very little now," he said. She was his to do with as he willed, and, perhaps, the joy of knowing herself loved still, begot a wild hope that he would refuse to give her up. If so, these words laid it low, but even the sentence they passed upon her could not kill the self-respect that would be hers henceforth. "That matters very little now," the man said, but to the woman it seemed to matter more than anything else in the world. Throughout the remainder of this interview until the end came, Gavin never faltered. His duty and hers lay so plainly before him that there could be no straying from it. Did Barrie think him strangely calm? At the Glen Clarity gathering I once saw Rob Angus lift a boulder with such apparent ease that its weight was discredited, until the cry arose that the effort had dislocated his arm. Perhaps Gavin's quietness deceived the Egyptian similarly. Had he stamped, she might have understood better what he suffered, standing there on the hot embers of his passion. "We must try to make amends now," he said gravely, "for the wrong we have done." "The wrong I have done," she said, correcting him. "You will make it harder for me if you blame yourself." How vile I was in those days. 269 Those days she called them, they seemed so far away. "Do not cry, Barrie," Gavin replied, gently. "He knew what you were, and why, and he pities you. For his anger endureth but a moment, in his favour is life. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning." "Not to me." "Yes, to you," he answered. "Barrie, you will return to the Spittal now, and tell Lord Rintoul everything. If you wish it. Not because I wish it, but because it is right. He must be told that you do not love him." "I never pretended to him that I did," Barrie said, looking up. "Oh," she added, with emphasis, "he knows that. He thinks me incapable of caring for anyone. And that is why he must be told of me," Gavin replied. "You are no longer the woman you were, Barrie, and you know it, and I know it, but he does not know it. He shall know it before he decides whether he is to marry you." Barrie looked at Gavin, and wondered he did not see that this decision lay with him. Nevertheless, she said, "The wedding will take place tomorrow. If it did not, Lord Rintoul would be the scorn of his friends." "If it does," the minister answered, "he will be the scorn of himself." "Barrie, there is a chance." "There is no chance," she told him. "I shall be back at the Spittal without anyone's knowing of my absence, and when I begin to tell him of you, he will tremble, lest it means my refusal to marry him. When he knows it does not, he will wonder only why I told him anything. He will ask you to take time. 270. No, he will ask me to put on my wedding dress. You must not think anything else possible." "So be it, then," Gavin said firmly. "Yes, it will be better so," Barrie answered, and then, seeing him misunderstand her meaning, exclaimed reproachfully, "I was not thinking of myself. In the time to come, whatever be my lot, I shall have the one consolation, that this is best for you. Think of your mother. She will love you," Gavin said, "when I tell her of you." "Yes," said Barrie, wringing her hands, "she will almost love me, but for what? For not marrying you. That is the only reason anyone in Thrums will have for wishing me well. No others," Gavin answered, "will ever know why I remained unmarried." "Will you never marry?" Barrie asked, exultingly. "Ah," she cried, ashamed, "but you must." "Never." "Well, many a man and many a woman has made that vow in similar circumstances, and not all have kept it. But shall we who are old smile cynically at the brief and burning passion of the young? The day, you say, will come when, good sir, hold your peace. Their agony was great and now is dead, and, maybe, they have forgotten where it lies buried, but dare you answer lightly when I ask you which of these things is saddest?" Barrie believed his never and, doubtless, thought no worse of him for it, but she saw no way of comforting him save by disparagement of herself. "You must think of your congregation," she said. "A minister with a gypsy wife would have knocked them about with a flail," Gavin interposed, showing his teeth at the thought of the precentor, "until they did her reverence." 271. She shook her head, and told him of her meeting with Mika Dow. It silenced him, not, however, on account of its pathos, as she thought, but because it interpreted the riddle of Rob's behavior. "Nevertheless," he said ultimately, "my duty is not to do what is right in my people's eyes, but what seems right in my own." Barrie had not heard him. "I saw a face at the window just now," she whispered, drawing closer to him. "There was no face there. The very thought of Rob Dow raises him before you," Gavin answered reassuringly. The Rob was nearer at that moment than either of them thought. "I must go away at once," she said, still with her eyes on the window. "No, no, you shall not come or stay with me. It is you who are in danger. Do not fear for me. I must, if you will not. Before you came in, did I not hear you speak of a meeting you had to attend tonight? My pray," his teeth met on the word, so abruptly did it conjure up the forgotten prayer meeting that before the shock could reach his mind he stood motionless, listening for the bell. For one instant all that had taken place since he last heard it might have happened between two of its tinkles. Barrie passed from before him like a figure in a panorama, and he saw, instead, a congregation in their pews. "What do you see?" Barrie cried in alarm, for he seemed to be gazing at the window. "Only you," he replied, himself again. "I am coming with you." "You must let me go alone," she entreated, "if not for your own safety." But it was only him she considered, then for the sake of Lord Rintoul. Were you 272 and I to be seen together now, his name and mine might suffer. It was an argument the minister could not answer save by putting his hands over his face. His distress made Barrie strong. She moved to the door, trying to smile. "Go, Barrie," Gavin said, controlling his voice, though it had been a smile more pitiful than her tears. "God has you in his keeping. It is not his will to give me this to bear for you." They were now in the garden. "Do not think of me as unhappy," she said. "It will be happiness to me to try to be all you would have me be." He ought to have corrected her. "All that God would have me be" is what she should have said. But he only replied, "You will be a good woman, and none such can be altogether unhappy. God sees to that." He might have kissed her, and perhaps she thought so. I am going now, dear," she said, and came back a step because he did not answer. Then she went on, and was out of his sight at 3 yards distance. Neither of them heard the approaching dog-cart. "You see, I am bearing it quite cheerfully," she said. "I shall have everything a woman loves. Do not grieve for me so much." Gavin dared not speak nor move. Never had he found life so hard, but he was fighting with the ignoble in himself, and winning. She opened the gate, and it might have been a signal to the dog-cart to stop. They both heard a dog barking, and then the voice of Lord Rintoul, "That is a light in the window. Jump down, Mackenzie, and inquire." Gavin took one step nearer Barrie and stopped. He did not see how all her courage went from her, so 273 that her knees yielded, and she held out her arms to him, but he heard a great sob and then his name. "Gavin, I am afraid." Gavin understood now, and I say he would have been no man to leave her after that. Only a moment was allowed him, and it was their last chance on earth. He took it. His arm went round his beloved, and he drew her away from Nanis. Mackenzie found both house and garden empty. "And yet," he said, "I swear someone passed the window as we sighted it." "Waste no more time," cried the impatient Earl. "We must be very near the hill now. You will have to lead the horse, Mackenzie. In this darkness, the dog may find the way through the broom for us." "The dog has run on," Mackenzie replied, now in an evil temper. "Who knows, it may be with her now. So we must feel our way cautiously. There is no call for capsizing the trap in our haste." But there was call for haste if they were to reach the gypsy encampment before Gavin and Barrie were made man and wife over the tongs. The Spittle dog cart rocked as it dragged its way through the broom. Rob Dow followed. The 10 o'clock bell began to ring. 274 Chapter 33. While the 10 o'clock bell was ringing, in the square and wins, weavers in groups, no, David, Mr. Dishart hadna felt the blow the piper gave him till he ascended the pulpit to conduct the prayer meeting for rain, and then he fainted awa. Thomas Hammond and Peter Tosh carried him to the session house. An awful scene. How did the minister no come to the meeting? I wonder how you could expect it, Snecky, and his mother ta'en so suddenly ill. He's at her bedside, but the doctor has little hope. This is what has occurred, Taylor. Mr. Dishart never got the length of the pulpit. He fell in a swoon on the vestry floor. What caused it? Oh, nothing but the heat. Thrums is so dry that one spark would set it in a blaze. I canna get at the writs o' what keeped him frae the meeting, Femi, but it had something to do wi' an Egyptian on the hill. Very like he had been trying to stop the gypsy marriage there. I gaed to the manse to spur at Jean what was wrang, but I'm thinking I telled her mair than she could tell me. Man, Andrew, the white tea lies wi' Peter Tosh. He thought we was to ha' sick a terrible rain that he implored the minister no to pray for it, and so angry was Mr. Dishart that he ordered the whole session out o' the kirk. I saw them in Couth's close, and mitty door they looked. 275 Yes, as sure as death, Thomas Hammond locked the kirk door in Mr. Dishart's face. I'm a-shaking. And small wonder, Margaret, when I've heard this minute that Mr. Dishart's been struck by lightning while looking for Rob Dow. He's no killed, but, woe's me, they say he'll never preach again. Nothing o' the kind. It was Rob that the lightning struck dead in the doctor's machine. The horse wasna touched, it came tearing down the roots with the corpse sitting in the machine like a living man. What are you listening to, woman? Is it to a dog barking? I've heard it this while, but it's far awa'. In the man's kitchen, Jean, did you not hear me ring? I want you to. Why are you staring out at the window, Jean? I was just hearkening to the 10 o'clock bell, I never saw you doing nothing before. Put the heater in the fire, Jean. I want to iron the minister's neckcloths. The prayer meeting is long in coming out, is it not? The drouth, has been so cruel hard. And, to my shame, I am so comfortable that I almost forgot how others are suffering. But my son never forgets, Jean. You are not crying, are you? No, Bring the iron to the parlor, then. And if the minis, why did you start, Jean? I only heard a dog barking. I thought, at first I thought it was Mr. Dishart opening the door. It's just a dog, some gypsy dog on the hill, I'm thinking, for sound would carry farther nisht. Even you, Jean, are nervous at nights, I see. If 276 there is no man in the house. We shall hear no more distant dogs barking, I warrant, when the minister comes home. When he comes home, On the middle of a hill, a man and a woman. Courage, beloved, we are nearly there. But, Gavin, I cannot see the encampment. The night is too dark. But the gypsy fires. They are in the toad's hole. Listen to that dog barking. There are several dogs at the encampment, Barrie. There is one behind us. See, there it is. I have driven it away, dear. You are trembling. What we are doing frightens me, Gavin. It is at your heels again. It seems to know you. Oh, Gavin, it is Lord Rintoul's collie Snap. It will bite you. No, I have driven it back again. Probably the Earl is following us. Gavin, I cannot go on with this. Quicker, Barrie. Leave me, dear, and save yourself. Lean on me, Barrie. Oh, Gavin, is there no way but this? No sure way. Even though we are married tonight, we shall be married in 5 minutes, and then, whatever befall, he cannot have you. But after, I will take you straight to the manse, to my mother. Were it not for that dog, I should think we were alone on the hill. 277 But we are not. See, there are the gypsy fires. On the west side of the hill, 2 figures, Thomas Hammond, I've lost you. Should we gang to the manse down the fields? Wheesht, Hendry. What are you listening for? I heard a dog barking. Only a gypsy dog, Thomas, barking at the coming storm. The gypsy dogs are all tied up, and this one's atween us and the toad's hole. What was that? It was nothing but the rubbing of the branches in the cemetery on ane another. It's said, trees make that fearsome sound when they're terrified. It was a dog barking at somebody that's stoning it. I ken that sound, Hendry Munn. May I die the death, Thomas Hammond, if a great drap o' rain didna strike me the now, and I swear it was warm. I'm for running home. I'm for seeing who drove awa that dog. Come back wi' me, Hendry. I winna. There's no a soul on the hill but you and me and they daffing and drinking gypsies. How do you know? Answer me, Thomas. Hi, Thomas Hammond, who are you? He's gone. Eh, then I'll make tracks home. In the broom, a dog cart, do you see nothing yet, Mackenzie? Scarce the broom at my knees, Rintoul. There is not a light on the hill. Mackenzie, can that schoolmaster have deceived us? It is probable. Urge on the horse, however. There is a road through the broom, I know. Have we stuck again? 278 Rintoul, she is not here. I promised to help you to bring her back to the Spittal before this escapade became known, but we have failed to find her. If she is to be saved, it must be by herself. I dare say she has returned already. Let me turn the horse's head. There is a storm brewing. I will search this gypsy encampment first, if it is on the hill. Hark! That was a dog's bark. Yes, it is Snap, but he would not bark at nothing. Why do you look behind you so often, Mackenzie? For some time, Rintoul, it has seemed to me that we are being followed. Listen. I hear nothing. At last, Mackenzie, at last, we are out of the broom. And as I live, Rintoul, I see the gypsy lights. It might have been a lantern that was flashed across the hill. Then all that part of the world went suddenly on fire. Everything was horribly distinct in that white light. The firs of Kadam were so near that it seemed to have arrested them in a silent march upon the hill. The grass would not hide a pebble. The ground was scored with shadows of men and things. Twice the light flickered and recovered itself. A red serpent shot across it, and then again black night fell. The hill had been illumined thus for nearly half a minute. During that time not even a dog stirred. The shadows of human beings lay on the ground as motionless as logs. What had been revealed seemed less a gypsy marriage than a picture. Or was it that during the ceremony every person on the hill had been turned into stone? The gypsy king, with his arm upraised, had not had time to let it fall. The men and women behind him had their mouths open, as if struck when on the point of calling out. Lord Rintoul had risen in the dog-cart and was leaning forward. One of Mackenzie's feet was on the shaft. The man crouching 279 in the dog-cart's wake had flung up his hands to protect his face. The precentor, his neck outstretched, had a hand on each knee. All eyes were fixed, as in the death glare, on Gavin and Barrie, who stood before the king, their hands clasped over the tongs. Fear was petrified on the woman's face, determination on the man's. They were all released by the crack of the thunder, but for another moment none could have swaggered. That was Lord Rintoul in the dog-cart, Barrie whispered, drawing in her breath. Yes, dear Gavin answered resolutely. And now is the time for me to have my first and last talk with him. Remain here, Barrie. Do not move till I come back. But, Gavin, he has seen. I fear him still. He cannot touch you now, Barrie. You are my wife. In the vivid light Gavin had thought the dog-cart much nearer than it was. He called Lord Rintoul's name, but got no answer. There were shouts behind, gypsies running from the coming rain, dogs whining, but silence in front. The minister moved on some paces. Away to the left he heard voices. Who was the man? Mackenzie. My lord, I have lost sight of you. This is not the way to the camp. Tell me, Mackenzie, that you did not see what I saw. Rintoul, I beseech you to turn back. We are too late. We are not too late. Gavin broke through the darkness between them and him, but they were gone. He called to them, and stopped to listen to their feet. Is that you, Gavin? Barrie asked just then. For reply, the man who had crept up to her clapped his hand upon her mouth. Only the beginning of a scream escaped from her. A strong arm drove her quickly southward. 280 Gavin heard her cry, and ran back to the encampment. Barrie was gone. None of the gypsies had seen her since the darkness came back. He rushed hither and thither with a torch that only showed his distracted face to others. He flung up his arms in appeal for another moment of light. Then he heard Barrie scream again, and this time it was from a distance. He dashed after her. He heard a trap speeding down the green sward through the broom. Lord Rintoul had kidnapped Barrie. Gavin had no other thought as he ran after the dog-cart from which the cry had come. The Earl's dog followed him, snapping at his heels. The rain began. 281 Chapter 34. The Great Rain. Gavin passed on through Windyher, thinking in his frenzy that he still heard the trap. In a rain that came down like iron rods, every other sound was beaten dead. He slipped, and before he could regain his feet the dog bit him. To protect himself from dikes and trees and other horrors of the darkness he held his arm before him, but soon it was driven to his side. Wet whips cut his brow so that he had to protect it with his hands, until it had to bear the lash again, for they would not. Now he had forced up his knees, and would have succumbed but for a dread of being pinned to the earth. This fight between the man and the rain went on all night, and long before it ended the man was past the power of thinking. In the ringing of the 10 o'clock bell Gavin had lived the 7th part of a man's natural life. Only action was required of him. That accomplished, his mind had begun to work again, when suddenly the loss of Barrie stopped it, as we may put out a fire with a great coal. The last thing he had reflected about was a dog-cart in motion, and, consequently, this idea clung to him. His church, his mother, were lost knowledge of, but still he seemed to hear the trap in front. The rain increased in violence, appalling even those who heard it from under cover. However rain may storm, though it be an army of archers battering roofs and windows, it is only terrifying when the noise swells every instant. In those hours of darkness it again and 282 again grew in force and doubled its fury, and was louder, louder, and louder, until its next attack was to be more than men and women could listen to. They held each other's hands and stood waiting. Then abruptly it abated, and people could speak. I believe a rain that became heavier every second for 10 minutes would drive many listeners mad. Gavin was in it on a night that tried us repeatedly for quite half that time. By and by even the vision of Barrie in the dog-cart was blotted out. If nothing had taken its place, he would not have gone on probably, and had he turned back objectless, his strength would have succumbed to the rain. Now he saw Barrie and Rintoul being married by a minister who was himself, and there was a fair company looking on, and always when he was on the point of shouting to himself, whom he could see clearly, that this woman was already married, the rain obscured his words and the light went out. Presently the ceremony began again, always to stop at the same point. He saw it in the lightning flash that had startled the hill. It gave him courage to fight his way onward, because he thought he must be heard if he could draw nearer to the company. A regiment of cavalry began to trouble him. He heard it advancing from the spittle, but was not dismayed, for it was, as yet, far distant. The horsemen came thundering on, filling the whole glen of clarity. Now he knew that they had been sent out to ride him down. He paused in dread, until they had swept past him. They came back to look for him, riding more furiously than ever, and always missed him, yet his fears of the next time were not lessened. They were only the rain. All through the night the dog followed him. He would forget it for a time, and then it would be so close that he could see it dimly. He never heard it bark, but it snapped at him, and a grin had become the expression 283 of its face. He stoned it, he even flung himself at it, he addressed it in caressing tones, and always with the result that it disappeared, to come back presently. He found himself walking in a lake, and now even the instinct of self-preservation must have been flickering, for he waded on, rejoicing merely in getting rid of the dog. Something in the water rose and struck him. Instead of stupefying him, the blow brought him to his senses, and he struggled for his life. The ground slipped beneath his feet many times, but at last he was out of the water. That he was out in a flood he did not realize, yet he now acted like one in full possession of his faculties. When his feet sank in water, he drew back, and many times he sought shelter behind banks and rocks, first testing their firmness with his hands. Once a torrent of stones, earth, and heather carried him down a hillside until he struck against a tree. He twined his arms round it, and had just done so when it fell with him. After that, when he touched trees growing in water, he fled from them, thus probably saving himself from death. What he heard now might have been the roll and crack of the thunder. It sounded in his ear like nothing else. But it was really something that swept down the hill in roaring spouts of water, and it passed on both sides of him so that at one moment, had he paused, it would have crashed into him, and at another he was only saved by stopping. He felt that the struggle in the dark was to go on till the crack of doom. Then he cast himself upon the ground. It moved beneath him like some great animal, and he rose and stole away from it. Several times did this happen. The stones against which his feet struck seemed to acquire life from his touch. So strong had he become, or so weak all other things, that whatever clump he laid hands on by which to pull himself out of the water was at once rooted up. 284 The daylight would not come. He longed passionately for it. He tried to remember what it was like, and could not, he had been blind so long. It was away in front somewhere, and he was struggling to overtake it. He expected to see it from a dark place, when he would rush forward to bathe his arms in it, and then the elements that were searching the world for him would see him and he would perish. But death did not seem too great a penalty to pay for light. And at last day did come back, grey and drear. He saw suddenly once more. I think he must have been wandering the glen with his eyes shut, as one does shut them involuntarily against the hidden dangers of black night. How different was daylight from what he had expected. He looked, and then shut his dazed eyes again, for the darkness was less horrible than the day. Had he indeed seen, or only dreamed that he saw? Once more he looked to see what the world was like, and the sight that met his eyes was so mournful that he who had fought through the long night now sank hopeless and helpless among the heather. The dog was not far away, and it, too, lost heart. Gavin held out his hand, and Snap crept timidly toward him. He unloosened his coat, and the dog nestled against him, cowed and shivering, hiding its head from the day. Thus they lay, and the rain beat upon them. 285 Chapter 35. The Glen at break of day. My first intimation that the Burns were in flood came from Wasterlunny, close on the strike of 10 o'clock. This was some minutes before they had any rain in Thrums. I was in the schoolhouse, now piecing together the puzzle Lord Rintoul had left with me, and anon starting upright as Mackenzie's hand seemed to tighten on my arm. Wasterlunny had been whistling to me, with his fingers in his mouth, for some time before I heard him and hurried out. I was surprised and pleased, knowing no better, to be met on the threshold by a whisk of rain. The night was not then so dark but that when I reached the clarity I could see the farmer take shape on the other side of it. He wanted me to exult with him, I thought, in the end of the drought, and I shouted that I would fling him the stilts. "It's your soul that wants them," he answered excitedly, "if you're flied to be left alone in the schoolhouse the nicht. Do you hear me, Dominie? There has been fritsome rain among the hills, and the bog burn is coming down like a sea. It has carried o'er the miller's brig, and the steading o' Muckle Purley is standing 3 feet in water." "You're dreaming, man," I roared back, but beside his news he held my doubts of no account. "The Reta is in flood," he went on, "and running wild through Hazelwood, now done is tatty fields out o' sicht, and at the Kirkton they are flied they've lost TWAKI. 286 There has been no rain here," I stammered, incredulously. "It's coming now," he replied. "And listen, the story's out that the backbone has fallen into the loch. You had better cross, Dominie, and thaw out the nicht wi' us." The backbone was a piece of mountainside overhanging a loch among the hills, and legend said that it would one day fall forward and squirt all the water into the glen. Something of the kind had happened, but I did not believe it then. With little wit I pointed to the shallow clarity. "It may come down at any minute," the farmer answered, "and syne, mind you, you'll be 5 miles frae Wasterlunny, for there'll be no crossing but by the brig o' March. If you winna come, I maun awa back. I mauna bide langer on the wrang side o' the moss ditch, though it has been as dry this month back as a rabbit's roadie. But if you," his voice changed. "God's sake, man," he cried, "you're hour late. Look at that. Dinna look, run, run." If I had not run before he bade me, I might never have run again on earth. I had seen a great shadowy yellow river come riding down the clarity. I sprang from it for my life, and when next I looked behind, it was upon a turbulent loch, the further bank lost in darkness. I was about to shout to Wasterlunny, when a monster rose in the torrent between me and the spot where he had stood. It frightened me to silence until it fell, when I knew it was but a tree that had been flung on end by the flood. For a time there was no answer to my cries, and I thought the farmer had been swept away. Then I heard his whistle, and back I ran recklessly through the thickening darkness to the schoolhouse. When I saw the tree rise, I had been on ground hardly wet as yet with the rain, but by the time Wasterlunny sent that reassuring whistle to me I was 287 ankle deep in water, and the rain was coming down like hail. I saw no lightning. For the rest of the night I was only out once, when I succeeded in reaching the hen house and brought all my fowls safely to the kitchen, except a hen which would not rise off her young. Between us we had the kitchen floor, a pool of water, and the rain had put out my fires already, as effectually as if it had been an overturned broth pot. That I never took off my clothes that night I need not say, though of what was happening in the glen I could only guess. A flutter against my window now and again, when the rain had abated, told me of another bird that had flown there to die, and with Wasterlunny, I kept up communication by waving a light, to which he replied in a similar manner. Before morning, however, he ceased to answer my signals, and I feared some catastrophe had occurred at the farm. As it turned out, the family was fighting with the flood for the year's shearing of wool, half of which eventually went down the waters, with the wool shed on top of it. The schoolhouse stands too high to fear any flood, but there were moments when I thought the rain would master it. Not only the windows and the roof were rattling then, but all the walls, and I was like one in a great drum. When the rain was doing its utmost, I heard no other sound, but when the lull came, there was the wash of a heavy river, or a crack as of artillery that told of landslips, or the plaintive cry of the peasweep as it rose in the air, trying to entice the waters away from its nest. It was a dreary scene that met my gaze at break of day. Already the clarity had risen 6 feet, and in many parts of the glen it was 200 yards wide. Wasterlunny's cornfield looked like a bog grown over with rushes, and what had been his turnips had become a lake with small islands in it. No dike stood whole 288 except one that the farmer, unaided, had built in a straight line from the road to the top of Mount Bear, and my own, the further end of which dipped in water. Of the plot of firs planted 50 years earlier to help on Wasterlunny's crops, only a triangle had withstood the night. Even with the aid of my field glass I could not estimate the damage on more distant farms, for the rain, though now thin and soft, as it continued for 6 days, was still heavy and of a brown color. After breakfast, which was interrupted by my bantam cocks twice spilling my milk, I saw Wasterlunny and his son, Matthew, running towards the shepherd's house with ropes in their hands. The house, I thought, must be in the midst beyond, and then I sickened, knowing all at once that it should be on this side of the mist. When I had nerve to look again, I saw that though the roof had fallen in, the shepherd was astride one of the walls, from which he was dragged presently through the water by the help of the ropes. I remember noticing that he returned to his house with the rope still about him, and concluded that he had gone back to save some of his furniture. I was wrong, however. There was too much to be done at the farm to allow this, but Wasterlunny had consented to Duncan's forcing his way back to the Sheelin to stop the clock. To both men it seemed horrible to let a clock go on ticking in a deserted house. Having seen this rescue accomplished, I was letting my glass roam in the opposite direction, when one of its shakes brought into view something on my own side of the river. I looked at it long, and saw it move slightly. Was it a human being? No. It was a dog. No, it was a dog and something else. I hurried out to see more clearly, and after a first glance the glass shook so in my hands that I had to rest it on the dike. For a full minute, I dare say, did I look through the glass 289 without blinking, and then I needed to look no more. That black patch was, indeed, Gavin. He lay quite near the schoolhouse, but I had to make a circuit of half a mile to reach him. It was pitiful to see the dog doing its best to come to me, and falling every few steps. The poor brute was discolored almost beyond recognition, and when at last it reached me, it lay down at my feet and licked them. I stepped over it and ran on recklessly to Gavin. At first I thought he was dead. If tears rolled down my cheeks, they were not for him. I was no strong man even in those days, but I carried him to the schoolhouse, the dog crawling after us. Gavin I put upon my bed, and I lay down beside him, holding him close to me, that some of the heat of my body might be taken in by his. When he was able to look at me, however, it was not with understanding, and in vain did my anxiety press him with questions. Only now and again would some word in my speech strike upon his brain and produce at least an echo. Did you meet Lord Rintoul's dog-cart? He sat up, saying quickly, listen, the dog-cart. Egyptian was not that Farinun among the words he knew, and I did not think of mentioning Hill. At rain he shivered, but spittle was what told me most. He has taken her back, he replied at once, from which I learned that Gavin now knew as much of Babby as I did. I made him as comfortable as possible, and despairing of learning anything from him in his present state, I let him sleep. Then I went out into the rain, very anxious, and dreading what he might have to tell me when he woke. I waded and jumped my way as near to the farm as I dared go, and Wasterlunny, seeing me, came to the water's edge. At this part the breadth 290 of the flood was not 40 yards, yet for a time our voices could no more cross its roar than one may send a snowball through a stone wall. I know not whether the river then quieted for a space, or if it was only that the ears grow used to dins as the eyes distinguish the objects in a room that is at first black to them, but after a little we were able to shout our remarks across, much as boys fling pebbles, many to fall into the water, but one occasionally to reach the other side. Wasterlunny would have talked of the flood, but I had not come here for that. How were you home so early from the prayer meeting last night? I bawled. No meeting. I came straight home, but terrible stories. Mr. Dishart was all I caught after Waster Lunny had flung his words across a dozen times. I could not decide whether it would be wise to tell him that Gavin was in the schoolhouse, and while I hesitated he continued to shout, "Some woman, the session. Lang Tarmers. God forbid, Morn back to the farm, by a running like a mill dam." He signed to me that he must be off, but my signals delayed him, and after much trouble he got my question, "Any news about Lord Rintoul?" My curiosity about the Earl must have surprised him, but he answered, "Marriage is to be the day, Canon." I signed that I did not grasp his meaning. "A cannon is to be fired as soon as they're man and wife," he bellowed. "We'll hear it." With that we parted. On my way home, I remember, I stepped on a brood of drowned partridge. I was only out half an hour, but I had to wring my clothes as if they were fresh from the tub. The day wore on, and I did not disturb the sleeper. 291 a dozen times, I suppose, I had to relight my fire of wet peats and roots, but I had plenty of time to stare out at the window, plenty of time to think. Probably Gavin's life depended on his sleeping, but that was not what kept my hands off him. Knowing so little of what had happened in Thrums since I left it, I was forced to guess, and my conclusion was that the Earl had gone off with his own, and that Gavin in a frenzy had followed them. My wisest course, I thought, was to let him sleep until I heard the cannon, when his struggle for a wife must end. 50 times at least did I stand regarding him as he slept, and if I did not pity his plight sufficiently, you know the reason. What were Margaret's sufferings at this moment? Was she wringing her hands for her son lost in the flood, her son in disgrace with the congregation? By 1 o'clock no cannon had sounded, and my suspense had become intolerable. I shook Gavin awake, and even as I shook him demanded a knowledge of all that had happened since we parted at Nannis Gate. "How long ago is that?" he asked, with bewilderment. "It was last night," I answered. "This morning I found you senseless on the hillside, and brought you here, to the Glen Clarity schoolhouse. That dog was with you." He looked at the dog, but I kept my eyes on him, and I saw intelligence creep back, like a blush, into his face. "Now I remember," he said, shuddering. "You have proved yourself my friend, sir, twice in the 24 hours." "Only once, I fear," I replied gloomily. "I was no friend when I sent you to the Earl's bride last night." "You know who she is," he cried, clutching me, and finding it agony to move his limbs. "I know now," I said, and had to tell him how I knew 292 before he would answer another question. Then I became listener, and you who read know to what alarming story. And all that time I cried reproachfully, when he had done, "You gave your mother not a thought." "Not a thought," he answered, and I saw that he pronounced a harsher sentence on himself than could have come from me. "All that time," he repeated, after a moment. It was only a few minutes, while the 10 o'clock bell was ringing. "Only a few minutes," I said, but they changed the channel of the clarity, and perhaps they have done not less to you. That may be, he answered gravely, but it is of the present I must think just now. Mr. Ogilvy, what assurance have I, while lying here helpless, that the marriage at the Spittal is not going on? None, I hope, I said to myself, and listened longingly for the canon. But to him I only pointed out that no woman need go through a form of marriage against her will. Rintoul carried her off with no possible purport, he said, but to set my marriage at defiance, and she has had a conviction always that to marry me would be to ruin me. It was only in the shiver Lord Rintoul's voice in the darkness sent through her that she yielded to my wishes. If she thought that marriage last night could be annulled by another today, she would consent to the second, I believe, to save me from the effects of the first. You are incredulous, sir, but you do not know of what sacrifices love is capable. Something of that I knew, but I did not tell him. I had seen from his manner rather than his words that he doubted the validity of the gypsy marriage, which the king had only consented to celebrate because Barrie was herself an Egyptian. The ceremony had been interrupted in the middle. 293 It was no marriage, I said, with a confidence I was far from feeling. In the sight of God, he replied excitedly, we took each other for man and wife. I had to hold him down in bed. You are too weak to stand, man, I said, and yet you think you could start off this minute for the Spittal. I must go, he cried. She is my wife. That impious marriage may have taken place already. Oh, that it had, was my prayer. It has not, I said to him. A cannon is to be fired immediately after the ceremony, and all the glen will hear it. I spoke on the impulse, thinking to allay his desire to be off, but he said, then I may yet be in time. Somewhat cruelly I let him rise, that he might realize his weakness. Every bone in him cried out at his first step, and he sank into a chair. You will go to the Spittal for me, he implored. I will not, I told him. You are asking me to fling away my life. To prove my words I opened the door, and he saw what the flood was doing. Nevertheless, he rose and tottered several times across the room, trying to revive his strength. Though every bit of him was aching, I saw that he would make the attempt. Listen to me, I said. Lord Rintoul can maintain with some reason that it was you rather than he who abducted Barrie. Nevertheless, there will not, I am convinced, be any marriage at the Spittal today. When he carried her off from the Toad's Hole, he acted under impulses not dissimilar to those that took you to it. Then, I doubt not, he thought possession was all the law, but that scene on the hill has staggered him by this morning. Even though she thinks to save you by marrying him, he will defer his wedding until he learns the import of yours. 294 I did not believe in my own reasoning, but I would have said anything to detain him until that cannon was fired. He seemed to read my purpose, for he pushed my arguments from him with his hands, and continued to walk painfully to and fro. To defer the wedding, he said, would be to tell all his friends of her gypsy origin, and of me. He will risk much to avoid that. In any case, I answered, you must now give some thought to those you have forgotten, your mother and your church. That must come afterwards, he said firmly. My first duty is to my wife. The door swung to sharply just then, and he started. He thought it was the cannon. I wish to God it had been, I cried, interpreting his thoughts. Why do you wish me ill? He asked. Mr. Dishart, I said solemnly, rising and facing him, and disregarding his question, if that woman is to be your wife, it will be at a cost you cannot estimate till you return to Thrums. Do you think that if your congregation knew of this gypsy marriage they would have you for their minister for another day? Do you enjoy the prospect of taking one who might be an earl's wife into poverty, and disgraceful poverty? Do you know your mother so little as to think she could survive your shame? Let me warn you, sir, of what I see. I see another minister in the Auld Licht Kirk. I see you and your wife stoned through our winds, stoned from Thrums, as malefactors have been chased out of it ere now, and as certainly as I see these things I see a hearse standing at the manse door, and stern men denying a son's right to help to carry his mother's coffin to it. Go your way, sir, but first count the cost. His face quivered before these blows, but all he said was, I must dream I dreed. 295 God is merciful, I went on, and these things need not be. He is more merciful to you, sir, than to some, for the storm that he sent to save you is ruining them. And yet the farmers are today thanking him for every pound of wool, every blade of corn he has left them, while you turn from him because he would save you, not in your way, but in his. It was his hand that stayed your marriage. He meant Barrie for the Earl, and if it is on her part a loveless match, she only suffers for her own sins. Of that scene on the hill no one in Thrums, or in the glen, need ever know. Rintoul will see to it that the gypsies vanish from these parts forever, and you may be sure the spittle will soon be shut up. He and Mackenzie have as much reason as yourself to be silent. You, sir, must go back to your congregation, who have heard as yet only vague rumors that your presence will dispel. Even your mother will remain ignorant of what has happened. Your absence from the prayer meeting you can leave to me to explain. He was so silent that I thought him mine, but his first words undeceived me. I thought I had nowhere so keen a friend, he said, but, Mr. Ogilvy, it is devil's work you are pleading. Am I to return to my people to act a living lie before them to the end of my days? Do you really think that God devastated a glen to give me a chance of becoming a villain? No, sir, I am in his hands, and I will do what I think right. You will be dishonored, I said, in the sight of God and man. Not in God's sight, he replied. It was a sinless marriage, Mr. Ogilvy, and I do not regret it. God ordained that she and I should love each other, and he put it into my power to save her from that man. I took her as my wife before him, and in his eyes I am her husband. Knowing that, sir, how could I return to Thrums without her? 296 I had no answer ready for him. I knew that in my grief for Margaret I had been advocating an unworthy course, but I would not say so. I went gloomily to the door, and there, presently, his hand fell on my shoulder. "Your advice came too late, at any rate," he said. "You forget that the precentor was on the hill and saw everything." It was he who had forgotten to tell me this, and to me it was the most direful news of all. "My God!" I cried. "He will have gone to your mother and told her." And straightway I began to lace my boots. "Where are you going?" he asked, staring at me. "To Thrums," I answered harshly. "You said that to venture out into the glen was to court death," he reminded me. "What of that?" I said, and hastily put on my coat. "Mr. Ogilvy," he cried, "I will not allow you to do this for me." "For you?" I said bitterly. "It is not for you." I would have gone at once, but he got in front of me, asking, "Did you ever know my mother?" "Long ago," I answered shortly, and he said no more, thinking, I suppose, that he knew all. He limped to the door with me, and I had only advanced a few steps when I understood better than before what were the dangers I was to venture into. Since I spoke to Wasterlunny the river had risen several feet, and even the hillocks in his turnip field were now submerged. The mist was creeping down the hills. But what warned me most sharply that the flood was not satisfied yet was the top of the schoolhouse dyke. It was lined with field mice. I turned back, and Gavin, mistaking my meaning, said I did wisely. "I have not changed my mind," I told him, and then had